Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 321. Yudhishthira said, without abandoning the domestic mode of life, O royal sage of Kuru's race, whoever attained to emancipation, which is the annihilation of the understanding and the other faculties. Do tell me this. How may the gross and the subtle form be cast off? Do thou also, O grandsire, tell me what the supreme excellence of emancipation is. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of the discourse between Janaka and Sulba, O Bharata. In days of yore there was a king of Mithila, of the name of Dharmadhyaja, of Janaka's race. He was devoted to the practices of the religion of renunciation. He was well conversant with the Vedas, with the scriptures on emancipation, and with the scriptures bearing on his own duty as a king. Subjugating his senses, he ruled his earth. Hearing of his good behavior in the world, many men of wisdom, well conversant with wisdom, O foremost of men, desired to imitate him. In the same Satya Yuga, a woman of the name of Sulba, belonging to the mendicant order, practiced the duties of yoga and wandered over the whole earth. In course of her wanderings over the earth, Sulba heard from many dandis of different places that the ruler of Mithila was devoted to the religion of emancipation. Hearing this report about King Janaka and desirous of ascertaining whether it was true or not, Sulba became desirous of having a personal interview with Janaka. Abandoning, by her yoga powers, her former form and features, Sulba assumed the most faultless features and unrivaled beauty. In the twinkling of an eye and with the speed of the quickest shaft, the fair-browed lady of eyes like lotus petals repaired to the capital of the Videhas. Arrived at the chief city of Mithila teeming with a large population, she adopted the guise of a mendicant and presented herself before the king. The monarch, beholding her delicate form, became filled with wonder and inquired who she was, and whence she came. Welcoming her, he assigned her an excellent seat, honored her by offering water to wash her feet, and gratified her with excellent refreshments. Refreshed duly and gratified with the rites of hospitality offered unto her, Sulba, the female mendicant, urged the king, who was surrounded by his ministers and seated in the midst of learned scholars, to declare himself in respect of his adherence to the religion of emancipation. Doubting whether Janaka had succeeded in attaining to emancipation by following the religion of Nvriti, Sulba, endued with yoga power, entered the understanding of the king by her own understanding. Restraining, by means of the rays of light that emanated from her own eyes, the rays issuing from the eyes of the king, the lady, desirous of ascertaining the truth, bound up King Janaka with yoga bonds. That best of monarch, priding himself upon his own invincibleness and defeating the intentions of Sulba, seized her resolution with his own resolution. The king, in his subtle form, was without the royal umbrella and scepter. The lady Sulba, in hers, was without the triple stick. Both staying then in the same, gross, form, thus conversed with each other. Listen to that conversation as it happened between the monarch and Sulba. Janaka said, O holy lady, to what course of conduct art thou devoted? Whose art thou? Whence hast thou come? After finishing thy business here, whither wilt thou go? No one can, without questioning, ascertain another's acquaintance with the scriptures, or age, or order of birth. Thou shouldst, therefore, answer these questions of mine, when thou hast come to me. Know that I am truly freed from all vanity in respect of my royal umbrella and scepter. I wish to know thee thoroughly. Thou art deserving, I hold, of my respect. Do thou listen to me as I speak to thee on emancipation, for there is none else, in this world, that can discourse to thee on that topic. Hear me also, I tell thee who that person is from whom in days of old I acquired this distinguishing knowledge. I am the beloved disciple of the high-souled and venerable Panchasika, belonging to the mendicant order of Parasara's race. My doubts have been dispelled and am fully conversant with the Sankhya and the Yoga systems and the ordinances as in respect of sacrifices and other rites, which constitutes the three well-known paths of emancipation. Wandering over the earth and pursuing the while the path that is pointed out by the scriptures, the learned Panchasika formerly dwelt in happiness in my abode for a period of 4 months in the rainy season. That foremost of Sankhyas discoursed to me, agreeably to the truth, and in an intelligible manner suited to my comprehension, on the several kinds of means for attaining to emancipation. He did not, however, command me to give up my kingdom. Freed from attachments, and fixing my soul on Supreme Brahma, and unmoved by companionship, I lived, practicing in its entirety that triple conduct which is laid down in treatises on emancipation. Renunciation of all kinds of attachments is the highest means prescribed for emancipation. It is from knowledge that renunciation, by which one becomes freed, is said to flow. From knowledge arises the endeavor after yoga, and through that endeavor one attains to knowledge of self or soul. Through knowledge of self one transcends joy and grief. That enables one to transcend death and attain to high success. That high intelligence, knowledge of self, has been acquired by me, and accordingly I have transcended all pairs of opposites. Even in this life have I been freed from stupefaction and have transcended all attachments. As a soil, saturated with water and softened thereby, causes the sown seed to sprout forth, after the same manner, the acts of men cause rebirth. As a seed, fried on a pan or otherwise, becomes unable to sprout forth although the capacity for sprouting was there, after the same manner my understanding having been freed from the productive principle constituted by desire, by the instruction of the holy Panchasika of the mendicant order, it no longer produces its fruit in the form of attachment to the object of the senses. I never experience love for my spouse or hate for my foes. Indeed, I keep aloof from both, beholding the fruitlessness of attachment and wrath. I regard both persons equally, viz., him that smears my right hand with sandal paste and him that wounds my left. Having attained my true object, I am happy, and look equally upon a clod of earth, a piece of stone, and a lump of gold. I am freed from attachments of every kind, though am engaged in ruling a kingdom. In consequence of all this I am distinguished over all bearers of triple sticks. Some foremost of men that are conversant with the topic of emancipation say that emancipation has a triple path. These are knowledge, yoga, and sacrifices and rites. Some regard knowledge having all things of the world for its object as the means of emancipation. Some hold that the total renunciation of acts, both external and internal, is the means thereof. Another class of persons conversant with the scriptures of emancipation say that knowledge is the single means. Other, viz. Yadis, endued with subtle vision, hold that acts constitute the means. The high-souled Panchasika, discarding both the opinion about knowledge and acts, regarded the third as the only means of emancipation. If men leading the domestic mode of life be endued with yama and niyama, they become the equals of sannyasins. If, on the other hand, sannyasins be endued with desire and aversion and spouses and honor and pride and affection, they become the equals of men leading domestic modes of life. If one can attain to emancipation by means of knowledge, then may emancipation exist in triple sticks, for there is nothing to prevent the bearers of such stick from acquiring the needful knowledge. Why then may emancipation not exist in the umbrella and the scepter as well, especially when there is equal reason in taking up the triple stick and the scepter? One becomes attached to all those things and acts with which one has need for the sake of one's own self for particular reasons. if a person, beholding the faults of the domestic mode of life, casts it off for adopting another mode, which he considers to be fraught with great merit, cannot, for such rejection and adoption, be regarded as one that is once freed from all attachments, for all that he has done has been to attach himself to a new mode after having freed himself from a previous one. Sovereignty is fraught with the rewarding and the chastising of others. The life of a mendicant is equally fraught with the same, for mendicants also reward and chastise those they can. When, therefore, mendicants are similar to kings in this respect, why would mendicants only attain to emancipation, and not kings? Notwithstanding the possession of sovereignty, therefore, one becomes cleansed of all sins by means of knowledge alone, living the while in supreme Brahma. The wearing of brown cloths, shaving of the head, bearing of the triple stick, and the kamandalu, these are the outward signs of one's mode of life. These have no value in aiding one to the attainment of emancipation. When, notwithstanding the adoption of these emblems of a particular mode of life, knowledge alone becomes the cause of one's emancipation from sorrow, it would appear that the adoption of mere emblems is perfectly useless. Or, if, beholding the mitigation of sorrow in it, thou hast betaken thyself to these emblems of sannyasi, why then should not the mitigation of sorrow be beheld in the umbrella and the scepter to which I have betaken myself? Emancipation does not exist in poverty, nor is bondage to be found in affluence. One attains to emancipation through knowledge alone, whether one is indigent or affluent. For these reasons, know that I am living in a condition of freedom, though ostensibly engaged in the enjoyments of religion, wealth, and pleasure, in the form of kingdom and spouses, which constitute a field of bondage for the generality of men. The bonds constituted by kingdom and affluence, and the bondage to attachments, I have cut off with the sword of renunciation whetted on the stone of the Scriptures bearing upon emancipation. As regards myself, then, I tell thee that I have become freed in this way. O Lady of the Mendicant Order, I cherish an affection for thee. But that should not prevent me from telling thee that thy behavior does not correspond with the practices of the mode of life to which thou hast betaken thyself. Thou hast great delicacy of formation. Thou hast an exceedingly shapely form. The age is young. Thou hast all these, and thou hast niyama, subjugation of the senses. I doubt it verily. Thou hast stopped up my body, by entering into me with the aid of the yoga power, for ascertaining as to whether I am really emancipated or not. This act of thine ill corresponds with that mode of life whose emblems thou bearest. For yogin that is endued with desire, the triple stick is unfit. As regards thyself, thou dost not adhere to thy stick. As regards those that are freed, it behoves even them to protect themselves from fall. Listen now to me as to what thy transgression has been in consequence of thy contact with me and thy having entered into my gross body with the aid of thy understanding. To what reason is thy entrance to be ascribed into my kingdom or my palace? At whose sign hast thou entered into my heart? Thou belongest to the foremost of all the orders, being, as thou art, a Brahmana woman. As regards myself, however, I am a Kshatriya. There is no union for us two. Do not help to cause an intermixture of colors. Thou livest in the practice of those duties that lead to emancipation. I live in the domestic mode of life. This act of thine, therefore, is another evil thou hast done, for it produces an unnatural union of two opposite modes of life. I do not know whether thou belongest to my own Gotra or dost not belong to it. As regards thyself also, thou dost not know who I am, viz., to what Gotra I belong. If thou art of my own Gotra, thou hast, by entering into my person, produced another evil, the evil, viz., of unnatural union. If, again, thy husband be alive and dwelling in a distant place, thy union with me has produced the fourth evil of sinfulness, for thou art not one with whom I may be lawfully united. Dost thou perpetrate all these sinful acts, impelled by the motive of accomplishing a particular object? Dost thou do these from ignorance or from perverted intelligence? If, again, in consequence of thy evil nature thou hast thus become thoroughly independent or unrestrained in thy behavior, I tell thee that if thou hast any knowledge of the Scriptures, thou wilt understand that everything thou hast done has been productive of evil. A third fault attaches to thee in consequence of these acts of thine, a fault that is destructive of peace of mind. By endeavoring to display thy superiority, the indication of a wicked woman is seen in thee. Desirous of asserting thy victory as thou art, it is not myself alone whom thou wishest to defeat, for it is plain that thou wishest to obtain a victory over even the whole of my court, consisting of these learned and very superior Brahmanas. By casting thy eyes in this way towards all these meritorious Brahmanas, it is evident that thou desirest to humiliate them all and glorify thyself at their expense. Stupefied by thy pride of yoga puissance that has been born of thy jealousy, at sight of my power, thou hast caused a union of thy understanding with mine, and thereby hast really mingled together nectar with poison. That union, again, of man and woman, when each covets the other, is sweet as nectar. That association, however, of man and woman when the latter, herself coveting, fails to obtain an individual of the opposite sex that does not covet her, is, instead of being a merit, only a fault that is as noxious as poison. Do not continue to touch me. Know that I am righteous. Do thou act according to thy own Scriptures? The inquiry thou hadst wished to make, viz., whether I am or I am not emancipated, has been finished. It behoves thee not to conceal from me all thy secret motives. It behoves thee not, that thus disguisest thyself, to conceal from me what thy object is, that is, whether this call of thine has been prompted by the desire of accomplishing some object of thy own, or whether thou hast come for accomplishing the object of some other king, that is hostile to me. One should never appear deceitfully before a king, nor before a Brahmana, nor before one's wife when that wife is possessed of every wifely virtue. Those who appear in deceitful guise before these three very soon meet with destruction. The power of kings consists in their sovereignty. The power of Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas is in the Vedas. Women wield a high power in consequence of their beauty and youth and blessedness. These then are powerful in the possession of these powers. He, therefore, that is desirous of accomplishing his own object should always approach these three with sincerity and candor. Insincerity and deceit fail to produce success in these three quarters. It behoveth thee, therefore, to apprise me of the order to which thou belongest by birth, of thy learning and conduct and disposition and nature, as also of the object thou hast in view in coming to this place. Bhishma continued, though rebuked by the king in these unpleasant, improper, and ill-applied words, the lady Sulba was not at all abashed. After the king had said these words, the beautiful Sulba then addressed herself for saying the following words in reply that were more handsome than her person. Sulba said, O king, speech ought always to be free from the 9 verbal faults and the 9 faults of judgment. It should also, while setting forth the meaning with perspicuity, be possessed of the 18 well-known merits. Ambiguity, ascertainment of the faults and merits of premises and conclusions, weighing the relative strength or weakness of those faults and merits, establishment of the conclusion, and the element of persuasiveness or otherwise that attaches to the conclusion thus arrived at. These 5 characteristics appertaining to the sense constitute the authoritativeness of what is said. Listen now to the characteristics of these requirements, beginning with ambiguity, one after another, as I expound them according to the combinations. When knowledge rests on distinction in consequence of the object to be known being different from one another, and when, as regards the comprehension of the subject, the understanding rests upon many points one after another, the combination of words, in whose case this occurs, is said to be vitiated by ambiguity. By ascertainment of faults and merits, called Sankhya, is meant the establishment, by elimination, of faults or merits, and premises and conclusions, adopting tentative meanings. Krama, or weighing the relative strength or weakness of the faults or merits, ascertained by the above process, consists in settling the propriety of the priority or subsequence of the words employed in a sentence. This is the meaning attached to the word krama by persons conversant with the interpretation of sentences or texts. By conclusion is meant the final determination, after this examination of what has been said on the subjects of religion, pleasure, wealth, and emancipation, in respect of what is particularly is that has been said in the text. The sorrow born of wish or aversion increases to a great measure. The conduct, O king, that one pursues in such a matter, for dispelling the sorrow experienced, is called prayojanam. Take it for certain, O king, at my word, that these characteristics of ambiguity and the other, numbering 5 in all, when occurring together, constitute a complete and intelligible sentence. The words I shall utter will be fraught with sense, free from ambiguity, in consequence of each of them not being symbols of many things, logical, free from pleonasm or tautology, smooth, certain, free from bombast, agreeable or sweet, truthful, not inconsistent with the aggregate of 3, viz., righteousness, wealth and pleasure, refined, i.e., free from property, not elliptical or imperfect, destitute of harshness or difficulty of comprehension, characterized by due order, not far fetched in respect of sense, corrected with one another as cause and effect, and each having a specific object. I shall not tell thee anything, prompted by desire or wrath or fear or cupidity or abjectness or deceit or shame or compassion or pride. I answer thee because it is proper for me to answer what thou hast said. When the speaker, the hearer, and the word said thoroughly agree with one another in course of a speech, then does the sense or meaning come out very clearly. When, in the matter of what is to be said, the speaker shows disregard for the understanding of the hearer by uttering words whose meaning is understood by himself, then, however good those words may be, they become incapable of being seized by the hearer. That speaker, again, who, abandoning all regard for his own meaning, uses words that are of excellent sound and sense, awakens only erroneous impressions in the mind of the hearer. Such words in such connection become certainly faulty. That speaker, however, who employs words that are, while expressing his own meaning, intelligible to the hearer as well, truly deserves to be called a speaker. No other man deserves the name. It behoveth thee, therefore, O king, to hear with concentrated attention these words of mine, fraught with meaning and endued with wealth of vocables. Thou hast asked me who I am, whose I am, whence I am coming, etc. Listen to me, O king, with undivided mind, as I answer these questions of thine. As lac and wood, as grains of dust and drops of water, exist commingled when brought together, even so are the existences of all creatures. Sound, touch, taste, form, and scent, these and the senses, though diverse in respect of their essences, exist yet in a state of commingling like lac and wood. It is again well known that nobody asks any of these, saying, Who art thou? Each of them also has no knowledge either of itself or of the others. The eye cannot see itself. The ear cannot hear itself. The eye, again, cannot discharge the functions of any of the other senses, nor can any of the senses discharge the functions of any sense save its own. If all of them even combine together, even they fail to know their own selves, as dust and water mingled together cannot know each other though existing in a state of union. In order to discharge their respective functions, they await the contact of objects that are external to them. The eye, form, and light constitute the three requisites of the operation called seeing. The same, as in this case, happens in respect of the operations of the other senses and the ideas which is their result. Then, again, between the functions of the senses, called vision, hearing, etc., and the ideas which are their result, viz., form, sound, etc., the mind is an entity other than the senses and is regarded to have an action of its own. With its help one distinguishes what is existent from what is non-existent for arriving at certainty, and the matter of all ideas derived from the senses. With the 5 senses of knowledge and 5 senses of action, the mind makes a total of 11. The 12th is the understanding. When doubt arises in respect of what is to be known, the understanding comes forward and settles all doubts, for aiding correct apprehension. After the 12th, sattva is another principle numbering the 13th. With its help creatures are distinguished as possessing more of it or less of it in their constitutions. After this, consciousness of self is another principle numbering the 14th. It helps one to an apprehension of self as distinguished from what is not self. Desire is the 15th principle, O king. Unto it adhere the whole universe. The 16th principle is avidya. Unto it adhere the 17th and the 18th principles called prakriti and vyakti, i.e., maya and prakesa. Happiness and sorrow, decrepitude and death, acquisition and loss, the agreeable and the disagreeable, these constitute the 19th principle and are called couples of opposites. Beyond the 19th principle is another, viz., time, called the 20th. Know that the births and death of all creatures are due to the action of this 20th principle. These 20 exist together. Besides these, the 5 great primal elements, and existence and non-existence, bring up the tale to 7 and 20. Beyond these are 3 others, named Vidhi, Sukra, and Vala, that make the tale reach 30. That in which these 10 and 20 principles occur is said to be body. Some persons regard unmanifest prakriti to be the source or cause of these 30 principles. This is the view of the atheistic Sankhya school. The Kanadas of gross vision regard the manifest, or atoms, to be their cause. Whether the unmanifest or the manifest be their cause, or whether the two, viz., the supreme or purusha and the manifest or atoms, be regarded as their cause, or fourthly, whether the 4 together, viz., the supreme or purusha and his maya and jiva and avidya or ignorance, be the cause, they that are conversant with adhyatma behold prakriti as the cause of all creatures. That prakriti which is unmanifest becomes manifest in the form of these principles. Myself, thyself, O monarch, and all others that are endued with body are the result of that prakriti, so far as our bodies are concerned. Insemination and other embryonic conditions are due to the mixture of the vital seed and blood. In consequence of insemination, the result which first appears is called by the name of kalala. From kalala arises what is called vadvuta, bubble. From the stage called vadvuta springs what is called pesai. From the condition called pesai that stage arises in which the various limbs become manifested. From this last condition appear nails and hair. Upon the expiration of the 9th month, O king of Mithila, the creature takes its birth so that, its sex being known, it comes to be called a boy or girl. When the creature issues out of the womb, the form it presents is such that its nails and fingers seem to be of the hue of burnished copper. The next stage is said to be infancy, when the form that was seen at the time of birth becomes changed. From infancy youth is reached, and from youth, old age. As the creature advances from one stage into another, the form presented in the previous stage becomes changed. The constituent elements of the body, which serve diverse functions in the general economy, undergo change every moment in every creature. Those changes, however, are so minute that they cannot be noticed. The birth of particles, and their death, and each successive condition, cannot be marked, O king, even as one cannot mark the changes in the flame of a burning lamp. When such is the state of the bodies of all creatures, that is when that which is called the body is changing incessantly, even like the rapid locomotion of a steed of good mettle, who then has come whence or not whence, or whose is it or whose is it not, or whence does it not arise? What connection does there exist between creatures and their own bodies? As from the contact of flint with iron, or from two sticks of wood when rubbed against each other, fire is generated, even so are creatures generated from the combination of the 30 principles already named. Indeed, as thou thyself sayest thy own body in thy body, and as thou thyself sayest thy soul in thy own soul, why is it that thou dost not see thy own body and thy own soul in the bodies and souls of others? If it is true that thou sayest an identity with thyself and others, why then didst thou ask me who I am and whose? If it is true that hast, O king, been freed from the knowledge of duality that, erroneously, says this is mine and this other is not mine, then what use is there with such questions as who art thou, whose art thou, and whence dost thou come? What indications of emancipation can be said to occur in that king who acts as others act towards enemies and allies and neutrals, and in victory and truce and war? What indications of emancipation occur in him who does not know the true nature of the aggregate of three as manifested in 7 ways in all acts, and who, on that account, is attached to that aggregate of 3? What indications of emancipation exist in him who fails to cast an equal eye on the agreeable, on the weak, and the strong? Unworthy as thou art of it, thy pretense of emancipation should be put down by thy counselors. This thy endeavor to attain to emancipation, when thou hast so many faults, is like the use of medicine by a patient who indulges in all kinds of forbidden food and practices. O chastiser of foes, reflecting upon spouses and other sources of attachment, one should behold these in one's own soul. What else can be looked upon as the indication of emancipation? Listen now to me as I speak in detail of these and certain other minute sources of attachment appertaining to the 4 well-known acts of lying down for slumber, enjoyment, eating, and dressing, to which thou art still bound though thou professest thyself to have adopted the religion of emancipation. That man who has to rule the whole world must, indeed, be a single king without a second. He is obliged to live in only a single palace. In that palace he has again only one sleeping chamber. In that chamber he has, again, only one bed on which at night he is to lie down. Half that bed again he is obliged to give to his queen consort. This may serve as an example of how little the king's share is of all he is said to own. This is the case with his objects of enjoyment, with the food he eats, and with the robes he wears. He is thus attached to a very limited share of all things. He is, again, attached to the duties of rewarding and punishing. The king is always dependent on others. He enjoys a very small share of all he is supposed to own, and to that small share he is forced to be attached, as well as others are attached to their respective possessions. In the matter also of peace and war, the king cannot be said to be independent. In the matter of women, of sports and other kinds of enjoyment, the king's inclinations are exceedingly circumscribed. In the matter of taking counsel and in the assembly of his counselors, what independence can the king be said to have? When, indeed, he sets his orders on other men, he is said to be thoroughly independent. But then the moment after, in the several matters of his orders, his independence is barred by the very men whom he has ordered. If the king desires to sleep, he cannot gratify his desire, resisted by those who have business to transact with him. He must sleep when permitted, and while sleeping he is obliged to wake up for attending to those that have urgent business with him, bathe, touch, drink, eat, pour libations on the fire, perform sacrifices, speak, hear. These are the words which kings have to hear from others, and hearing them have to slave to those that utter them. Men come in batches to the king and solicit him for gifts. Being, however, the protector of the general treasury, he cannot make gifts unto even the most deserving. If he makes gifts, the treasury becomes exhausted. If he does not, disappointed solicitors look upon him with hostile eyes. He becomes vexed, and as the result of this, misanthropical feelings soon invade his mind. If many wise and heroic and wealthy men reside together, the king's mind begins to be filled with distrust in consequence. Even when there is no cause of fear, the king entertains fear of those that always wait upon and worship him. Those I have mentioned, O king, also find fault with him. Behold, in what way the king's fears may arise from even them. Then again, all men are kings in their own houses. All men, again, in their own houses are householders. Like kings, O Janaka, all men in their own houses chastise and reward. Like kings, others also have sons and spouses, and their own selves and treasuries and friends and stores. In these respects the king is not different from other men. The country is ruined, the city is consumed by fire, the foremost of elephants is dead, and all this the king yields to grief like others, little regarding that these impressions are all due to ignorance and error. The king is seldom freed from mental griefs caused by desire and aversion and fear. He is generally afflicted also by headaches and diverse diseases of the kind. The king is afflicted, like others, by all couples of opposites, as pleasure and pain, etc. He is alarmed at everything. Indeed, full of foes and impediments as kingdom is, the king, while he enjoys it, passes nights of sleeplessness. Sovereignty, therefore, is blessed with an exceedingly small share of happiness. The misery with which it is endued is very great. It is as unsubstantial as burning flames fed by straw or the bubbles of froth seen on the surface of water. Who is there that would like to obtain sovereignty, or having acquired sovereignty can hope to win tranquility? Thou regardest this kingdom and this palace to be thine. Thou thinkest also this army, this treasury, and these counselors to belong to thee. Whose, however, in reality are they, and whose are they not? Allies, ministers, capital, provinces, punishment, treasury, and the king, these seven which constitute the limbs of a kingdom exist, depending upon one another, like three sticks standing with one another's support. The merits of each are set off by the merits of the others. Which of them can be said to be superior to the rest? At those times those particular ones are regarded as distinguished above the rest when some important end is served through their agency. Superiority, for the time being, is said to attach to that one whose efficacy is thus seen. The seven limbs already mentioned, O best of kings, and the three others, forming an aggregate of 10, supporting one another, are said to enjoy the kingdom like the king himself. That king who is endued with great energy and who is firmly attached to Kshatriya practices should be satisfied with only a 10th part of the produce of the subject's field. Other kings are seen to be satisfied with less than a 10th part of such produce. There is no one who owns the kingly office without someone else owning it in the world, and there is no kingdom without a king. If there be no kingdom, there can be no righteousness, and if there be no righteousness, whence can emancipation arise? Whatever merit is most sacred and the highest belongs to kings and kingdoms. By ruling a kingdom well, a king earns the merit that attaches to a horse sacrifice with the whole earth given away as dakshina. But how many kings are there that rule their kingdoms well? O ruler of Mithila, I can mention hundreds and thousands of faults like these that attach to kings and kingdoms. Then, again, when I have no real connection with even my body, how then can I be said to have any contact with the bodies of others? Thou canst not charge me with having endeavored to bring about an intermixture of castes. Hast thou heard the religion of emancipation in its entirety from the lips of Panchasika, together with its means, its methods, its practices, and its conclusion? If thou hast prevailed over all thy bonds and freed thyself from all attachments, may I ask thee, O king, who thou preservest thy connection still with this umbrella and these other appendages of royalty? I think that thou hast not listened to the scriptures, or thou hast listened to them without any advantage, or, perhaps, thou hast listened to some other treatises looking like the scriptures. It seems that thou art possessed only of worldly knowledge, and that like an ordinary man of the world thou art bound by the bonds of touch and spouses and mansions and the like. If it be true that thou hast been emancipated from all bonds, what harm have I done thee by entering thy person with only my intellect? With yatis, among all orders of men, the custom is to dwell in uninhabited or deserted abodes. What harm then have I done to whom by entering thy understanding which is truly of real knowledge? I have not touched thee, O king, with my hands, of arms, or feet, or thighs, O sinless one, or with any other part of the body. Thou art born in a high race. Thou hast modesty. Thou hast foresight. Whether the act has been good or bad, my entrance into thy body has been a private one, concerning us two only. Was it not improper for thee to publish that private act before all thy court? These brahmanas are all worthy of respect. They are foremost of preceptors. Thou also art entitled to their respect, being their king. Doing them reverence, thou art entitled to receive reverence from them. Reflecting on all this, it was not proper for thee to proclaim before these foremost of men the fact of this congress between two persons of opposite sexes, if, indeed, thou art really acquainted with the rules of propriety in respect of speech. O king of Mithila, I am staying in thee without touching thee at all, even like a drop of water on a lotus leaf that stays on it without drenching it in the least. If, notwithstanding instructions of Panchasika of the mendicant order, thy knowledge has become abstracted from the sensual objects to which it relates, thou hast, it is plain, fallen off from the domestic mode of life, but thou hast not yet attained to emancipation that is so difficult to arrive at. Thou stayest between the two, pretending that thou hast reached the goal of emancipation. The contact of one that is emancipated with another that has been so, or purusha with prakriti, cannot lead to an intermingling of the kind thou dreariest. Only those that regard the soul to be identical with the body, and that think the several orders and modes of life to be really different from one another, are open to the error of supposing an intermingling to be possible. My body is different from thine, but my soul is not different from thy soul. When I am able to realize this, I have not the slightest doubt that my understanding is really not staying in thine, though I have entered into thee by yoga. A pot is born in the hand. In the pot is milk. On the milk is a fly. Though the hand and pot, the pot and the milk and the fly, exist together, yet are they all distinct from each other. The pot does not partake the nature of the milk, nor does the milk partake the nature of the fly. The condition of each is dependent on itself, and can never be altered by the condition of that other with which it may temporarily exist. After this manner, color and practices, though they may exist together with and in a person that is emancipate, do not really attach to him. How then can an intermingling of orders be possible in consequence of this union of myself with thee? Then, again, I am not superior to thee in color. Nor am I a Vaishya, nor a Sudra. I am, O king, of the same order with the born of a pure race. There was a royal sage of the name of Pradana. It is evident that thou hast heard of him. I am born in his race, and my name is Sulba. In the sacrifices performed by my ancestors, the foremost of the gods, viz., Indra, used to come, accompanied by Drona and Satisringa, and Chakradwara, and other presiding geniuses of the great mountains. Born in such a race, it was found that no husband could be obtained for me that would be fit for me. Instructed then in the religion of emancipation, I wander over the earth alone, observant of the practices of asceticism. I practice no hypocrisy in the matter of the life of renunciation. I am not a thief that appropriates what belongs to others. I am not a confuser of the practices belonging to the different orders. I am firm in the practices that belong to that mode of life to which I properly belong. I am firm and steady in my vows. I never utter any word without reflecting on its propriety. I did not come to thee without having deliberated properly, O monarch. Having heard that thy understanding has been purified by the religion of emancipation, I came here from desire of some benefit. Indeed, it was for inquiring of thee about emancipation that I had come. I do not say it for glorifying myself and humiliating my opponents. But I say it, impelled by sincerity only. What I say is, he that is emancipated never indulges in that intellectual gladiatorship which is implied by a dialectical disputation for the sake of victory. He, on the other hand, is really emancipate who devotes himself to Brahma, that sole seat of tranquility. As a person of the mendicant order resides for only one night in an empty house, and leaves it the next morning, even after the same manner I shall reside for this one night in thy person, which, as I have already said, is like an empty chamber, being destitute of knowledge. Thou hast honored me with both speech and other offers that are due from a host to a guest. Having slept this one night in thy person, O ruler of Mithila, which is as it were my own chamber now, tomorrow I shall depart. Bhishma continued, hearing these words fraught with excellent sense and with reason, King Janaka failed to return any answer thereto. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 322. Yudhishthira said, how was Sukha, the son of Vyasa, in days of old, won over to renunciation? I desire to hear thee recite the story. My curiosity in this respect is irrepressible. It behoveth thee, O thou of Kuru's race, to discourse to me on the conclusions in respect of the unmanifest, cause, the manifest, effects, and of the truth, or Brahma, that is in, but unattached to them, as also of the acts of the self-born Narayana, as they are known to thy understanding. Bhishma said, beholding his son Sukha living fearlessly as ordinary men do in practices that are considered harmless by them, Vyasa taught him the entire Vedas and then discoursed to him one day in these words. Vyasa said, O son, becoming the master of the senses, do thou subdue extreme cold and extreme heat, hunger and thirst, and the wind also, and having subdued them, as yogins do thou practice righteousness. Do thou duly observe truth and sincerity, and freedom from wrath and malice, and self-restraint and penances, and the duties of benevolence and compassion. Rest thou on truth, firmly devoted to righteousness, abandoning all sort of insincerity and deceit. Do thou support thy life on what remains of food after feeding gods and guests. Thy body is as transitory as the froth on the surface of water. The jiva soul is sitting unattached in it as a bird on a tree. The companionship of all agreeable object is exceedingly short-lived. Why then, O son, dost thou sleep in such forgetfulness? Thy foes are heedful and awake and ever ready to spring on thee, and always watchful of their opportunity. Why art thou so foolish as not to know this? As the days are going one after another, the period of thy life is being lessened. Indeed, when thy life is being incessantly shortened, why dost thou not run to preceptors for learning the means of rescue? Only they that are destitute of faith in the existence of next life set their hearts on things of this world that have the only effect of increasing flesh and blood. They are totally unmindful of all that is concerned with the next world. Those men that are stupefied by erroneous understandings display a hatred for righteousness. The man who walks after those misguided persons that have betaken themselves to devious and wrong paths is afflicted equally with them. They, however, that are contented, devoted to the Scriptures, endued with high souls, and possessed of great might, betake themselves to the part of righteousness. Do thou wait upon them with reverence and seek instruction from them. Do thou act according to the instructions received from those wise men whose eyes are set upon righteousness. With understanding cleansed by such lessons and rendered superior, do thou then restrain thy heart, which is ever ready to deviate from the right course. They whose understandings are always concerned with the present, who fearlessly regard the tomorrow as something quite remote, they who do not observe any restrictions in the matter of food, eat really senseless persons that fail to understand that this world is only a field of probation. Repairing to the flight of steps constituted by righteousness, do thou ascend those steps one after another. At present thou art like a worm that is employed in weaving its cocoon round itself and thereby depriving itself of all means of escape. Do thou keep to thy left, without any scruple, the atheist who transgresses all restraints, who is situated like a house by the side of a fierce and encroaching current, for the destruction he courts, and who, to others, seems to stand like a bamboo with its tall head erected in pride. Do thou with the raft of yoga cross the ocean of the world whose waters are constituted by thy five senses. Having desire and wrath and death for its fierce monsters, and owning birth for its vortex. Do thou cross, with the raft of righteousness, the world that is affected by death and afflicted by decrepitude, and upon which the thunderbolts constituted by days and nights are falling incessantly. When death is seeking thee at all moments, viz., when thou art sitting or lying down, it is certain that death may get thee for his victim at any time. Whence art thou to obtain thy rescue? Like the she-wolf snatching away a lamb. Death snatches away one that is still engaged in earning wealth and still unsatisfied in the indulgence of his pleasures. When thou art destined to enter into the dark, do thou hold up the blazing lamp made of righteous understanding and whose flame has been well husbanded out. Failing into various forms one after another in the world of men, a creature obtains the status of Brahmanhood with great difficulty. Thou hast obtained that status. Do thou then, O son, endeavor to maintain it properly. A Brahman hath not been born for the gratification of desire. On the other hand, his body is intended to be subjected to mortification and penances in this world so that incomparable happiness may be his in the next world. The status of Brahmanhood is acquired with the aid of long-continued and austere penances. Having acquired that status, one should never waste one's time in the indulgence of one's senses. Always engaged in penances and self-restraint and desirous of what is for thy good, do thou live and act, devoted to peace and tranquility. The period of life of every man is like a steed. The nature of that steed is unmanifest. The 16 elements mentioned before constitute its body. Its nature is exceedingly subtle. Kshanas and Trutas and Nimeshas are the hair on its body. The twilights constitute its shoulder joints, the lighted and the dark fortnights are its two eyes of equal power. Months are its other limbs. That steed is running incessantly. If thy eyes be not blind, beholding then that steed incessantly moving forward in its invisible course, do thou set thy heart on righteousness, after hearing what thy preceptors have to say on the question of the next world. They that fall away from righteousness, and that conduct themselves recklessly, that always display malice towards others, and betake themselves to evil ways, are obliged to assume physical bodies in the regions of Yama, and suffer diverse afflictions, in consequence of their unrighteous acts of diverse kind. That king who is devoted to righteousness, and who protects and chastises the good and the wicked with discrimination, attains to those regions that belong to man of righteous deeds. By doing diverse kinds of good acts, he attains to such felicity as is faultless, and as is incapable of being attained to by undergoing even thousands of births. Furious dogs of frightful mane, crows of iron beaks, flocks of ravens and vultures and other birds, and blood-sucking worms, assail the man who transgresses the commands of his parents and preceptors when he goes to hell after death. That sinful wretch who, in consequence of his recklessness, transgresses the 10 boundaries that have been fixed by the self-born himself, is obliged to pass his time in great affliction in the wild wastes that occur in the dominions of the king of Pitris. That man who is tainted with cupidity, who is in love with untruth, who always takes a delight in deception and cheating, and who does injuries to others by practicing hypocrisy and deception, has to go to deep hell and suffer great woe and affliction for his acts of wickedness. Such a man is forced to bathe in the broad river called Vedarani, whose waters are scalding, to enter into a forest of trees whose leaves are as sharp as swords, and then to lie down on a bed of battle axes. He has thus to pass his days in frightful hell in great affliction. Thou beholdest only the regions of Brahman and other deities, but thou art blind to that which is the highest, viz., emancipation. Alas, thou art ever blind also to that which brings death on its train, viz., decrepitude and old age. Go along the path of emancipation. Why tarriest thou? A frightful terror, destructive of thy happiness, is before thee. Do thou take prompt steps for achieving thy emancipation. Soon after death thou art sure to be taken before Yama at his command. For obtaining felicity in the next world, strive to attain to righteousness through the practice of difficult and austere vows. The puissant Yama, regardless of the sufferings of others, very soon takes the lives of all persons, that is, of thyself and thy friends. There is none capable of resisting him. Very soon the wind of Yama will blow before thee, and drive thee to his presence. Very soon wilt thou be taken to that dread presence all alone. Do thou achieve what will be for thy good there? Where now is that death wind which will blow before thee very soon? Art thou mindful of it? Very soon will the points of the compass, when that moment arrives, begin to whirl before thy eyes. Art thou mindful of that? O son, soon, when that moment comes, will thy Vedas disappear from thy sight as thou goest helplessly into that dread presence. Do thou, therefore, set thy heart on yoga abstraction, which is possessed of great excellence. Do thou seek to attain that one only treasure, so that thou mayst not have to grieve at the recollection, after death, of thy former deeds, good and bad, all of which are characterized by error. Decrepitude very soon weakens thy body and robs thee of thy strength and limbs and beauty. Do thou, therefore, seek that one only treasure. Very soon the destroyer, with disease for his charioteer, will with a strong hand, for taking thy life, pierce and break thy body. Do thou, therefore, practice austere penance. Very soon will those terrible wolves that reside within thy body assail thee from every side. Do thou endeavor, therefore, to achieve acts of righteousness. Very soon wilt thou, all alone, behold a thick darkness, and very soon wilt thou behold golden trees on the top of the hill. Do thou, therefore, hasten to achieve acts of righteousness. Very soon will those evil companions and foes of thine, viz., the senses, dressed in the guise of friends, swerve thee from correct vision. Do thou, then, O son, strive to achieve that which is of the highest good. Do thou earn that wealth which has no fear from either kings or thieves, and which one has not to abandon even at death. Earned by one's own acts, that wealth has never to be divided among co-owners. Each enjoys that wealth, in the other world, which each has earned for himself. O son, give that to others by which they may be able to live in the next world. Do thou also set thyself to the acquisition of that wealth which is indestructible and durable. Do not think that thou shouldst first enjoy all kinds of pleasures and then turn thy heart on emancipation, for before thou art satiated with enjoyment thou mayst be overtaken by death. Do thou, in view of this, hasten to do acts of goodness. Neither mother, nor son, nor relatives, nor dear friends, even when solicited with honors, accompany the man that dies. To the regions of Yama one has to go oneself, unaccompanied by anyone. Only those deeds, good and bad, that one did before death accompany the man that goes to the other world. The gold and gems that one has earned by good and bad means do not become productive of any benefit to one when one's body meets with dissolution. Of men that have gone to the other world, there is no witness, better than the soul, of all act done or undone in life. That when the acting Chaitanya, Jiva soul, enters into the witness Chaitanya, the destruction of the body takes place, is seen by yoga intelligence when yogins enter the firmament of their hearts. Even here, the god of fire, the sun, and the wind, these three reside in the body. These, beholding as they do all the practices of one's life, become one's witnesses. Days and nights, the former characterized by the virtue of displaying all things and the latter characterized by the virtue of concealing all things, are running incessantly and touching all things, and thereby lessening their allotted periods of existence. Do thou, therefore, be observant of the duties of thy own order. The road in the other world, that leads to the regions of Yama, is infested by many foes, in the form of iron-beaked birds and wolves, and by many repulsive and terrible insects and worms. Do thou take care of thy own acts, for only acts will accompany you along that road. These one is not to share one's acts with others, but every one enjoys or endures the fruits of those acts which every one has himself performed. As Apsaras and great rishis attain to fruits of great felicity, after the same manner, men of righteous deeds, as the fruits of their respective righteous acts, obtain in the other world cars of transcendent brightness that move everywhere at the will of the riders. Men of stainless deeds and cleansed souls and pure birth obtain in the next world fruits that correspond with their own righteous acts in this life. By walking along the high road constituted by the duties of domesticity, men acquire happy ends by attaining to the region of Prajapati or Vrihaspati or of him of 100 sacrifices. I can give thee thousands and thousands of instructions. Know, however, that the puissant cleanser, viz., righteousness, keeps all foolish persons in the dark. Thou hast passed 24 years. Thou art now full 25 years of age. Thy years are passing away. Do thou begin to lay thy store of righteousness? The destroyer that dwells within error and heedlessness will very soon deprive thy senses of their respective powers. Do thou, before that consummation is brought about, hasten to observe thy duties, relying on thy body alone. When it is thy duty to go along that road in which thyself only shalt be in front and thyself only in the rear, what need then hast thou with either thy body or thy spouse and children? When men have to go individually and without companions to the region of Yama, it is plain that in view of such a situation of terror, thou shouldst seek to acquire that one only treasure, viz., righteousness or Yagasamati. The puissant Yama, regardless of the afflictions of others, snatches away the friends and relatives of one's race by the very roots. There is no one that can resist him. Do thou, therefore, seek to acquire a stock of righteousness. I impart to thee these lessons, O son, that are all agreeable with the scriptures I follow. Do thou observe them by acting according to their import. He who supports his body by following the duties laid down for his own order, and who makes gifts for earning whatever fruits may attach to such acts, becomes freed from the consequences that are born of ignorance and error. The knowledge which a man of righteous deeds acquires from Vedic declarations leads to omniscience. That omniscience is identical with the science of the highest object of human acquisition, viz., emancipation. Instruction, imparted to the grateful, became beneficial in consequence of their leading to the attainment of that highest object of human acquisition. The pleasure that one takes in living amidst the habitations of men is truly a fast-binding cord. Breaking that cord, men of righteous deeds repair to regions of great felicity. Wicked men, however, fail to break that bond. What use hast thou of wealth, O son, or with relatives, or with children, since thou hast to die? Do thou employ thyself in seeking for thy soul which is hidden in a cave? Where have all thy grandsires gone? Do that today which thou wouldst keep for tomorrow. Do that in the forenoon which thou wouldst keep for the afternoon. Death does not wait for anyone to see whether one has or has not accomplished one's task. Following the body after one's death to the crematorium, one's relatives and kinsmen and friends come back, throwing it on the funeral pyre. Without a scruple do thou avoid those men that are skeptics, that are destitute of compassion, and that are devoted to wicked ways, and do thou endeavor to seek, without listlessness or apathy, that which is for thy highest good. When, therefore, the world is thus afflicted by death, do thou, with thy whole heart, achieve righteousness, aided all the while by unswerving patience. That man who is well conversant with the means of attaining to emancipation and who duly discharges the duties of his order certainly attains to great felicity in the other world. For thee that dost not recognize death in the attainment of a different body, and that dost not deviate from the path trod by the righteous, there is no destruction. He that increases the stock of righteousness is truly wise. He, on the other hand, that falls away from righteousness is said to be a fool. One that is engaged in the accomplishment of good deeds attains to heaven and other rewards as the fruits of those deeds, but he that is devoted to wicked deeds has to sink in hell. Having acquired the status of humanity, so difficult of acquisition, that is the stepping stone to heaven, one should fix one's soul on Brahma so that one may not fall away once more. That man whose understanding, directed to the path of heaven, does not deviate therefrom, is regarded by the wise as truly a man of righteousness, and when he dies his friends should indulge in grief. That man whose understanding is not restless, and which is directed to Brahma, and who has attained to heaven, becomes freed from a great terror, viz., hell. They that are born in retreats of ascetics and that die there do not earn much merit by abstaining all their life from enjoyments and the indulgence of desire. He, however, who though possessed of objects of enjoyment casts them off and engages himself in the practice of penances, succeeds in acquiring everything. The fruits of the penances of such a man are, I think, much higher. Mothers and sires and sons and spouses, by hundreds and thousands, every one had and will have in this world. Who, however, were they and whose are we? I am quite alone. I have no one whom I may call mine. Nor do I belong to anyone else. I do not see that person whose I am, nor do I see him whom I may call mine. They have nothing to do with thee. Thou hast nothing to do with them. All creatures take birth agreeably to their acts of past lives. Thou also shalt have to go hence, for taking birth in a new order, determined by thy own acts. In this world it is seen that the friends and followers of only those that are rich behave towards the rich with devotion. The friends and followers of those, however, that are poor fall away during even the lifetime of the poor. Man commits numerous evil acts for the sake of his wife and children. From those evil acts he derives much distress both here and hereafter. The wise man beholds the world of life devastated by the acts performed by every living being. Do thou, therefore, O son, act according to all the instructions I have given thee. The man possessed of true vision, beholding this world to be only a field of action, should, from desire of felicity in the next world, do acts that are good. Time, exerting his irresistible strength, cooks all creatures, in his own cauldron, with the aid of his ladle constituted by months and seasons, the sun for his fire, and days and nights for his fuel, days and nights, that is, that are the witnesses of the fruits of every act done by every creature. For what purpose is that wealth which is not given away and which is not enjoyed? For what purpose is that strength which is not employed in resisting or subjugating one's foes? For what purpose is that knowledge of the Scriptures which does not impel one to deeds of righteousness? And for what purpose is that soul which does not subjugate the senses and abstain from evil acts? Bhishma continued, having heard these beneficial words spoken by the island-born Vyasa, Sukha, leaving his sire, proceeded to seek a preceptor that could teach him the religion of emancipation. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 323. Yudhishthira said, if there is any efficacy in gifts, and sacrifices, and penances well performed, and in dutiful services rendered to preceptors and other reverend seniors, do thou, O grandsire, speak of the same to me. Bhishma said, an understanding associated with evil causes the mind to fall into sin. In this state one stains one's acts, and then falls into great distress. Those that are of sinful acts have to take birth as persons of very indigent circumstances. From famine to famine, from pain to pain, from fear to fear, is their change. They are more dead than those that are dead. Possessed of affluence, from joy to joy, from heaven to heaven, from happiness to happiness, proceed they that are possessed of faith, that are self-restrained, and that are devoted to righteous deeds. They that are unbelievers have to pass, with groping hands, through regions infested by beasts of prey and elephants and pathless tracts teeming with snakes and robbers and other causes of fear. What more need be said of these? They, on the other hand, that are endued with reverence for gods and guests, that are liberal, that have proper regard for persons that are good, and that make gifts and sacrifices, have for theirs the path of felicity that belongs to men of cleansed and subdued souls. Those that are not righteous should not be counted among men, even as grains without kernel are not counted among grain, and as cockroaches are not counted among birds. The acts that one does follow one even when one runs fast. Whatever acts one does, lie down with the doer who lays himself down. Indeed, the sins one does sit when the doer sits, and run when he runs. The sins act when the doer acts, and, in fact, follow the doer like his shadow. Whatever the acts one does by whatever means and under whatever circumstances are sure to be enjoyed and endured, in respect of their fruits, by the doer in his next life. From every side time is always dragging all creatures, duly observing the rule in respect of the distance to which they are thrown and which is commensurate with their acts. As flowers and fruits, without being urged, never suffer their proper time to pass away without making their appearance, even so the acts one has done in past life make their appearance at the proper time. Honor and dishonor, gain and loss, destruction and growth are seen to set in. No one can resist them when they come. One of them is enduring, for disappear it must after appearance. The sorrows one suffers is the result of one's acts. The happiness one enjoys flows from one's acts. From the time when one lies within the mother's womb, one begins to enjoy and endure one's acts of a past life. Whatever acts good and bad one does in childhood, youth, or old age, one enjoys and endures their consequences in one's next life in similar ages. As the calf recognizes its dam even when the latter may stand among thousands of her species, after the same manner the acts done by one in one's past life come to one in one's next life, without any mistake, although one may live among thousands of one's species. As a piece of dirty cloth is whitened by being washed in water, after the same manner, the righteous, cleansed by continuous exposure unto the fire of fasts and penances, at last attain to unending happiness. O thou of high intelligence, the desires and purposes of those whose sins have been washed off by long-continued penances well performed, become crowned with fruition. The track of the righteous cannot be discerned even as that of birds in the sky or that of fishes in the water. There is no need of speaking ill of others, nor of reciting the instances in which others have tripped. On the other hand, one should always do what is delightful, agreeable, and beneficial to one's own self. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 324. Yudhishthira said, "Tell me, O grandsire, how the high-souled Sukha of austere penances took birth as the son of Vyasa, and how did he succeed in attaining to the highest success? Upon what woman did Vyasa, endued with wealth of asceticism, beget that son of his? We do not know who was Sukha's mother, nor do we know anything of the birth of that high-souled ascetic. How was it that, when he was a mere boy, his mind became directed to the knowledge of the subtle, Brahma? Indeed, in this world no second person can be seen in whom such predilections could be marked at so early an age. I desire to hear all this in detail, O thou of great intelligence. I am never satiated with hearing thy excellent and nectar-like words. Tell me, O grandsire, in their proper order, of the greatness and the knowledge of Sukha and of his union with the Supreme Soul." Bhishma continued, "The rishis did not make merit depend upon years or decrepitude or wealth or friends. They said that he amongst them was great that studied the Vedas. All this that thou inquirest about has penances for its root. That penance, again, O son of Pandu, rises from the subjugation of the senses. Without doubt, one incurs fault by giving one's senses the reins. It is only by restraining them that one succeeds in earning success. The merit that attaches to 1,000 horse sacrifices or 100 Vajrapayas cannot come up to even a 16th portion of the merit that arises from yoga. I shall, on the present occasion, recite to thee the circumstances of Sukha's birth, the fruits he won of his penances, and the foremost end he achieved by his acts, topics that are incapable of being understood by persons of uncleansed soul. Once on a time on the summit of Meru adorned with Karnikara flowers, Mahadeva sported, accompanied by the terrible spirits that were his associates. The daughter of the king of mountains, viz., the goddess Parvati, was also there. There at the close vicinity of that summit, the island-born Vyasa underwent extraordinary austerities. O best of the Kurus, devoted to the practices of yoga, the great ascetic withdrawing himself by yoga into his own soul, and engaged in dharana, practiced many austerities for the sake of obtaining a son. The prayer he addressed to the great God was, O puissant one, let me have a son that will have puissance of fire and earth and water and wind and space. Engaged in the austerest of penances, the island-born rishi begged of that God who is incapable of being approached by persons of uncleansed souls, not by words, but by his yoga resolution. The puissant Vyasa remained there for 100 years, subsisting on air alone, engaged in adoring Mahadeva of multifarious form, the Lord of Uma. Thither all the regenerate rishis and royal sages and the regents of the world and the Sathyas, along with the Vasus and the Adityas, the Rudras and Surya and Chandramadhavs and the Maruts and the oceans and the rivers and the Ashwins, the deities, the Gandharvas and Narada and Parvata and the Gandharv Viswavesu and the Siddhas and the Apsaras. Their Mahadeva, called also by the name of Rudra, sat, decked with an excellent garland of Karnikara flowers, and blazed with effulgence like the moon with his rays. In those delightful and celestial woods, populous with deities and heavenly rishis, the great rishi remained, engaged in high yoga contemplation, from desire of obtaining a son. His strength suffered no diminution, nor did he feel any pain. At this the three worlds were much amazed. While the rishi, possessed of immeasurable energy, sat in yoga, his matted locks, in consequence of his energy, were seen to blaze like flames of fire. The illustrious Markandeya it was from whom I heard of this. He used always to recite to me the acts of the deities. It is for this that the matted locks of the high-souled and island-born Krishna, thus emblazed by his energy on that occasion, seem to this day to be endued with the complexion of fire. Gratified with such penances and such devotion, O Bharata, of the rishi, the great god resolved to grant him his wish. The three-eyed deity, smiling with pleasure, addressed him and said, O island-born one, thou shalt get a son like to what thou wishest. Possessed of greatness, he shall be as pure as fire, as wind, as earth, as water, and as space. He shall be possessed of the consciousness of his being Brahma's self, his understanding and soul shall be devoted to Brahma, and he shall completely depend upon Brahma so as to be identifiable with it. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 325. Bhishma said, the son of Satyavati, having obtained this high boon from the great god, was one day employed in rubbing his sticks for making a fire. While thus engaged, the illustrious rishi, O king, beheld the Apsara Gritachi, who, in consequence of her energy, was then possessed of great beauty. Beholding the Apsara in those woods, the illustrious rishi Vyasa, O Yudhishthira, became suddenly smitten with desire. The Apsara, Gritachi, seeing the rishi's heart troubled by desire, transformed herself into a she-parrot and came to that spot. Although he beheld the Apsara disguised in another form, the desire that had arisen in the rishi's heart, without disappearing, spread itself over every part of his body. Summoning all his patience, the ascetic endeavored to suppress that desire. With all his effort, however, Vyasa did not succeed in controlling his agitated mind. In consequence of the inevitability of what was to happen, the rishi's heart was attracted by Gritachi's fair form. He set himself more earnestly to the task of making a fire for suppressing his emotion, but in spite of all his efforts his vital seed came out. That best of regenerate ones, however, O king, continued to rub his stick without feeling any scruples for what had happened. From the seed that fell was born a son unto him, called Sukha. In consequence of his circumstance attending his birth, he came to be called by name of Sukha. Indeed, it was thus that great ascetic, that foremost of rishis and highest of yogins, took birth from the two sticks his father had for making fire. As in a sacrifice, a blazing fire shed its effulgence all around when libations of clarified butter are poured upon it. After the same manner did Sukha take his birth, blazing with effulgence in consequence of his own energy. Assuming the excellent form and complexion that were his sire, Sukha, O son of Kuru, of cleansed soul, shone like a smokeless fire. The foremost of rivers, viz., Ganga. O king, coming to the breast of Meru, in her own embodied form, bathed Sukha, after his birth, with her waters. There fell from the welkin, O son of Kuru, an ascetic stick and a dark deerskin for the use, O monarch, of the high-souled Sukha. The Gandharvas sang repeatedly, and the diverse tribes of Apsaras danced, and celestial kettledrums of loud sound began to beat. The Gandharv Viswavasu, and Tumvaru and Varada, and those other Gandharvas called by the names of Haha and Huhu, eulogized the birth of Sukha. The regents of the world with Sakra at their head came, as also the deities and the celestial and the regenerate rishis. The wind god poured showers of celestial flowers upon the spot. The entire universe, mobile and immobile, became filled with joy. The high-souled Mahadeva of great effulgence, accompanied by the goddess, and moved by affection, came there, and soon after the birth of the Muni's son invested him with the sacred thread. Sakra, the chief of the gods, gave him, from affection, a celestial kamandalu of excellent form, and some celestial robes. Swans and satapatras and cranes by thousands, and many parrots and chasas, O Bharata, wheeled over his head. Endued with great splendor and intelligence, Sukha, having obtained his birth from the two sticks, continued to live there, engaged the while in the attentive observance of many vows and fasts. As soon as Sukha was born, the Vedas, with all their mysteries and all their abstracts, came for dwelling in him, O king, even as they dwell in his sire. For all that, Sukha selected Vrahaspati, who was conversant with all the Vedas together with their branches and commentaries, for his preceptor, remembering the universal practice. Having studied all the Vedas together with all their mysteries and abstracts, as also all the histories and the science of government, O puissant monarch, the great ascetic returned home, after giving his preceptor the tuition fee. Adopting the vow of a Brahmacharan, he then commenced to practice the austerest penances, concentrating all his attention thereon. In even his childhood, he became an object of respect with the gods and rishis for his knowledge and penances. The mind of the great ascetic, O king, took no pleasure in the three modes of life with the domestic among them, keeping in view, as he did, the religion of emancipation. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 326. Bhishma said, thinking of emancipation, Sukha approached his sire, and possessed as he was of humility and desirous of achieving his highest good, he saluted his great preceptor and said, Thou art well versed in the religion of emancipation. Do thou, O illustrious one, discourse to me upon it, so that supreme tranquility of mind, O puissant one, may be mine. Hearing these words of his son, the great Rishi said unto him, Do thou study, O son, the religion of emancipation and all the diverse duties of life, at the command of his sire, Sukha, that foremost of all righteous men, mastered all the treatises on yoga, O Bharata, as also the science promulgated by Kapila. When Vyasa behind his son to be possessed of the resplendence of the Vedas, endued with the energy of Brahma, and fully conversant with the religion of emancipation, he addressed him, saying, Go thou to Janaka, the ruler of Mithila. The king of Mithila will tell thee everything for thy emancipation. Bearing the command of his sire, O king, Sukha proceeded to Mithila for inquiring of its king about the truth of duties and the refuge of emancipation. Before he set out, his sire further told him, Do thou go thither by that path which ordinary human beings take. Do not have recourse to thy yoga puissance, for proceeding through the skies at this. Sukha was not at all surprised, for he was humble by nature. He was further told that he should proceed thither with simplicity and not from desire of pleasure. Along your way do not seek for friends and spouses, since friends and spouses are causes of attachment to the world. Although the ruler of Mithila is one in whose sacrifices we officiate, still thou shouldst not indulge in any feeling of superiority while living with him. Thou shouldst live under his direction and in obedience to him. Even he will dispel all thy doubts. That king is well versed in all duties and well acquainted with the scriptures on emancipation. He is one for whom I officiate in sacrifices. Thou shouldst, without any scruple, do what he bids. Thus instructed, the righteous-souled Sukha proceeded to Mithila on foot, although he was able to traverse through the skies over the whole earth with her seas. Crossing many hills and mountains, many rivers, many waters and lakes, and many woods and forests abounding with beasts of prey and other animals, crossing the 2 Varshas of Meru and Hari successively, and next the Varsha of Himavat, he came at last to the Varsha known by the name of Bharata. Having seen many countries inhabited by Chins and Huns, the great ascetic at last reached Aryavarta. In obedience to the commands of his sire and bearing them constantly in his mind, he gradually passed along his way on the earth like a bird passing through the air. Passing through many delightful towns and populous cities, he saw diverse kinds of wealth without waiting to observe them. On his way he passed through many delightful gardens and plains and many sacred waters. Before much time had passed, he reached the country of the Videhas that was protected by the virtuous and high-souled Janaka. There he beheld many populous villages, and many kinds of food and drink and viands and habitations of cowherds swelling with men and many herds of cattle. He beheld many fields abounding with paddy and barley and other grain, and many lakes and waters inhabited by swans and cranes and adorned with beautiful lotuses. Passing through the Videha country teeming with well-to-do people, he arrived at the delightful gardens of Mithila, rich with many species of trees, abounding with elephants and horses and cars, and peopled by men and women. He passed through them without waiting to observe any of the things that were presented to his eye. Bearing that burthen in his mind and ceaselessly dwelling upon it, viz., the desire of mastering the religion of emancipation, Sukha of cheerful soul and taking delight in internal survey only, reached Mithila at last. Arrived at the gate, he sent word through the keepers. Endued with tranquility of mind, devoted to contemplation and yoga, he entered the city, having obtained permission. Proceeding along the principal street abounding with well-to-do men, he reached the king's palace and entered it without any scruples. The porters forbade him with rough words. Thereat, Sukha, without any anger, stopped and waited. Neither the sun nor the long distance he had walked had fatigued him in the least. Neither hunger, nor thirst, nor the exertion he had made, had weakened him. The heat of the sun had not scorched or pained or distressed him in any degree. Among those porters there was one who felt compassion for him, beholding him staying there like the midday sun in his effulgence. Worshipping him in due form and saluting him properly, with joined hands he led him to the first chamber of the palace. Seated there, Sukha, O son, began to think of emancipation only. Possessed of equable splendor, he looked with an equal eye upon a shaded spot and one exposed to the sun's rays. Very soon after, the king's minister, coming to that place with joined hands, led him to the second chamber of the palace. That chamber led to a spacious garden which formed a portion of the inner apartments of the palace. It looked like a second Chaitraratha. Beautiful pieces of water occurred here and there at regular intervals. Delightful trees, all of which were in their flowering season, stood in that garden. Bevies of damsels, of transcendent beauty, were in attendance. The minister led Sukha from the second chamber to that delightful spot. Ordering those damsels to give the ascetic a seat, the minister left him there. Those well-dressed damsels were of beautiful features, possessed of excellent hips, young in years, clad in red robes of fine texture, and decked with many ornaments of burnished gold. They were well-skilled in agreeable conversation and maddening revelry, and thorough mistresses of the arts of dance and singing. Always opening their lips with smiles, they were equal to the very apsaras in beauty. Well-skilled in all the acts of dalliance, competent to read the thoughts of men upon whom they wait, possessed of every accomplishment, 50 damsels, of a very superior order and of easy virtue, surrounded the ascetic. presenting him with water for washing his feet, and worshipping him respectfully with the offer of the usual articles, they gratified him with excellent viands agreeable to the season. After he had eaten, those damsels then, one after another, singly led him through the grounds, showing him every object of interest, O Bharata. Sporting and laughing and singing, those damsels, conversant with the thoughts of all men, entertained that auspicious ascetic of noble soul. The pure-souled ascetic born in the firesticks, observant without scruples of any kind of his duties, having all his senses under complete control, and a thorough master of his wrath, was neither pleased nor angered at all this. Then those foremost of beautiful women gave him an excellent seat. Washing his feet and other limbs, Sukha said his evening prayers, sat on that excellent seat, and began to think of the object for which he had come there. In the first part of the night, he devoted himself to yoga. The puissant ascetic passed the middle portion of the night in sleep. Very soon waking up from his slumber, he went through the necessary rites of cleansing his body, and though surrounded by those beautiful women, he once again devoted himself to yoga. It was in this way, O Bharata, that the son of the island-born Krishna passed the latter part of that day and the whole of that night in the palace of King Janaka. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 327. Bhishma said, the next morning, King Janaka, O Bharata, accompanied by his minister and the whole household, came to Sukha, placing his priest in the van. Bringing with him costly seats and diverse kinds of jewels and gems, and bearing the ingredients of the arugya on his own head, the monarch approached the son of his reverend preceptor. The king, taking with his own hands, from the hands of his priest, that seat adorned with many gems, overlaid with an excellent sheet, beautiful in all its parts, and exceedingly costly, presented it with great reverence to his preceptor's son Sukha. After the son of the island-born Krishna had taken his seat on it, the king worshipped him according to prescribed rites. At first offering him water to wash his feet, he then presented him the arugya and kine. The ascetic accepted that worship offered with due rites and mantras. That foremost of regenerate persons, having thus accepted the worship offered by the king, and taking the kine also that were presented to him, then saluted the monarch. Possessed of great energy, he next inquired after the king's welfare and prosperity. Indeed, O king, Sukha embraced in his inquiry the welfare of the monarch's followers and officers also. Receiving Sukha's permission, Janaka sat down with all his followers. Endued with a high soul and possessed of high birth, the monarch, with joined hands, sat down on the bare ground and inquired after the welfare and unabated prosperity of Vyasa's son. The monarch then asked his guest the object of his visit. Sukha said, Blessed be thou, my sire said unto me that his Yajamana, the ruler of the Videhas, known all over the world by the name of Janaka, is well versed in the religion of emancipation. He commanded me to come to him without delay, if I had any doubts requiring solution in the matter of the religion of either Pravritti or Nvrtti. He gave me to understand that the king of Mithila would dispel all my doubts. I have, therefore, come hither, at the command of my sire, for the purpose of taking lessons from thee. It behoveth thee, O foremost of all righteous persons, to instruct me. What are the duties of a Brahmana, and what is the essence of those duties that have emancipation for their object? How also is emancipation to be obtained? Is it obtainable by the aid of knowledge or by that of penances? Janaka said, Hear what the duties are of a Brahmana from the time of his birth. After his investiture, O son, with the sacred thread, he should devote his attention to the study of the Vedas. By practicing penances and dutifully serving his preceptor and observing the duties of Brahmacharya, O puissant one, he should pay off the debt he owes to the deities and the Pitris, and cast off all malice. Having studied the Vedas with close attention and subjugated his senses, and having given his preceptor the tuition fee, he should, with the permission of his preceptor, return home. Returning home, he should betake himself to the domestic mode of life, and weeding a spouse, confine himself to her, and live, freeing himself from every kind of malice, and having established his domestic fire. Living in the domestic mode, he should procreate sons and grandsons. After that, he should retire to the forest and continue to worship the same fires and entertain guests with cordial hospitality. Living righteously in the forest, he should at last establish his fire in his soul, and freed from all pairs of opposites, and casting off all attachments from the soul, he should pass his days in the mode called sannyasa, which is otherwise called the mode of Brahma. Sukha said, if one succeeds in attaining to an understanding cleansed by study of the scriptures and to true conceptions of all things, and if the heart succeeds in freeing itself permanently from the effects of all pairs of opposites, is it still necessary for such a person to adopt, one after another, the three modes of life called Brahmacharya, Grihastha, and Vanaprastha? This is what I ask thee. It behoveth thee to tell me. Indeed, O ruler of men, do tell me this according to the true import of the Vedas. Janaka said, without the aid of an understanding cleansed by study of the scriptures, and without that true conception of all things which is known by the name of Vijnana, the attainment of emancipation is impossible. That cleansed understanding, again, it is said, is unattainable without one's connection with a preceptor. The preceptor is the helmsman, and knowledge is the boat, aided by whom and which one succeeds in crossing the ocean of the world. After having acquired that boat, one becomes crowned with success. Indeed, having crossed the ocean, one may abandon both. For preventing the destruction of all the worlds, and for preventing the destruction of acts, upon which the world depend, the duties appertaining to the four modes of life were practiced by the wise of old. By abandoning acts, good and bad, agreeably to this order of acts one succeeds, in course of many birth, in attaining to emancipation. That man who, through penances performed in course of many births, succeeds in obtaining a cleansed mind and understanding and soul, certainly becomes able to attain to emancipation, in a new birth, and even the very first mode, viz., Brahmacharya. When, having attained to a cleansed understanding, emancipation becomes his, and in consequence thereof he becomes possessed of knowledge in respect of all visible things, what desirable object is there to attain by observing the three other modes of life? One should always cast off faults born of the attributes of Rajas and Tamas. Adhering to the path of Sattva, one should know self by self. Beholding oneself in all creatures and all creatures in oneself, one should live, without being attached to anything, like aquatic animals living in water without being drenched by that element. He who succeeds in transcending all pairs of attributes and resisting their influence, succeeds in casting off all attachments, and attains to infinite felicity in the next world, going thither like a bird soaring into the sky from below. In this connection, there is a saying sung of old by King Yayati and borne in remembrance, O sire, by all persons conversant with the scriptures bearing upon emancipation. The effulgent ray, i.e., the Supreme Soul, exists in one's soul and not anywhere else. It exists equally in all creatures. One can see it oneself if one's heart be devoted to yoga. When a person lives in such a way that another is not inspired with fear at his sight, and when a person is not himself inspired with fear at the sight of others, when a person ceases to cherish desire and hate, he is then said to attain to Brahma. When a person ceases to entertain a sinful attitude towards all creatures in thought, word, and deed, he is then said to attain to Brahma. By restraining the mind and the soul, by casting off malice that stupefies the mind, and by throwing off desire and stupefaction, one is said to attain to Brahma. When a person assumes an equality of attitude in respect of all objects of hearing and vision, and the operations of the other senses, as also in respect of all living creatures, and transcends all pairs of opposites, he is then said to attain to Brahma. When person casts an equal eye upon praise and dispraise, gold and iron, happiness and misery, heat and cold, good and evil, the agreeable and the disagreeable, life and death, he is then said to attain to Brahma. One observing the duties of the mendicant orders should restrain one's senses and the mind even like a tortoise withdrawing its outstretched limbs. As a house enveloped in darkness is capable of being seen with the aid of a lighted lamp, after the same manner can the soul be seen with the aid of the lamp of the understanding. O foremost of intelligent persons, I see that all this knowledge that I am communicating to thee dwells in thee. Whatever else should be known by one desirous of learning the religion of emancipation is already known to thee. O regenerate Rishi, I am convinced that through the grace of thy preceptor and through the instructions thou hast received, thou hast already transcended all objects of the senses. O great ascetic, through the grace of that sire of thine, I have attained to omniscience, and hence I have succeeded in knowing thee. Thy knowledge is much greater than what thou thinkest thou hast. Thy perceptions also that result from intuition are much greater than what thou thinkest thou hast. Thy puissance also is much greater than thou art conscious of. Whether in consequence of thy tender age, or of the doubts thou hast not been able to dispel, or of the fear that is due to the unattainment of emancipation, thou art not conscious of that knowledge due to intuition, although it has arisen in thy mind. After one's doubts have been dispelled by persons like us, one succeeds in opening the knots of one's heart, and then, by a righteous exertion, one attains to and becomes conscious of that knowledge. As regards thyself, thou art one that hast already acquired knowledge. Thy intelligence is steady and tranquil. Thou art free from covetousness. For all that, O Brahmana, one never succeeds in attaining to Brahma, which is the highest object of acquisition, without exertion. Thou sayest no distinction between happiness and misery. Thou art not covetous. Thou hast no longing for dancing and song. Thou hast no attachments. Thou hast no attachment to friends. Thou hast no fear in things that inspire fear. O blessed one, I see that thou castest an equal eye upon a lump of gold and a clod of earth. Myself and other persons possessed of wisdom behold thee established in the highest and indestructible path of tranquility. Thou stayest, O Brahmana, in those duties which obtain for the Brahmana that fruit which should be his, and which is identical with the essence of the object represented by emancipation. What else hast thou to ask me? Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 328. Bhishma said, having heard these words of King Janaka, Sukha of cleansed soul and settled conclusions began to stay in his soul by his soul, having of course seen self by self. His object being accomplished, he became happy and tranquil, and without putting further questions to Janaka, he proceeded northwards to the mountains of Himavat with the speed of the wind and like the wind. These mountains abounded with diverse tribes of apsaras and echoed with many lofty sounds. Teeming with thousands of Kinnaras and Bringarajas, it was adorned, besides, with many Madgas and Kanjaritas and many Jivajavakas of variegated hue. And there were many peacocks also of gorgeous colors, uttering their shrill but melodious cries. Many bevies of swans also, and many flights of gladdened kokilas too, adorned the place. The prince of birds, viz. Garuda, dwelt on that summit constantly. The four regents of the world, the deities, and diverse classes of rishis, used always to come there from the desire of doing good to the world. It was there that the high-souled Vishnu had undergone the severest austerities for the object of obtaining a son. It was there that the celestial generalissimo named Kumara, in his younger days, disregarding the three worlds with all the celestial denizens, threw down his dart, piercing the earth therewith. Throwing down his dart, Skanda, addressing the universe, said, "If there be any person that is superior to me in might, or that holds Brahmanas to be dearer, or that can compare with me in devotion to the Brahmanas and the Vedas, or that is possessed of energy like unto me, let him draw up this dart, or at least shake it." Hearing this challenge, the three worlds become filled with anxiety, and all creatures asked one another, saying, "Who will raise this dart?" Vishnu beheld all the deities and Asuras and Rakshasas to be troubled in their senses and mind. He reflected upon what should be the best to be done under the circumstances. Without being able to bear that challenge in respect of the hurling of the dart, he cast his eyes on Skanda, the son of the fire god. The pure-souled Vishnu caught hold of the blazing dart with his left hand and began to shake it. When the dart was being thus shaken by Vishnu, possessed of great might, the whole earth with her mountains, forests, and seas shook with the dart. Although Vishnu was fully competent to raise the dart, still he contented himself with only shaking it. In this, the puissant Lord only kept the honor of Skanda intact. Having shaken it himself, the divine Vishnu, addressing Prahlada, said, "Behold the might of Kumara. None else in the universe can raise this dart." Unable to bear this, Prahlada resolved to raise the dart. He seized it, but was unable to shake it at all. Uttering a loud cry, he fell down on the hilltop in a swoon. Indeed, the son of Hiranyakasipu fell down on the earth. Repairing towards the northern side of those grand mountains, Mahadeva, having the bull for his sign, had undergone the austerest penances. The asylum where Mahadeva had undergone those austerities is encompassed on all sides with a blazing fire. Unapproachable by persons of uncleansed souls, that mountain is known by the name of Aditya. There is a fiery girdle all around it, of the width of 10 yojanas, and it is incapable of being approached by yakshas and rakshasas and danavas. The illustrious god of fire, possessed of mighty energy, dwells there in person, employed in removing all impediments from the side of Mahadeva of great wisdom, who remained there for 1,000 celestial years, all the while standing on one foot. Dwelling on the side of that foremost of mountains, Mahadeva of high vows, by his penances, scorched the deities greatly. At the foot of those mountains, in a retired spot, Parasara's son of great ascetic merit, viz., Vyasa, taught the Vedas unto his disciples. Those disciples were the highly blessed Sumantra, Vaisampayana, Jaimini of great wisdom, and Paila of great ascetic merit. Sukha proceeded to that delightful asylum where his sire, the great ascetic Vyasa, was dwelling, surrounded by his disciples. Seated in his asylum, Vyasa beheld his son approach like a blazing fire of scattered flames, or resembling the sun himself in effulgence. As Sukha approached, he did not seem to touch the trees or the rocks of the mountain. Completely dissociated from all objects of the senses, engaged in yoga, the high-souled ascetic came, resembling, in speed, a shaft let from a bow. Borne on the fire sticks, Sukha, approaching his sire, touched his feet. With becoming formalities, he then accosted the disciples of his sire. With great cheerfulness, he then detailed to his father all the particulars of his conversation with King Janaka. Vyasa, the son of Parasara, after the arrival of his puissant son, continued to dwell there on the Himavad, engaged in teaching his disciples and his son. One day, as he was seated, his disciples, all well skilled in the Vedas, having their senses under control, and endued with tranquil souls, sat themselves around him. All of them had thoroughly mastered the Vedas with their branches. All of them were observant of penances. With joined hands they addressed their preceptor in the following words. The disciples said, "We have, through thy grace, been endued with great energy. Our fame also has spread. there is one favor that we humbly solicit thee to grant us." Hearing these words of theirs, the regenerate Rishi answered them, saying, "Ye sons, tell me what that boon is which ye wish I should grant you." Hearing this answer of their preceptor, the disciples became filled with joy. Once more bowing their heads low unto their preceptor and joining their hands, all of them in one voice said, "O King, these excellent words, if our preceptor has been pleased with us, then, O best of sages, we are sure to be crowned with success. We all solicit thee, O great Rishi, to grant us a boon. Be thou inclined to be graceful to us. Let no sixth disciple, besides us 5, succeed in attaining to fame. We are 4. Our preceptor's son forms the 5th. Let the Vedas shine in only as 5. Even this is the boon that we solicit." Hearing these words of his disciples, Vyasa, the son of Parashara, possessed of great intelligence, well conversant with the meaning of the Vedas, endued with a righteous soul, and always engaged in thinking of objects that confer benefits on a person in the world hereafter, said unto his disciples these righteous words fraught with great benefit: "The Vedas should always be given unto him who is a Brahmana, or unto him who is desirous of listening to Vedic instructions, by him who eagerly wishes to attain a residence in the region of Brahman. Do ye multiply, let the Vedas spread, through your exertions. The Vedas should never be imparted unto one that has not formally become a disciple, nor should they be given unto one who is not observant of good vows, nor should they be given for dwelling in one that is of uncleansed soul. These should be known as the proper qualifications of persons that can be accepted as disciples for the communication of Vedic knowledge. No science should be imparted unto one without a proper examination of one's character, as pure gold is tested by heat, cutting and rubbing. After the same manner disciples should be tested by their birth and accomplishments. Ye should never set your disciples to tasks to which they should not be set, or to tasks that are fraught with danger. One's knowledge is always commensurate with one's understanding and diligence in study. Let all disciples conquer all difficulties, and let all of them meet with auspicious success. Ye are competent to lecture on the scriptures unto persons of all the orders. Only ye should, while lecturing, address a Brahmana, placing him in the van. These are the rules in respect of the study of the Vedas. This again is regarded as a high task. The Vedas were created by the self-born for the purpose of praising the deities therewith. That man who, through stupefaction of intellect, speaks ill of a Brahmana well conversant with the Vedas, is certain to meet with humiliation in consequence of such evil speaking. He who, disregarding all righteous rules, solicits knowledge, and he who, disregarding the rules of righteousness, communicates knowledge, either of them falls off, and instead of that affection which should prevail between preceptor and disciple, such questioning and such communication are sure to produce distrust and suspicion. I have now told ye everything about the way in which the Vedas should be studied and taught. Ye should act in this way towards your disciples, bearing these instructions in your minds. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 329. Bhishma said, hearing these words of their preceptor, Vyasa's disciples, endued with energy, became filled with joy and embraced one another. Addressing one another, they said, that which has been said by our illustrious preceptor in view of our future good will live in our remembrance, and we shall certainly act according to it. Having said this unto one another with joyful hearts, the disciples of Vyasa, who were thorough masters of words, once more addressed their preceptor and said, If it pleases thee, O puissant one, we wish to descend from this mountain to the earth, O great ascetic, for the purpose of subdividing the Vedas. Hearing these words of his disciples, the puissant son of Parashara replied unto them in these beneficial words that were fraught, besides, with righteousness and profit, you may repair to the earth or to the regions of the celestials, as ye like. You should always be heedful, for the Vedas are such that they are always liable to be misunderstood. Permitted by their preceptor of truthful speech, the disciples left him after circumambulating him and bowing their heads unto him. Descending upon the earth, they performed the Agnishtoma and other sacrifices, and they began to officiate at the sacrifices of Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaidyas. Happily passing their days in the domestic mode of life, they were treated by the Brahmanas with great respect. Possessed of great fame and prosperity, they were employed in teaching and officiating in sacrifices. After his disciples had gone away, Vyasa remained in his asylum, with only his son in his company. Passing his days in anxious thoughtfulness, the great rishi, possessed of wisdom, kept silent, sitting in a retired corner of the asylum. At that time Narada of great ascetic merit came to that spot, foreseeing Vyasa, and addressing him, said these words of melodious sound. Narada said, O regenerate rishi of Vasishtha's race, why are Vedic sounds silent now? Why art thou sitting silent and alone, engaged in meditation like one taken up with an engrossing thought? Alas, shorn of Vedic echoes, this mountain hath lost its beauty, even as the moon shorn of splendor when assailed by Rahu or enveloped in dust. Though inhabited by the celestial rishis, yet shorn of Vedic sounds, the mountain no longer looks beautiful now, but resembles a hamlet of nishadas. The rishis, the deities, and the Gandharvas, too, no longer shine as before in consequence of being deprived of Vedic sound. Hearing these words of Narada, the island-born Krishna answered, saying, O great Rishi, O thou art conversant with the declarations of the Vedas, all that thou hast said is agreeable to me, and it truly behoves thee to say it unto me. Thou omniscient, thou hast seen everything. Thy curiosity also embraces all things within its sphere. All that has ever occurred in the three worlds is well known to thee. Do thou then, O regenerate Rishi, set thy commands on me. Oh, tell me what I am to do. Tell me, O regenerate Rishi, what should now be done by me. Separated from my disciples, my mind has become very cheerless now. Narada said, the stain of the Vedas is the suspension of their recitation. The stain of the Brahmanas is their non-observance of vows. The Valmika race is the stain of the earth. Curiosity is the stain of women. Do thou with thy intelligent son recite the Vedas, and do thou with the echoes of Vedic sounds dispel the fears arising from Rakshasas. Bhishma continued, hearing these words of Narada, Vyasa, the foremost of all persons conversant with duties and firmly devoted to Vedic recitation, became filled with joy and answered Narada, saying, so be it with his son Sukha. He set himself to recite the Vedas in a loud sonorous voice, observing all the rules of orthoepy and, as it were, filling the three worlds with that sound. One day, as sire and son, who were well conversant with all duties, were engaged in reciting the Vedas, a violent wind arose that seemed to be impelled by the gales that blow on the bosom of the ocean. Understanding from this circumstance that the hour was suited to sacred recitation, Vyasa immediately bade his son to suspend the recitation. Sukha, thus forbidden by his sire, became filled with curiosity. He asked his sire, saying, O regenerate one, whence is this wind? It behoveth thee to tell me everything about the conduct of the wind. Hearing this question of Sukha, Vyasa became filled with amazement. He answered Sukha by telling him that an omen which indicated that the recitation of the Vedas should be suspended, thou hast obtained spiritual vision. Thy mind too has, of itself, become cleansed of every impurity. Thus hast been freed from the attributes of passion and darkness. Thou stayest now in the attributes of goodness. Thou beholdest now thy soul with thy soul, even as one beholds one's own shadow in a mirror. Staying thyself on thy own soul, do thou reflect on the Vedas. The path of the Supreme Soul is called Devayana, the path of the gods. The path that is made up of the attribute of tamas is called Pitriyana, the path of Pitris. These are the two paths in the world hereafter. By one, people go to heaven. By the other, people go to hell. The winds blow on the earth's surface and in the welkin. There are 7 courses in which they blow. Listen to me as I recount them one after another. The body is furnished with the senses, are dominated over by the Sathyas and many great beings of mighty strength. These gave birth to an invincible son named Samama. From Samama sprang a son called Udana. From Udana sprang Vyana, arose Apana, and lastly from Apana sprung the wind called Prana. That invincible scorcher of all foes, viz., Prana, became childless. I shall now recite to thee the different functions of those winds. The wind is the cause of the different functions of all living creatures, and because living creatures are enabled to live by it, therefore is the wind called prana, or life. That wind which is the first in the above enumeration, and which is known by the name of pravaha, samama, urges, along the first course, masses of clouds born of smoke and heat. Coursing through the welkin, and coming into contact with the water contained in the clouds, that wind displays itself in effulgence among the darts of lightning. The second wind, called avaha, blows with a loud noise. It is this wind that causes Soma and the other luminaries to rise and appear. Within the body, which is a microcosm of the universe, that wind is called Udana by the wise. That wind which sucks up water from the 4 oceans, and having sucked it up imparts it to the clouds in the welkin, and which, having imparted it to the clouds, present them to the deity of rain, is third in the enumeration and known by the name of Advaha. That wind which supports the clouds and divided them into diverse portions, which melts them for pouring rain and once more solidifies them, which is perceived as the sound of the roaring clouds, which exists for the preservation of the world by itself, assuming the form of the clouds, which bears the cars of all celestial beings along the sky, is known by the name of Samvaha. The fourth in the enumeration, it is endued with great strength so that it is capable of ending the very mountains. The fifth wind is fraught with great force and speed. It is dry and uproots and breaks down all trees. Existing with it, the clouds come to be called by the name of Valahaka. That wind causes calamitous phenomena of many kinds and produces roaring sounds in the firmament. It is known by the name of Vivaha. The sixth wind bears all celestial waters in the firmament and prevents them from falling down. Sustaining the sacred waters of the celestial Ganga, that wind blows, preventing them from having a downward course. Obstructed by that wind from a distance, the sun, which is really the source of 1,000 rays, and which enlightens the world, appears as a luminous body of but one ray. Through the action of that wind, the moon, after waning, wanes again till he displays his full disk. That wind is known, O foremost of ascetics, by the name Parivaha. That wind which takes away the life of all living creatures when the proper hour comes, whose track is followed by death and Surya's son Yama, which becomes the source of that immortality which is attained by yogins of subtle sight who are always engaged in yoga meditation, by whose aid the thousands of grandsons of Deksha, that lord of creatures, by his 10 sons, succeeded in days of old in attaining to the ends of the universe, whose touch enables one to attain to emancipation by freeing oneself from the obligation of returning. So the world, that wind, is called by the name of Paravaha. The foremost of all winds, it is incapable of being resisted by anybody. Wonderful are these winds, all of whom are the sons of Dithi. Capable of going everywhere and upholding all things, they blow all around thee without being attached to thee at any time. This, however, is exceedingly wonderful, viz., that this foremost of mountains should thus be suddenly shaken by that wind which has begun to blow. This wind is the breath of Vishnu's nostrils. When urged forth with speed, it begins to blow with great force, at which the whole universe becomes agitated. Hence, when the wind begins to blow with violence, persons conversant with the Vedas do not recite the Vedas. The Vedas are a form of wind. If uttered with force, the external wind becomes tortured. Having said these words, the puissant son of Parasarav bade his son, when the wind had ceased, to go on with his Vedic recitation. He then left that spot for plunging into the waters of the celestial Ganga. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 330. Bhishma said, after Vyasa had left the spot, Narada, traversing through the sky, came to Sukha employed in studying the scriptures. The celestial rishi came for the object of asking Sukha the meaning of certain portions of the Vedas. Beholding the celestial rishi Narada arrived at his retreat, Sukha worshipped him by offering him the aragya according to the rites laid down in the Vedas. Pleased with the honors bestowed upon him, Narada addressed Sukha, saying, "Tell me, O foremost of righteous persons, by what means, O dear child, may I accomplish what is for thy highest good?" Hearing these words of Narada, Sukha said unto him, "O Bharata, these words, it behoveth thee to instruct me in respect of that which may be beneficial to me." Narada said, "In days of yore the illustrious Sanat Kumara had said these words unto certain rishis of cleansed souls that had repaired to him for inquiring after the truth. There is no eye like that of knowledge. There is no penance like renunciation. Abstention from sinful acts, steady practice of righteousness, good conduct, the due observance of all religious duties, these constitute the highest good. Having obtained the status of humanity which is fraught with sorrow, he that becomes attached to it becomes stupefied. Such a man never succeeds in emancipating himself from sorrow. Attachment to things of the world is an indication of sorrow. The understanding of person that is attached to worldly things becomes more and more enmeshed in the net of stupefaction. The man who becomes enmeshed in the net of stupefaction attains to sorrow, both here and hereafter. One should, by every means in one's power, restrain both desire and wrath if one seeks to achieve what is for one's good. Those two, viz., desire and wrath, arise for only destroying one's good. One should always protect one's penances from wrath, and one's prosperity from pride. One should always protect one's knowledge from honor and dishonor, and one's soul from error. Compassion is the highest virtue. Forgiveness is the highest might. The knowledge of self is the highest knowledge. There is nothing higher than truth. It is always proper to speak the truth. It is better again to speak what is beneficial than to speak what is true. I hold that that is truth which is fraught with the greatest benefit in all creatures. That man is said to be truly learned and truly possessed of wisdom who abandons every act, who never indulges in hope, who is completely dissociated from all worldly surroundings, and who has renounced everything that appertains to the world. That person who, without being attached thereto, enjoys all objects of sense with the aid of senses that are completely under his control, who is possessed of a tranquil soul, who is never moved by joy of sorrow, who is engaged in yoga meditation, who lives in companionship with the deities presiding over his senses and dissociated also from them, and who, though endued with a body, never regards himself as identifiable with it, becomes emancipated and very soon attains to that which is highest good. One who never sees others, never touches others, never talks with others, soon, O ascetic, attains to what is for one's highest good. One should not injure any creature. On the other hand, one should conduct oneself in perfect friendliness towards all. Having obtained the status of humanity, one should never behave inimically towards any being. A complete disregard for all worldly things, perfect contentments, abandonment of hope of every kind, and patience, these constitute the highest good of one that has subjugated one's senses and acquired a knowledge of self. Casting off all attachments, O child, do thou subjugate all thy senses, and by that means attain to felicity both here and hereafter. They that are free from cupidity have never to suffer any sorrow. One should, therefore, cast off all cupidity from one's soul. By casting off cupidity, O amiable and blessed one, thou shalt be able to free thyself from sorrow and pain. One who wishes to conquer that which is unconquerable should live devoting oneself to penances, to self-restraint, to taciturnity, to a subjugation of the soul. Such a person should live in the midst of attachments without being attached to them. That Brahmana who lives in the midst of attachments without being attached to them and who always lives in seclusion, very soon attains to the highest felicity. That man who lives in happiness by himself in the midst of creatures who are seen to take delight in leading lives of sexual union should be known to be a person whose thirst has been slaked by knowledge. It is well known that that man whose thirst has been slaked by knowledge has never to indulge in grief. One attains to the status of the deities by means of good acts, to the status of humanity by means of acts that are good and bad, while by acts that are purely wicked, one helplessly falls down among the lower animals. Always assailed by sorrow and decrepitude and death, a living creature is being cooked in this world, in the cauldron of time. Dost thou not know it? Thou frequently regardest that to be beneficial which is really injurious, that to be certain which is really uncertain, and that to be desirable and good which is undesirable and not good. Alas, why dost thou not awake to a correct apprehension of these? Like a silkworm that ensconces itself in its own cocoon, thou art continually ensconcing thyself in a cocoon made of thy own innumerable acts born of stupefaction and error. Alas, why chest thou not awake to a correct apprehension of thy situation? No need of attaching thyself to things of this world. Attachment to worldly objects is productive of evil. The silkworm that weaves a cocoon round itself is at last destroyed by its own act. Those persons that become attached to sons and spouses and relatives meet with destruction at last, even as wild elephants sunk in the mire of a lake are gradually weakened till overtaken by death. Behold, all creatures that suffer themselves to be dragged by the net of affection become subject to great grief, even as fishes on land, dragged thereto by means of large nets. Relatives, sons, spouses, the body itself, and all one's possessions stored with care, are unsubstantial and prove of no service in the next world. Only acts, good and bad, that one does, follow one to the other world. When it is certain that thou shalt have to go helplessly to the other world, leaving behind thee all these things, alas, why dost thou then suffer thyself to be attached to such unsubstantial things of no value, without attending to that which constitutes thy real and durable wealth? The path which thou shalt have to travel through is without resting places of any kind, in which to take rest. There is no support along that way which one may catch for upholding oneself. The country through which it passes is unknown and undiscovered. It is, again, enveloped in thick darkness. Alas, how shalt thou proceed along that way without equipping thyself with the necessary expenses? When thou shalt go along that road, nobody will follow thee behind. Only thy acts, good and bad, will follow behind thee when thou shalt depart from this world for the next. One seeks one's object of objects by means of learning, acts, purity, both external and internal, and great knowledge. When that foremost of objects is attained, one becomes freed from rebirth. The desire that one feels for living in the midst of human habitations is like a binding cord. They that are of good acts succeed in tearing that bond and freeing themselves. Only risen of wicked deeds do not succeed in breaking them. The river of life, or the world, is terrible. Personal beauty or form constitutes its banks. The mind is the speed of its current. Touch forms its island. Taste constitutes its current. Scent is its mire. Sound is its waters. That particular part of it which leads towards heaven is attended with great difficulties. Body is the boat by which one must cross that river. Forgiveness is the oar by which it is to be propelled. Truth is the ballast that is to steady that boat. The practice of righteousness is the string that is to be attached to the mast for dragging that boat along difficult waters. Charity of gift constitutes the wind that urges the sails of that boat. Endued with swift speed, it is with that boat that one must cross the river of life. Cast off both virtue and vice, and truth and falsehood. Having cast off truth and falsehood, do thou cast off that by which these are to be cast off. By casting off all purpose, do thou cast off virtue, do thou cast off sin also by casting off all desire. With the aid of the understanding, do thou cast off truth and falsehood, and, at last, do thou cast off the understanding itself by knowledge of the highest topic, viz., the Supreme Soul. Do thou cast off this body having bones for its pillars, sinews for its binding strings and cords, flesh and blood for its outer plaster, the skin for its outer case, full of urine and feces, and, therefore, emitting a foul smell, exposed to the assaults of decrepitude and sorrow, forming the seat of disease and weakened by pain, possessed of the attribute of rajas and predominance, not permanent or durable, and which serves as the temporary habitation of the indwelling creature. This entire universe of matter, and that which is called Mahat or Buddhi, are made up of the 5 great elements. That which is called Mahat is due to the action of the Supreme. The 5 senses, the 3 attributes of tamas, sattva, and rajas, these, together with those which have been mentioned before, constitute a tale of 17. These 17, which are known by the name of the unmanifest, with all those that are called manifest, viz., the 5 objects of the 5 senses, that is to say, form, taste, sound, touch, and scent, with consciousness and the understanding, form the well-known tale of 4 and 20. When endued with these 4 and 20 possessions, one comes to be called by the name of Jiva, or Puman. He who knows the aggregate of 3, viz., religion, wealth, and pleasure, as also happiness and sorrow and life and death, truly and in all their details, is said to know growth and decay. Whatever objects exist of knowledge should be known gradually, one after another. All objects that are apprehended by the senses are called manifest. Whatever objects transcend the senses and are apprehended by means only of their indications are said to be unmanifest. By restraining the senses, one wins great gratification, even like a thirsty and parched traveler at a delicious shower of rain. Having subjugated the senses, one beholds one's soul spread out for embracing all objects, and all objects in one's soul. Having its roots in knowledge, the puissance is never lost of the man who, thus, beholds the supreme in his soul of the man, that is to say, who always beholds all creatures in all conditions in his own soul. He who by the aid of knowledge transcends all kinds of pain born of error and stupefaction never catches any evil by coming into contact with all creatures. Such a man, his understanding being fully displayed, never finds fault with the course of conduct that prevails in the world. One conversant with emancipation says that the Supreme Soul is without beginning and without end, that it takes birth as all creatures, that it resides, as a witness, in the Jiva Soul, that it is inactive and without form. Only that man who meets with grief in consequence of his own misdeeds slays numerous creatures for the purpose of warding off that grief. In consequence of such sacrifices, the performers have to attain to rebirths and have necessarily to perform innumerable acts on every side. Such a man, blinded by error, and regarding that to be felicity which is really a source of grief, is continually rendered unhappy, even like a sick person that eats food that is improper. Such a man is pressed and grinded by his acts like any substance that is churned. Bound by his acts, he obtains rebirth, the order of his life being determined by the nature of his acts. Suffering many kinds of torture, he travels in a repeated round of rebirths, even like a wheel that turns ceaselessly. Thou, however, hast cut through all thy bonds. Thou abstainest from all acts. Possessed of omniscience and the master of all things, let success be thine, and do thou become freed from all existent objects. Through subjugation of their senses and the power of their penances, many persons, in days of yore, having destroyed the bonds of action, attained to high success and uninterrupted felicity. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 331. Narada said, by listening to such scriptures as are blessed, as bring about tranquility, as dispel grief, and as are productive of happiness, one attains to a pure understanding, and having attained to it obtains to high felicity. 1,000 causes of sorrow, 100 causes of fear, from day to day, afflict one that is destitute of understanding, but not one that is possessed of wisdom and learning. Do thou, therefore, listen to some old narratives as I recite them to you, for the object of dispelling thy griefs. If one can subjugate one's understanding, one is sure to attain to happiness. By association of what is undesirable and dissociation from what is agreeable, only men of little intelligence become subject to mental sorrow of every kind. When things have become past, one should not grieve, thinking of their merits. He that thinks of such past things with affection can never emancipate himself. One should always seek to find out the faults of those things to which one begins to become attached. One should always regard such things to be fraught with much evil. By doing so, one should soon free oneself therefrom. The man who grieves for what is past fails to acquire either wealth or religious merit or fame. That which exists no longer cannot be obtained. When such things pass away, they do not return, however keen the regret one may indulge in for their sake. Creatures sometimes acquire and sometimes lose worldly object. No man in this world can be grieved by all the events that fall upon him. Dead or lost, he who grieves for what is past only gets sorrow for sorrow. Instead of one sorrow, he gets two. Those men who, beholding the course of life and death in the world with the aid of their intelligence, do not shed tears, are said to behold properly. Such persons have never to shed tears at anything that may happen. When any such calamity comes, productive of either physical or mental grief, as is incapable of being warded off by even one's best efforts, one should cease to reflect on it with sorrow. This is the medicine for sorrow, viz., not to think of it. By thinking of it, one can never dispel it. On the other hand, by thinking upon sorrow, one only enhances it. Mental griefs should be killed by wisdom, while physical grief should be dispelled by medicines. This is the power of knowledge. One should not, in such matters, behave like men of little understandings. Youth, beauty, life, stored wealth, health, association with those that are loved, these all are exceedingly transitory. One possessed of wisdom should never covet them. One should not lament individually for a sorrowful occurrence that concerns an entire community. Instead of indulgence in it when grief comes, one should seek to avert it and apply a remedy as soon as one sees the opportunity for doing it. There is no doubt that in this life the measure of misery is much greater than that of happiness. There is no doubt in this that all men show attachment for objects of the senses, and that death is regarded as disagreeable. That man who casts off both joy and sorrow is said to attain to Brahma. When such a man departs from this world, men of wisdom never indulge in any sorrow on his account. In spending wealth there is pain. In protecting it there is pain. In acquiring it there is pain. Hence, when one's wealth meets with destruction, one should not indulge in any sorrow for it. Men of little understanding, attaining to different grades of wealth, fail to win contentment and at last perish in misery. Men of wisdom, however, are always contented. All combinations are destined to end in dissolution. All things that are high are destined to fall down and become low. Union is sure to end in disunion. Anti-life is certain to end in death. Thirst is unquenchable. Contentment is the highest happiness. Hence, persons of wisdom regard contentment to be the most precious wealth. One's allotted period of life is running continually. It stops not in its course for even a single moment. When one's body itself is not durable, what other thing is there, in this world, that one should reckon as durable? Those persons who, reflecting on the nature of all creatures and concluding that it is beyond the grasp of the mind, turn their attention to the highest path, and, setting out, achieve a fair progress in it, have not to indulge in sorrow. Like a tiger seizing and running away with its prey, death seizes and runs away with the man that is employed in such unprofitable occupation and that is still unsatiated with objects of desire and enjoyment. One should always seek to emancipate oneself from sorrow. One should seek to dispel sorrow by beginning one's operations with cheerfulness, that is, without indulging in sorrow the while. Having freed oneself from a particular sorrow, one should act in such a way as to keep sorrow at a distance by abstaining from all faults of conduct. The rich and the poor alike find nothing in sound and touch and form and scent and taste after the immediate enjoyment thereof. Before union, creatures are never subject to sorrow. Hence, one that has not fallen off from one's original nature never indulges in sorrow when that union comes to an end. One should restrain one's sexual appetite and the stomach with the aid of patience. One should protect one's hands and feet with the aid of the eye. One's eyes and ears and the other senses should be protected by the mind. One's mind and speech should be ruled with the aid of wisdom. Casting off love and affection for persons that are known as well as for those that are unknown, one should conduct oneself with humility. Such a person is said to be possessed of wisdom, and such a one surely finds happiness. That man who is pleased with his own soul, who is devoted to yoga, who depends upon nothing out of self, who is without cupidity, and who conducts himself without the assistance of anything but his self, succeeds in attaining to felicity. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 332. Narada said, when the vicissitudes of happiness and sorrow appear or disappear, the transitions are incapable of being prevented by either wisdom or policy or exertion. Without allowing oneself to fall away from one's true nature, one should strive one's best for protecting one's own self. He who betakes himself to such care and exertion has never to languish. Regarding self as something dear, one should always seek to rescue oneself from decrepitude, death, and disease. Mental and physical diseases afflict the body, like keen-pointed shafts shot from the bow by a strong bowman. The body of a person that is tortured by thirst, that is agitated by agony, that is perfectly helpless, and that is desirous of prolonging his life, is dragged towards destruction. Days and nights are ceaselessly running, bearing away in their current the periods of life of all human beings. Like currents of rivers, these flow ceaselessly without ever turning back. The ceaseless succession of the lighted and the dark fortnights is wasting all mortal creatures without stopping for even a moment in this work. Rising and setting day after day, the sun, who is himself undecaying, is continually cooking the joys and sorrows of all men. The nights are ceaselessly going away, taking with them the good and bad incidents that befall man, that depend on destiny, and that are unexpected by him. If the fruits of man's acts were not dependent on other circumstances, then one would obtain whatever object one would desire. Even men of restrained senses, of cleverness, and of intelligence, if destitute of acts, never succeed in earning any fruits. Others, though destitute of intelligence and unendued with accomplishments of any kind, and who are really the lowest of men, are seen, even when they do not long after success, to be crowned with the fruition of all their desires. Someone else, who is always ready to do acts of injury to all creatures, and who is engaged in deceiving all the world, is seen to wallow in happiness. Someone that sits idly obtains great prosperity, while another, by exerting earnestly, is seen to miss desirable fruits almost within his reach. Do thou ascribe it as one of the faults of man? The vital seed, originating in one's nature from sight of one person, goes to another person. When imparted to the womb, it sometimes produces an embryo and sometimes fails. When sexual congress fails, it resembles a mango tree that puts forth a great many flowers without, however, producing a single fruit. As regards some men who are desirous of having offspring and who, for the fruition of their object, strive heartily, by worshipping diverse deities, they fail to procreate an embryo in the womb. Some person, again, who fears the birth of an embryo as one fears a snake of virulent poison, finds a long-lived son born unto him, and who seems to be his own self come back to the stages through which he has passed. Many persons with ardent longing for offspring and cheerless on that account, after sacrificing to many deities and undergoing severe austerities, at last beget children, duly born for 10 long months, in the wombs of their spouses, that prove to be veritable wretches of their race. Others, who have been obtained through virtue of such blessed rites and observances, at once obtain wealth and grain and divers other sources of enjoyment earned and stored by their sires. In an act of congress, when two persons of opposite sexes come into contact with one another, the embryo takes birth in the womb, like a calamity afflicting the mother. Very soon after the suspension of the vital breaths, other physical forms possess that embodied creature whose gross body has been destroyed, but whose acts have all been performed with that gross body made of flesh and phlegm. Upon the dissolution of the body, another body, which is as much destructible as the one that is destroyed, is kept ready for the burnt and destroyed creature to migrate into, even as one boat goes to another for transferring to itself the passengers of the other. In consequence of an act of congress, a drop of the vital seed, that is inanimate, is cast into the womb. I ask thee, through whose or what care is the embryo kept alive? That part of the body into which the food that is eaten goes, and where it is digested, is the place where the embryo resides, but it is not digested there. In the womb, amid urine and feces, one's sojourn is regulated by nature. In the matter of residence therein or escape therefrom, the born creature is not a free agent. In fact, in these respects, he is perfectly helpless. Some embryos fall from the womb in an undeveloped state. Some come out alive and continue to live. While as regards some, they meet with destruction in the womb, after being quickened with life, in consequence of some other bodies being ready for them through the nature of their acts. That man who, in an act of sexual congress, injects the vital fluid, obtains from it a son or daughter. The offspring thus obtained, when the time comes, takes part in a similar act of congress. When the allotted period of a person's life is at its close, the 5 primal elements of his body attain to the 7th and the 9th stages and then cease to be. The person, however, undergoes no change. Without doubt, when persons are afflicted by diseases as little animals assailed by hunters, they then lose the powers of rising up and moving about. If when men are afflicted by diseases, they wish to spend even vast wealth, physicians with their best efforts fail to alleviate their pain. Even physicians that are well skilled and well up in their scriptures and well equipped with excellent medicines are themselves afflicted by disease like animals assailed by hunters. Even if men drink many astringents and diverse kinds of medicated ghee, they are seen to be broken by decrepitude like trees by strong elephants. When animals and birds and beasts of prey and poor men are afflicted by ailments, who treats them with medicines? Indeed, these are not seen to be ill. Like larger animals assailing smaller ones, ailments are seen to afflict even terrible kings of fierce energy and invincible prowess. All men, reft of the power of even uttering cries indicative of pain, and overwhelmed by error and grief, are seen to be borne away along the fierce current into which they have been thrown. Embodied creatures, even when seeking to conquer nature, are unable to conquer it with the aid of wealth, of sovereign power, or of the austerest penances. If all attempts men make were crowned with success, then men would never be subject to decrepitude, would never come upon anything disagreeable, and lastly would be crowned with fruition in respect of all their wishes. All men wish to attain to gradual superiority of position. To gratify this wish they strive to the best of their power. The result, however, does not agree with wish. Even men that are perfectly heedful, that are honest, and brave and endued with prowess, are seen to pay their adorations to men intoxicated with the pride of affluence and with even alcoholic stimulants. Some men are seen whose calamities disappear before even these are marked or noticed by them. Others there are who are seen to possess no wealth, but who are free from misery of every kind. A great disparity is observable in respect of the fruits that wait upon conjunctions of acts. Some are seen to bear vehicles on their shoulders, while some are seen to ride on those vehicles. All men are desirous of affluence and prosperity. A few only have cars, and elephants and steeds, dragged or walking in their processions. Some there are that fail to have a single spouse when their first wedded ones are dead, while others have hundreds of spouses to call their own. Misery and happiness are the two things that exist side by side. Men have either misery or happiness. Behold, this is a subject of wonder. Do not, however, suffer thyself to be stupefied by error at such a sight. Cast off both righteousness and sin. Cast off also truth and falsehood. Having cast off truth and falsehood, do thou then cast off that with whose aid thou shalt cast off the former. O best of rishis, I have now told thee that which is a great misery. With the aid of such instructions, the deities, who were all human beings, succeeded in leaving the earth for becoming the denizens of heaven. Hearing these words of Narada Sukha, endued with great intelligence and possessed of tranquility of mind, reflected upon the drift of the instructions he received, but could not arrive at any certainty of conclusion. He understood that one suffers great misery in consequence of the accession of children and spouses, that one has to undergo great labor for the acquisition of science and Vedic lore. He, therefore, asked himself, saying, "What is that situation which is eternal and which is free from misery of every kind, but in which there is great prosperity?" Reflecting for a moment upon the course ordained for him to run through, Sukha, who was well acquainted with the beginning and the end of all duties, resolved to attain to the highest end that is fraught with the greatest felicity. He questioned himself, saying, "How shall I, tearing all attachments and becoming perfectly free, attain to that excellent end. How, indeed, shall I attain to that excellent situation whence there is no return into the ocean of diverse kinds of birth? I desire to obtain that condition of existence whence there is no return. Casting off all kinds of attachments, arrived at certainty by reflection with the aid of the mind, I shall attain to that end. I shall attain to that situation in which thy soul will nave tranquility, and when I shall be able to dwell for eternity without being subject to decrepitude or change. It is, however, certain that that high end cannot be attained without the aid of yoga. One that has attained to the state of perfect knowledge and enlightenment never receives an accession of low attachments through acts. I shall, therefore, have recourse to yoga, and casting off this body which is my present residence, I shall transform myself into wind and enter that mass of effulgence which is represented by the sin. When Jiva enters that mass of effulgence, he no longer suffers like Shoma who, with the gods, upon the exhaustion of merit, falls down on the earth and having once more acquired sufficient merit returns to heavens. The moon is always seen to wane and once more wax. Seeing this waning and waxing that go on repeatedly, I do not wish to have a form of existence in which there are such changes. The sun warms all the worlds by means of his fierce rays. His disk never undergoes any diminution. Remaining unchanged, he drinks energy from all things. Hence, I desire to go into the sun of blazing effulgence. There I shall live, invincible by all, and in my inner soul freed from all fear, having cast off this body of mine in the solar region. With the great rishis I shall enter the unbearable energy of the sun. I declare unto all creatures, unto these trees, these elephants, these mountains, the earth herself, the several points of the compass, the Vulcan, the deities, the Danavas, the Gandharvas, the Pisachas, the Uragas, and the Rakshasas, that I shall, verily, enter all creatures in the world. Let all the gods with the rishis behold the prowess of my yoga today. Having said these words, Sukha informed Narada of worldwide celebrity of his intention. Obtaining Narada's permission, Sukha then proceeded to where his sire was. Arrived at his presence, the great Muni, viz., the high-souled and island-born Krishna, Sukha walked round him and addressed him the usual inquiries. Hearing of Sukha's intention, the high-souled rishi became highly pleased. Addressing him, the great rishi said, O son, O dear son, do thou stay here today so that I may behold thee for some time for gratifying my eyes. Sukha, however, was indifferent to that request. Freed from affection and all doubt, he began to think only of emancipation, and set his heart on the journey. Leaving his sire, that foremost of rishis then proceeded to the spacious breast of Kailasa, which was inhabited by crowds of ascetics crowned with success. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 333. Bhishma said, having ascended the summit of the mountain, O Bharata, the son of Vyasa sat down upon a level spot free from blades of grass and retired from the haunts of other creatures. Agreeably to the direction of the scriptures and to the ordinances laid down, that ascetic, conversant with the gradual order of the successive processes of yoga, held his soul first in one place and then in another, commencing from his feet and proceeding through all the limbs. Then when the sun had not risen long, Sukha sat, with his face turned eastwards, and hands and feet drawn in an humble attitude. In that spot where the intelligent son of Vyasa sat prepared to address himself to yoga, there were no flocks of birds, no sound, and no sight that was repulsive or terror-inspiring. He then beheld his own soul freed from all attachments. Beholding that highest of all things, he laughed in joy. He once more set himself prepared to yoga for attaining to the path of emancipation. Becoming the great master of yoga, he transcended the element of space. He then circumambulated the celestial rishi Narada, and represented unto that foremost of rishis the fact of his having addressed himself to the highest yoga. Sukha said, I have succeeded in beholding the path of emancipation, I have addressed myself to it. Blessed be thou, O thou of wealth of penances. I shall, through thy grace, O thou of great splendor, attain to an end that is highly desirable. Bhishma said, having received the permission of Narada, Sukha the son of the island-born Vyasa saluted the celestial rishi and once more set himself to yoga and entered the element of space. Ascending then from the breast of the Kailasa mountain, he soared into the sky. Capable of traversing through the welkin, the blessed Sukha of fixed conclusion then identified himself with the element of wind. As that foremost of regenerate ones, possessed of effulgence like that of Garuda, was traversing through the skies with the speed of the wind or thought, all creatures cast their eyes upon him. Endued with the splendor of fire or the sun, Sukha then regarded the three worlds in their entirety as one homogeneous Brahma, and proceeded along that path of great length. Indeed, all creatures mobile and immobile cast their eyes upon him as he proceeded with concentrated attention and a tranquil and fearless soul. All creatures, agreeably to the ordinance and according to their power, worshipped him with reverence. The denizens of heaven rained showers of celestial flowers upon him. Beholding him, all the tribes of Apsaras and Gandharvas became filled with wonder. The rishis also, that were crowned with success, became equally amazed. And they asked themselves, who is this one that has attained to success by his penances, with gaze withdrawn from his own body but turned upwards he is filling us all with pleasure by his glances, of highly righteous soul and celebrated throughout the three worlds. Sukha proceeded in silence, his face turned towards the east and gaze directed towards the sun. As he proceeded, he seemed to fill the entire welkin with an all-pervading noise. Beholding him coming in that way, all the tribes of the Apsaras, struck with awe, O king, became filled with amazement. Headed by Panchachuta and others, they looked at Sukha with eyes expanded by wonder. And they asked one another, saying, what deity is this one that has attained to such a high end? Without doubt, he comes hither, freed from all attachments and emancipated from all desires. Sukha then proceeded to the Malaya mountains where Urvasi and Purvachiti used to dwell always. Both of them, beholding the energy of the son of the great regenerate rishi, became filled with wonder. And they said, wonderful is this concentration of attention to yoga of a regenerate youth who was accustomed to the recitation and study of the Vedas. Soon will he traverse the entire welkin like the moon. It was by dutiful service and humble ministrations towards his sire that he acquired this excellent understanding. He is firmly attached to his sire, possessed of austere penances, and is very much loved by his sire. Alas, why has he been dismissed by his inattentive father to proceed, thus, along a way whence there is no return? Hearing these words of Urvasi, and attending to their import, Sukha, that foremost of all persons conversant with duties, cast his eyes on all sides, and once more beheld the entire welkin, the whole earth with her mountains and waters and forests, and also all the lakes and rivers. All the deities also of both sexes, joining their hands, paid reverence to the son of the island-born rishi, and gazed at him with wonder and respect. That foremost of all righteous men, Sukha, addressing all of them, said these words, if my sire follow me and repeatedly call after me by my name, do all of you together return him an answer for me. Moved by the affection all of you bear for me, do you accomplish this request of mine? Hearing these words of Sukha, all the points of the compass, all the forest, all the seas, all the rivers, and all the mountains, answered him from every side, saying, we accept thy command, O regenerate one. It shall be as thou sayest. It is in this way that we answer the words spoken by the rishi. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 334. Bhishma said, having spoken in this way, unto all things, the regenerate rishi of austere penances, viz., Sukha, stayed on his success, casting off the 4 kinds of faults. Casting off also the 8 kinds of tamas, he dismissed the 5 kinds of rajas. Endued with great intelligence, he then cast off the attribute of sattva. All this seemed exceedingly wonderful. He then dwelt in that eternal station that is destitute of attributes, freed from every indication, that is, and Brahma, blazing like a smokeless fire. Meteors began to shoot. The points of the compass seemed to be ablaze. The earth trembled. All those phenomena seemed exceedingly wonderful. The trees began to cast off their branches and the mountains their summits. Loud reports, as of thunder, were heard that seemed to rive the Himavat mountains. The sun seemed at that moment to be shorn of splendor. Fire refused to blaze forth. The lakes and rivers and seas were all agitated. Vasva poured showers of rain of excellent taste and fragrance. A pure breeze began to blow, bearing excellent perfumes. Sukha, as he proceeded through the welkin, beheld 2 beautiful summits, one belonging to Himavat and another to Meru. These were in close contact with each other. One of them was made of gold and was, therefore, yellow, the other was white, being made of silver. Each of them, O Bharata, was 100 yojanas in height and of the same measure in breadth. Indeed, as Sukha journeyed towards the north, he saw those 2 beautiful summits. With a fearless heart he dashed against those 2 summits that were united with each other. Unable to bear the force, the summits were suddenly rent in twain. The sight they thereupon presented, O monarch, was exceedingly wonderful to behold. Sukha pierced through those summits, for they were unable to stop his onward course. At this a loud noise arose in heaven, made by the denizens thereof. The Gandharvas and the Rishis also and others that dwelt in that mountain being rent in twain and Sukha passing through it. Indeed, O Bharata, a loud noise was heard everywhere at that moment, consisting of the words excellent, excellent. He was adored by the Gandharvas and the Rishis, by crowds of Yakshas and Rakshasas, and all tribes of the Vidyadharas. The entire firmament became strewn with celestial flowers showered from heaven at that moment when Sukha thus pierced through that impenetrable barrier, O monarch. The righteous-souled Sukha then beheld from a high region the celestial stream Mandakini of great beauty, running below through a region adorned by many flowering groves and woods. In these waters many beautiful apsaras were sporting. Beholding Sukha, who was bodiless, those unclad aerial beings felt shame. Learning that Sukha had undertaken his great journey, his sire Vyasa, filled with affection, followed him behind along the same aerial path. Meanwhile Sukha, proceeding through that region of the firmament that is above the region of the wind, displayed his yoga prowess and identified himself with Brahma. Adopting the subtle path of high yoga, Vyasa of austere penances reached within the twinkling of the eye that spot whence Sukha first undertook his journey. Proceeding along the same way, Vyasa beheld the mountain summit rent in twain and through which Sukha has passed. Encountering the island-born ascetic, the rishis began to represent to him the achievements of his son. Vyasa, however, began to indulge in lamentations, loudly calling upon his son by name and causing the 3 worlds to resound with the noise he made. Meanwhile, the righteous-souled Sukha, who had entered the elements, had become their soul and acquired omnipresence, answered his sire by uttering the monosyllable bo in the form of an echo. At this, the entire universe of mobile and immobile creatures, uttering the monosyllable bo, echoed the answer of Sukha. From that time to this, when sounds are uttered in mountain caves or on mountain breasts, the latter, as if in answer to Sukha, still echo them with the monosyllable bo. Having cast off all the attributes of sound, etc., and showing his yoga prowess in the manner of his disappearance, Sukha in this way attained to the highest station. Beholding the glory and puissance of his son of immeasurable energy, Vyasa sat down on the breast of the mountain and began to think of his son with grief. The Apsaras were sporting on the banks of the celestial stream Mandakini, seeing the rishi seated there, became all agitated with grave shame and lost heart. Some of them, to hide their nudity, plunged into the stream, and some entered the groves hard by, and some quickly took up their clothes, at beholding the rishi. None of them had betrayed any signs of agitation at sight of his son. The rishi, beholding these movements, understood that his son had been emancipated from all attachments, but that he himself was not freed therefrom. At this he became filled with both joy and shame. As Vyasa was seated there, the auspicious god Shiva, armed with Pinaka, surrounded on all sides by many deities and Gandharvas, and adored by all the great rishis, came thither. Consoling the island-born rishi who was burning with grief on account of his son, Mahadeva said these words unto him, Thou hadst formerly solicited from me a son possessed of the energy of fire, of water, of wind, and of space, procreated by thy penances. The son that was born unto thee was of that very kind. Proceeding from my grace, he was pure and full of Brahmanergy. He has attained to the highest end, an end which none can win that has not completely subjugated his senses, nor can be won by even any of the deities. Why then, O regenerate Rishi, dost thou grieve for that son? As long as the hills will last, as long as the ocean will last, so long will the fame of thy son endure undiminished. Through my grace, O great Rishi, thou shalt behold in this world a shadowy form resembling thy son, moving by the side and never deserting thee for a single moment. Thus favored by the illustrious Rudra himself, O Bharata, the Rishi beheld a shadow of his son by his side. He returned from that place, filled with joy at this. I have now told thee, O chief of Bharata's race, everything regarding the birth and life of Sukha about which thou hadst asked me. The celestial Rishi Narada and the great yogin Vyasa had repeatedly told all this to me in days of yore when the subject was suggested to him in course of conversation. That person devoted to tranquility hears this sacred history directly connected with the topic of emancipation is certain to attain to the highest end. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 335. Yudhishthira said, If a man be a householder or a brahmacharan, a forest recluse or a mendicant, and if he desires to achieve success, what deity should he adore? How can he certainly acquire heaven and attain that which is of the highest benefit, viz., emancipation? According to what ordinances should he perform the homa in honor of the gods and the pitris? What is the region to which one goes when one becomes emancipated? What is the essence of emancipation? What should one do so that one, having attained to heaven, would not have to fall down thence? Who is the deity of the deities? And who is the pitri of the pitris? Who is he that is superior to him? Who is the deity of the deities and the pitri of the pitris? Tell me all this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, O thou that art well acquainted with the art of questioning, this question that thou hast asked me, O sinless one, is one that touches a deep mystery. One cannot answer it with the aid of the science of argumentation, even if one were to strive for 100 years. Without the grace of Narayana, O king, or an accession of high knowledge, this question of thine is incapable of being answered. Connected though this topic be with a deep mystery, I shall yet, O slayer of foes, expound it to thee. In this connection is cited the old history of the discourse between Narada and the Rishi Narayana. I heard it from my sire that in the Krita age, O monarch, during the epoch of the self-born Manu, the eternal Narayana, the soul of the universe, took birth as the son of Dharma in a quadruple form, viz., as Nara, Narayana, Hari, and the self-create Krishna. Amongst them all, Narayana and Nara underwent the severest austerities by repairing to the Himalayan retreat known by the name of Vidari, by riding on their golden ears. Each of those cars was furnished with 8 wheels, and made up of the 5 primal elements, and looked exceedingly beautiful. Those original regents of the world who had taken birth as the sons of Dharma became exceedingly emaciated in person in consequence of the austerities they had undergone. Indeed, for those austerities and for their energy, the very deities were unable to look at them. Only that deity with whom they were propitiated could behold them. Without doubt, with his heart devoted to them, and impelled by a longing desire to behold them, Narada dropped down on Gandhamadana from a summit of the high mountains of Meru and wandered over all the world. Possessed of great speed, he at last repaired to that spot whereon was situated the retreat of Vidari. Impelled by curiosity, he entered that retreat at the hour of Naras and Narayanas, performing their daily rites. He said unto himself, "This is truly the retreat of that being in whom are established all the worlds, including the deities, the Asuras, the Gandharvas, the Kinnaras, and the great snakes." There was only one form of this great being before. That form took birth in 4 shapes for the expansion of the race of Dharma which have been reared by that deity. How wonderful it is that Dharma has thus been honored by these 4 great deities, viz., Nara, Narayana, and Hari and Krishna. In this spot Krishna and Hari dwelt formerly. The other 2, however, viz., Nara and Narayana, are now dwelling here engaged in penances for the object of enhancing their merit. These 2 are the highest refuge of the universe. What can be the nature of the daily rites these 2 perform? They are the sires of all creatures, and the illustrious deities of all beings. Endued with high intelligence, what is that deity whom these 2 worship? Who are those Pitris whom these 2 Pitris of all beings adore? Thinking of this in his mind, and filled with devotion towards Narayana, Narada suddenly appeared before those 2 gods. After those 2 deities had finished their adoration to their deities and the rishis, they looked at the celestial rishi arrived at their retreat. The latter was honored with those eternal rites that are ordained in the scriptures. Beholding that extraordinary conduct of the 2 original deities and themselves worshipping other deities and Pitris, the illustrious Rishi Narada took his seat there, well pleased with the honors he had received. With a cheerful soul he cast his eyes then on Narayana, and bowing unto Mahadeva he said these words. Narada said, "In the Vedas and the Puranas, in the Angas and the subsidiary Angas thou art sung with reverence, thou art unborn and eternal. Thou art the Creator. Thou art the Mother of the universe. Thou art the embodiment of immortality, and thou art the foremost of all things. The past and the future, indeed, the entire universe has been established on thee. The 4 modes of life, O Lord, having the domestic for their first, ceaselessly sacrifice to thee that art of diverse forms. Thou art the Father and the Mother and the eternal preceptor of the universe. We know not who is that deity or that Pitri unto whom thou art sacrificing today." The Holy One said, "This topic is one about which nothing should be said. It is an ancient mystery. Thy devotion to me is very great. Hence, O regenerate one, I shall discourse to thee on it agreeably to the truth. That which is minute, which is inconceivable, unmanifest, immobile, durable, destitute of all connection with the senses and the objects of the senses, that which is dissociated from the 5 elements, that is called the indwelling soul of all existent creatures. That is known by the name of Kshetrajna. Transcending the 3 attributes of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, that is regarded as Purusha in the scriptures. From him hath followed the unmanifest, O foremost of regenerate ones, possessed of the 3 attributes of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Though really unmanifest, she is called indestructible Prakriti and dwell in all manifest forms. Know that she is the source whence we too have sprung. That all-pervading soul, which is made up of all existent and non-existent things, is adored by us. Even he is what we worship in all those rites that we perform in honor of the deities and the pitris. There is no higher deity or pitri than he. O regenerate one, he should be known as our soul. It is him that we worship. This course of duties followed by men has, O regenerate one, been promulgated by him. It is his ordinance that we should duly perform all the rites laid down in respect of the deities and the pitris. Brahman, Stanu, Manu, Diksha, Brigu, Dharma, Yama, Marichi, Angiras, Atri, Pulasatya, Pulaha, Kratu, Vasishta, Parameshtai, Vivasvat, Shoma, he that has been called Kardama, Krota, Avak, and Krita, these 21 persons, called Prajapatis, were first born. All of them obeyed the eternal law of the Supreme God, observing all the rites and detail that were ordained in honor of the deities and the pitris. All those foremost of regenerate persons acquired all those objects which they sought. The incorporeal denizens of heaven itself bow to that supreme deity, and through his grace they attain to those fruits and that end which he ordains for them. This is the settled conclusion of the scriptures, that these persons freed from these 7 and 10 attributes, viz., the 5 senses of knowledge, the 5 senses of action, the 5 vital breaths, and mind and understanding, who have cast off all acts, and are divested of the 5 and 10 elements which constitute the gross body, are said to be emancipate. That which the emancipate attain to as their ultimate end is called by the name of Kshatrajna. He is regarded, in the scriptures, as both possessed of and free from all the attributes. He can be apprehended by knowledge alone. We too have sprung from him. Knowing him in that way, we adore that eternal soul of all things. The Vedas and all the modes of life, though characterized by divergences of opinion, all worship him with devotion. It is he who, speedily moved to grace, confers on them high ends fraught with felicity. Those persons in this world who, filled with his spirit, become fully and conclusively devoted to him, attain to ends that are much higher, for they succeed in entering him and becoming merged in his self. I have now, O Narada, discoursed to thee on what is high mystery, moved by the love I bear to thee for thy devotion to me. Indeed, in consequence of that devotion which thou professest towards me, thou hast succeeded in listening to this my discourse. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 336. Bhishma said, addressed by Narayana, that foremost of beings, in these words, Narada, the foremost of men, then said these words unto Narayana for the good of the world. Narada said, let that object be accomplished for which thou, O self-born being, hast taken birth in 4 forms in the house of Dharma. I shall now repair to the White Island, for beholding thy original nature. I always worship my seniors. I have never divulged the secrets of others. O Lord of the universe, I have studied the Vedas with care. I have undergone austere penances. I have never spoken an untruth. As ordained in the scriptures, I have always protected the 4 that should be protected. I have always behaved equally towards friends and foes. Wholly and conclusively devoted to him, that first of deities, viz. the Supreme Soul, I incessantly adore him. Having cleansed my soul by these acts of special merit, why shall I not succeed in obtaining a sight of that infinite Lord of the universe, hearing these words of Parameshthai's son, Narayana, that protector of the scriptures, dismissed him, saying, Go, O Narada. Before dismissing him, however, the great deity worshipped the celestial rishi with those rites and ceremonies which have been laid down in the scriptures by himself. Narada also gave due honors to the ancient rishi Narayana. After such honors had been mutually given and received, the son of Parameshtai departed from that spot. Endued with high yoga puissance, Narada suddenly soared into the firmament and reached the summit of the mountains of Meru. Proceeding to a retired spot on that summit, the great ascetic took rest for a short while. He then cast his eyes towards the northwestern direction and beheld an exceedingly wonderful sight. Towards the north, in the ocean of milk, there is a large island named the White Island. The learned say that its distance from the mountains of Meru is greater than 230,000 yojanas. The denizens of that realm have no senses. They live without taking food of any kind. Their eyes are winkless. They always emit excellent perfumes. Their complexions are white. They are cleansed from every sin. They blast the eyes of those sinners that look at them. Their bones and bodies are as hard as thunder. They regard honor and dishonor in the same light. They all look as if they are of celestial origin. Besides, all of them are endued with auspicious marks and great strength. Their heads seem to be like umbrellas. Their voices are deep like that of the clouds. Each of them has 4 mushkas. The soles of their feet are marked by hundreds of lines. They have 60 teeth, all of which are white and large, and 8 smaller ones. They have many tongues. With those tongues they seem to lick the very sun, whose face is turned towards every direction. Indeed, they seem to be capable of devouring that deity from whom hath sprung the entire universe, the Vedas, the deities, and the Munis wedded to the attribute of tranquility. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, thou hast said that those beings have no senses, that they do not eat anything for supporting their lives, that their eyes are winkless, and that they always emit excellent perfumes. I ask, how are they born? What also is the superior end to which they attain? O chief of Bharata's race, are the indications of those men that become emancipate the same as those by which the denizens of the White Island are distinguished? Do thou dispel my doubts? The curiosity I feel is very great. Thou art the repository of all histories and discourses. As regards ourselves, we entirely depend on thee for knowledge and instruction. Bhishma continued, This narrative, O monarch, which I have heard from my sire, is extensive. I shall now recite it to thee. Indeed, it is regarded as the essence of all narratives. There was, in times past, a king on earth of the name of Uparikara. He was known to be the friend of Indra, the chief of the celestials. He was devoted to Narayana, known also by the name of Hari. He was observant of all the duties laid down in the scriptures. Ever devoted to his sire, he was always heedful and ready for action. He won the sovereignty of the world in consequence of a boon he had obtained from Narayana. Following the Satwata ritual that had been declared in days of yore by Surya himself, King Uparikara used to worship the god of gods, Narayana, and when his worship was over, he used to adore, with what remained, the grandsire of the universe. After worshipping the grandsires, Pitris, he worshipped the Brahmanas. He then divided the offerings among those that were dependent on him. With what remained after serving those, the king satisfied his own hunger. Devoted to truth, the monarch abstained from doing any injury to any creature. With his whole soul, the king was devoted to that god of gods, viz., Janardana, who is without beginning and middle and end, who is the creator of the universe, and who is without deterioration of any kind. Beholding the devotion to Narayana of that slayer of foes, the divine chief of the celestials himself shared with him his own seat and bed. His kingdom and wealth and spouses and animals were all regarded by him as obtained from Narayana. He, therefore, offered all his possessions to that great deity. Adopting the Satwata ritual, King Uparikara, with concentrated soul, used to discharge all his sacrificial acts and observances, both optional and obligatory. In the place of that illustrious king, many foremost Brahmanas, well conversant with the Pancaratra ritual, used to eat before all others the food offered to the god Narayana. As long as that slayer of foes continued to rule this kingdom righteously, no untruth ever escaped his lips, and no evil thought ever entered his mind. With his limbs he never committed even the slightest sin. The 7 celebrated rishis, viz., Marichi, Atri, Angiras, Pulasatya, Pulaha, Kratu, and Vasishta of great energy, who came to be known by the name of Chitrasikandans, uniting together on the breast of that foremost of mountains, viz., Meru, promulgated an excellent treatise on duties and observances that was consistent with the 4 Vedas. The contents of that treatise were uttered by 7 mouths, and constituted the best compendium of human duties and observances. Known, as already stated, by the name of Chitrasikandans, those 7 rishis constitute the 7 pravriti elements of Mahat, Ahankara, etc., and the self-born Manu, who is the 8th in the enumeration, constituted original Prakriti. These 8 uphold the universe, and it was these 8 that promulgated the treatise adverted to. With their senses and minds under complete control, and ever devoted to yoga, these 8 ascetics, with concentrated souls, are fully conversant with the past, the present, and the future, and are devoted to the religion of truth. This is good, this is Brahma, this is highly beneficial, reflecting in their minds in this way. Those rishis created the worlds, and the science of morality and duty that governs those worlds. In that treatise the authors discoursed on religion and wealth and pleasure, and subsequently on emancipation also. They also laid down in it the various restrictions and limitations intended for the earth as also for heaven. They composed that treatise after having worshipped with penances the puissant and illustrious Narayana, called also Hari, for 1,000 celestial years, in company with many other rishis. Gratified with their penances and worship, Narayana commanded the goddess of speech, viz. Sarasvati, to enter into the person of those rishis. The goddess, for the good of the worlds, did what she was ordered. In consequence of the entrance of the goddess of speech into their persons, those rishis, well conversant with penances, succeeded in composing that foremost of treatises in respect of vocables, import, and reason. Having composed that treatise sanctified with the syllable Om, the rishis first of all read it to Narayana, who became highly pleased with what he heard. The foremost of all beings then addressed those rishis in an incorporeal voice and said, "Excellent is this treatise that ye have composed, consisting of 100,000 verses. The duties and observances of all the worlds will flow from this your work. In complete accordance with the 4 Vedas, viz., the Yajeshas, the Samans, and the Atharvans of Angiras, the treatise of yours will be an authority in all the worlds in respect of both pravriti and nivritti. Agreeably to the authority of the scriptures, I have created Brahman from the attribute of grace, Rudra from my wrath, and yourselves, ye Brahmanas, as representing the pravriti elements of Mahat, Ahankara, etc., Surya, and Chandramadhavs, wind, and earth, and water, and fire, all the stars and planets and constellations, all else that is called by the name of creatures, and utterers of Brahma, or the Vedas. They all live and act in their respective spheres, and are all respected as authorities. Even this treatise that ye have composed shall be regarded by all persons in the same light, viz., as a work of the highest authority. This is my command. Guided by this treatise, the self-born Manu himself will declare to the world its course of duties and observances. When Usanas and Vrahaspati will arise, they also will promulgate their respective treatises on morality and religion, guided by and quoting from this your treatise. after the publication of his treatise by the self-born Manu, and of that by Usanas, and after the publication of the treatise also by Vrahaspati, this science composed by you will be acquired by King Vasu, otherwise known by the name of Uparikara. Indeed, ye foremost of regenerate ones, that king will acquire this knowledge of this work from Vrahaspati. That king, filled with all good thoughts, will become deeply devoted to me. Guided by this treatise, he will accomplish all his religious acts and observances. Verily, this treatise composed by you will be the foremost of all treatises on morality and religion. Possessed of the excellence, this treatise is fraught with instructions for acquiring both wealth and religious merit, and is full of mysteries. In consequence of the promulgation of this treatise of yours, ye will be progenitors of an extensive race. King Uparikara also will become endued with greatness and prosperity. Upon the death, however, of that king, this eternal treatise will disappear from the world. I tell you all this, having said these words unto all those rishis, the invisible Narayana left them and proceeded to some place that was not known to them. Then those sires of the world, those rishis that bestowed their thoughts on the ends pursued by the world, duly promulgated that treatise which is the eternal origin of all duties and observances. Subsequently, when Vrahaspati was born in Angiras' race in the first or the Krita age, those 7 rishis charged him with the task of promulgating their treatise, which was consistent with the Upanishads and the several branches of the Vedas. They themselves, who were upholders of the universe and the first promulgators of duties and religious observances, then proceeded to the place they chose, resolved to devote themselves to penances. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 337. Bhishma said, Then upon the expiration of the great Kalpa, when the celestial Purohita Vrahaspati was born in the race of Angiras, all the deities became very happy. The words Vrihat, Brahma, and Mahat all bear the same sense. The celestial Purohita, O king, came to be called Vrahaspati because he was endued with all these attributes. King Uparikara, otherwise called Vasu, became a disciple of Vrahaspati and soon became the foremost of his disciples. Admitted as such, he began to study at the feet of his preceptor that science which was composed by the 7 rishis who were, otherwise, known by the name of Chitrasekandins. With soul cleansed from all sorts of evil by sacrifices and other religious rites, he ruled the earth like Indra ruling the heaven. The illustrious king performed a great horse sacrifice in which his preceptor Vrahaspati became the Hota. The sons of Prajapati, Brahman, themselves, viz., Ektha, Dvita, and Trita, became the Sadasyas in that sacrifice. There were others also who became Sadasyas in that sacrifice, viz., Dhanusha, Ravya, Arvavesu, Parvavesu, the Rishi Medhatithi, the great Rishi Tandya, the blessed Rishi Santi, otherwise called Vedasiras, the foremost of rishis, viz., Kapila, who was the father of Salihotra, the first Kalpa, Tatiri the elder brother of Vaisampayana, Kanwa, and Devahotra, and all forming 16. In that great sacrifice, O monarch, all the requisite articles were collected. No animals were slain in it. The king had ordained it so. He was full of compassion. Of pure and liberal mind, he had cast off all desires, and was well conversant with all rites. The requisites of that sacrifice all consisted of the products of the wilderness. The ancient god of gods, viz., Hari, became highly gratified with the king on account of that sacrifice. Incapable of being seen by anyone else, the great god showed himself to his worshipper. Excepting by taking its scent, the share offered to him, he himself took up the Puradesa. The great god took up the offerings without being seen by anyone. At this, Vrahaspati became angry. Taking up the ladle, he hurled it with violence at the sky, and began to shed tears in wrath. Addressing King Uparikara, he said, "Here, I place this as Narayana's share of the sacrificial offerings. Without doubt, he shall take it before my eyes." Yudhishthira said, "In the great sacrifice of Uparikara, all the deities appeared in their respective forms for taking their shares of the sacrificial offerings and were seen by all. Why is it that the puissant Hari only acted otherwise by invisibly taking his share?" Bhishma continued, "When Vrihaspati gave way to wrath, the great king Vasu and all his Sadasyas sought to pacify the great Rishi. With cool heads, all of them addressed Vrihaspati, saying, 'It behoveth thee not to give way to anger. In this Krita age, this anger to which thou hast given way should not be the characteristic of anyone. The great deity for whom the share of the sacrificial offerings was designed by thee is himself free from anger. He is incapable of being seen either by ourselves or by thee, O Vrihaspati. Only he can see him to whom he becomes gracious." Then the rishis Ektha, Dvita, and Trita, who were well conversant with the science of morality and duties compiled by the 7 rishis, addressed that conclave and began the following narration: "We are the sons of Brahman, begotten by a fiat of his will, and not in the ordinary way. Once on a time we repaired to the north for obtaining what is for our highest good. Having undergone penances for thousands of years and acquired great ascetic merit, we again stood on only one foot like fixed stakes of wood. The country where we underwent the austerest of penances lies to the north of the mountains of Meru and on the shores of the ocean of milk. The object we had in mind was how to behold the divine Narayana in his own form. Upon the completion of our penances, and after we had performed the final ablutions, an incorporeal voice was heard by us, O puissant Vrihaspati, at once deep as that of the clouds and exceedingly sweet and filling the heart with joy. The voice said, 'Ye Brahmanas, well have ye performed these penances with cheerful souls. Devoted unto Narayana, ye seek to know how ye may succeed in beholding that God of great puissance. On the northern shores of the ocean of milk there is an island of great splendor called by the name of White Island. The men that inhabit that island have complexions as white as the rays of the moon and that are devoted to Narayana. Worshippers of that foremost of all beings, they are devoted to him with their whole souls. They all enter that eternal and illustrious deity of 1,000 rays. They are divested of senses. They do not subsist on any kind of food. Their eyes are winkless. Their bodies always emit a fragrance. Indeed, the denizens of White Island believe and worship only one God. Go thither, ye ascetics, for there I have revealed myself." All of us, hearing these incorporeal words, proceeded by the way indicated to the country described. Eagerly desirous of beholding him and our hearts full of him, we arrived at last at that large island called White Island. Arrived there, we could see nothing. Indeed, our vision was blinded by the energy of the great deity, and accordingly we could not see him. At this, the idea, due to the grace of the great God himself, arose in our minds that one that had not undergone sufficient penances could not speedily behold Narayana. Under the influence of this idea, we once more set ourselves to the practice of some severe austerities, suited to the time and place, for 100 years. Upon the completion of our vows, we beheld a number of men of auspicious features. All of them were white and looked like the moon in color and possessed of every mark of blessedness. Their hands were always joined in prayer. The faces of some were turned towards the north and of some towards the east. They were engaged in silently thinking on Brahma. The yapa performed by those high-souled persons was a mental yapa and did not consist of the actual recitation of any mantras and words. In consequence of their hearts having been entirely set upon him, Hari became highly pleased with them. The effulgence that was emitted by each of those men resembled, O foremost of ascetics, the splendors which Surya assumes when the time comes for the dissolution of the universe. Indeed, we thought that island was the home of all energy. All the inhabitants were perfectly equal in energy. There was no superiority or inferiority there among them. We then suddenly beheld once more a light arise that seemed to be the concentrated effulgence of 1,000 suns over Haspity. The inhabitants, assembling together, ran towards that light, with hands joined in reverential attitude, full of joy, and uttering the one word namas, we bow thee. We then heard a very loud noise uttered by all of them together. It seemed that those men were employed in offering a sacrifice to the great God. As regards ourselves, we were suddenly deprived of our senses by his energy. Deprived of vision and strength and all the senses, we could not see or feel anything. We only heard a loud volume of sound uttered by the assembled inhabitants. It said, "Victory to thee, O thou of eyes like lotus petals! Salutations to thee, O Creator of the universe! Salutations to thee, O Hrishikesa, O foremost of beings, O thou that art the firstborn!" Even this was the sound we heard, uttered distinctly and agreeably to the rules of orthoepy. Meanwhile, a breeze, fragrant and pure, blew, bearing perfumes of celestial flowers, and of certain herbs and plants that were of use on the occasion. Those men, endued with great devotion, possessed of hearts full of reverence, conversant with the ordinances laid down in the Pancaratra, were then worshipping the great deity with mind, word, and deed. Without doubt, Hari appeared in that place whence the sound we heard arose. As regards ourselves, stupefied by his illusion, we could not see him. After the breeze had ceased and the sacrifice had been over, our hearts became agitated with anxiety, O foremost one of Angira's race. As we stood among those thousands of men, all of whom were of pure descent, no one honored us with a glance or nod. Those ascetics, all of whom were cheerful and filled with devotion, and who were all practicing the Brahma frame of mind, did not show any kind of feeling for us. We had been exceedingly tired. Our penances had emaciated us. At that time, an incorporeal being addressed us from the sky and said unto us these words: "These white men, who are divested of all outer senses, are competent to behold Narayana. Only those foremost of regenerate persons whom these white men honored with their glances become competent to behold the great God. Go hence, ye munis, to the place whence ye have come. That great deity is incapable of being ever seen by one that is destitute of devotion. Incapable of being seen in consequence of his dazzling effulgence, that illustrious deity can be beheld by only those persons that in course of long ages succeed in devoting themselves wholly and solely to him. Ye foremost of regenerate one, ye have a great duty to perform. After the expiration of this Takrita age, when the Trita age comes in course of the Vivasvat cycle, a great calamity will overtake the worlds. Ye munis, ye shall then have to become the allies of the deities, for dispelling that calamity. Having heard these wonderful words that were sweet as nectar, we soon got back to the place we desired, through the grace of that great deity. When with the aid of even such austere penances and of offerings devoutly given in sacrifices, we failed to have a sight of the great deity, how, indeed, can you expect to behold him so easily? Narayana is a great being. He is the creator of the universe. He is adorned in sacrifices with offerings of clarified butter and other food dedicated with the aid of Vedic mantras. He has no beginning and no end. He is unmanifest. Both the deities and the Danavas worship him, induced by these words spoken by Ektha and approved by his companions, viz., Dvita and Trita, and solicited also by the other Sadasyas, the high-minded Vrihaspati brought that sacrifice to a completion after duly offering the accustomed adorations to the deities. King Uparikara also, having completed his great sacrifice, began to rule his subjects righteously. At last, casting off his body, he ascended to heaven. After some time, through the curse of the Brahmanas, he fell down from those regions of felicity and sank deep into the bowels of the earth. King Vasu, O tiger among monarchs, was always devoted to the true religion. Although sunk deep into the bowels of the earth, his devotion to virtue did not abate. Ever devoted to Narayana, and ever reciting sacred mantras having Narayana for their deity, he once more ascended to heaven through Narayana's grace. Ascending from the bowels of the earth, King Vasu, in consequence of the very highest end that he attained, proceeded to a spot that is even higher than the region of Brahman himself. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 338. Yudhishthira said, when the great King Vasu was so wholly devoted to Narayana, for what reason then did he fall down from heaven, and why again had he to sink beneath the surface of the earth? Bhishma said, in this connection is cited an old narrative, O Bharata, of a discourse between the rishis and the gods. The gods, once on a time, addressing many foremost of Brahmanas, said unto them that sacrifices should be performed by offering up ayas as victims. By the word aya should be understood the goat and no other animal. The rishis said, the Vedic Shruti declares that in sacrifices the offerings should consist of vegetable seeds. Seeds are called ayas. It behoveth you not to slay goats. Ye deities, that cannot be the religion of good and righteous people in which slaughter of animals is laid down. This, again, is the Krita age. How can animals be slaughtered in this epoch of righteousness? Bhishma continued, while this discourse was going between the rishis and the deities, that foremost of kings, viz., Vasu, was seen to come that way. Endued with great prosperity, the king was coming through the welkin, accompanied by his troops and vehicles and animals. Beholding King Vasu coming to that spot through the skies, the Brahmanas, addressing the deities, said, this one will remove our doubts. He performs sacrifices. He is liberal in making gifts. He always seeks the good of all creatures. How, indeed, will the great Vasu speak otherwise? Having thus spoken unto each other, the deities and the rishis quickly approached King Vasu and questioned him, saying, O king, with what should one perform sacrifices? Should one sacrifice with the goat or with herbs and plants? Do thou dispel this doubt of ours? We constitute thee our judge in this matter. Thus addressed by them, Vasu joined his hands in humility and said unto them, Tell me truly, ye foremost of Brahmanas, what opinion is entertained by you in this matter? The rishis said, The opinion entertained by us, O king, is that sacrifices should be performed with grain. The deities, however, maintain that sacrifices should be performed with animals. Do thou judge between us and tell us which of these opinions is correct. Bhishma continued, learning what the opinion was that was entertained by the deities. Vasu, moved by partiality for them, said that sacrifices should be performed with animals. At this answer, all the rishis, endued with the splendor of the sun, became very angry. Addressing Vasu, who was seated on his car and who had, wrongly, taken up the side of the deities, they said unto him, Since thou hast, wrongly, taken up the side of the deities, do thou fall down from heaven. From this day, O monarch, thou shalt lose the power of journeying through the sky. Through our course, thou shalt sink deep below the surface of the earth. After the rishis had said these words, King Uparikara immediately fell down, O monarch, and went down a hole in earth. At the command, however, of Narayana, Vasu's memory did not leave him. To the good fortune of Vasu, the deities, pained at the course denounced on him by the Brahmanas, began to think anxiously as to how that course might be neutralized. They said, "This high-souled king hath been cursed for our sake. We, denizens of heaven, should unite together for doing what is good to him in return for that which he has done to us." Having quickly settled this in their minds with the aid of reflection, the deities proceeded to the spot where the king Uparikara was. Arrived at his presence, they addressed him, saying, "Thou art devoted to the great god of the Brahmanas, viz., Narayana. That great lord of both the deities and the Asuras, gratified with thee, will rescue thee from the course that has been denounced upon thee. It is proper, however, that the high-souled Brahmanas should be honored. Verily, O best of kings, their penances should fructify. Indeed, thou hast already fallen down from the sky on the earth. We desire, however, O best of kings, to show thee a favor in one respect. As long as thou, O sinless one, shalt dwell in his hole, so long shalt thou receive due sustenance through our boon. Those streaks of clarified butter which Brahmins with concentrated minds pour in sacrifices and accompaniment with sacred mantras, and which are called by the name of Vasudhara, shall be thine, through our care for thee. Indeed, weakness or distress shall not touch thee. While dwelling, O King of kings, in the whole of the earth, neither hungers nor thirst shall afflict thee, for thou shalt drink those streaks of clarified butter called Vasudhara. Thy energy also shall continue unabated. In consequence also of this our boon that we grant thee, the God of gods, viz., Narayana, will be gratified with thee, and he will bear thee hence to the region of Brahman, having granted these boons unto the king, the denizens of heaven, as also all those rishis possessed of wealth of penances, returned each to his respective place. Then Vasu, O Bharata, began to adore the creator of the universe and to recite in silence those sacred mantras that had come out of Narayana's mouth in days of yore. Although dwelling in a pit of the earth, the king still worshipped Hari, the lord of all the deities, in the well-known 5 sacrifices that are performed 5 times every day, O slayer of foes. In consequence of these adorations, Narayana, otherwise called Hari, became highly pleased with him who thus showed himself to be entirely devoted to him, by wholly relying upon him as his sole refuge, and who had completely subjugated his senses. The illustrious Vishnu, that giver of boons, then addressing Garuda of great speed, that foremost of birds, who waited upon him as his servant, said these desirable words, "O foremost of birds, O thou that art highly blessed, listen to what I say. There is a great king of the name of Vasu who is of righteous soul and rigid vows. Through the wrath of the Brahmanas, he has fallen into a pit of the earth. The Brahmins have been sufficiently honored, for their curse has fructified. Do thou go to that king now. At my command, O Garuda, go to that foremost of kings, viz., Uparikara, who is now dwelling in a hole of the earth and incapable of any longer sailing through the sky, and bring him up without delay into the welkin." Hearing these words of Vishnu, Garuda, spreading his wings and rushing with the speed of the wind, entered that hole in the earth in which King Vasu was living. Suddenly taking the king up, the son of Vinata soared into the sky and there released the king from his beaks. At that moment, King Uparikara once more acquired his celestial form and re-entered the region of Brahman. It was in this way, O son of Kunti, that great king first fell down through the curse of the Brahmanas for a fault of speech, and once more ascended to heaven at the command of the great god, Vishnu. Only the puissant Lord Hari, that foremost of all beings, was devoutly worshipped by him. It was for this devout worship that the king succeeded very soon in escaping from the curse denounced upon him by the Brahmanas and in regaining the felicitous regions of Brahman. Bhishma continued, "I have thus told thee everything respecting the origin of the spiritual sons of Brahman. Listen to me with undivided attention, for I shall now narrate to thee how the celestial Rishi Narada proceeded in days of yore to White Island. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 339. Bhishma said, arrived at the spacious realm called White Island, the illustrious Rishi beheld those same white men possessed of lunar splendor, of whom I have already spoken to thee. Worshipped by them, the Rishi worshipped them in return by bending his head and reverencing them in his mind. Desirous of beholding Narayana, he began to reside there, attentively engaged in the silent recitation of mantras sacred to him, and observant of vows of the most difficult kind. With concentrated mind, the regenerate Rishi, with arms upraised, stood in yoga, and then sang the following hymn unto the Lord of the universe, hymn, viz., who was at once the soul of attributes and divested of all attributes. Narada said, salutations to thee, O God of gods, O thou that art freed from all acts. Thou art he who is divested of all attributes, who is the witness of all the worlds, who is called Kshetrajna, who is the foremost of all beings, who is infinite, who is called Purusha, who is the great Purusha, who is the foremost of all Purushas, who is the soul of the three attributes, who is called the foremost, who is Amrita, nectar, who is called immortal, who is called Ananta, Sesha, who is space, who is without beginning, who is both manifest and unmanifest as existent and not existent things, who is said to have his home in truth, who is the first of gods, Narayana, who is the giver of wealth, or of the fruits of acts, identified with Daksha and other lords of the creation, who is the Aswatha and other big trees, who is the four-headed Brahman, who is the Lord of all created beings, who is the Lord of speech, who is the Lord of the universe, or Indra, who is the all-pervading soul, who is the sun, who is the breath called prana, who is the Lord of the waters, viz. Varuna, who is identifiable with the emperor or the king, who is identifiable with the regents of the several points of the compass, who is the refuge of the universe when it is dissolved in the final destruction, who is undisplayed, unrevealed, who is the giver of the Vedas unto Brahman, who is identifiable with the sacrifices and Vedic studies achieved by Brahmanas with the aid of their bodies, who is identifiable with the four principal orders of the deities, who is every one of those four orders, who is possessed of effulgence, who is possessed of great effulgence, who is he unto whom the seven largest offerings and sacrifices are presented with the Gayatri and other sacred mantras, who is Yama, who is Chitragupta and the other attendants of Yama, who is called the wife of Yama, who is that order of the deities called Tushita, who is that other order called Mahatushita, who is the universal grinder, death, who is desire and all diseases that have been created for aiding the advent of death, who is health and freedom from disease, who is subject to desire and passions, who is free from the influence of desire and passions, who is infinite as exhibited in species and forms, who is he that is chastised, who is he that is the chastiser, who is all the lesser sacrifices, like Agnihotra and others, who is all the larger sacrifices, like those called Brahma, etc., who is all the Ritwijas, who is the origin of all sacrifices, viz. the Vedas, who is fire, who is the very heart of all sacrifices, viz. the mantras and hymns uttered in them, who is he that is hymned in sacrifices, who takes those shares of the sacrificial offerings that are presented to him, who is the embodiment of the five sacrifices, who is the maker of the five sections or divisions of time, viz., day, night, month, season, and year, who is incapable of being understood except by those scriptures that are called Pancaratra, who never shrinks from anything, who is unvanquished, who is only mind, without a physical frame, who is known only by name, who is the Lord of Brahman himself, who has completed all the vows and observances mentioned in the Vedas, who is the Hansa, bearer of the triple stick, who is the Paramahansa, divested of stick, who is the foremost of all sacrifices, who is Sankhya Yoga, who is the embodiment of the Sankhya philosophy, who dwells in all jivas, who lives in every heart, who resides in every sense, who floats on the ocean water, who lives in the Vedas, who lies on the lotus, the image of the egg whence the universe has sprung, who is the Lord of the universe, and whose troops go everywhere for protecting his worshippers. Thou takest birth as all creatures. Thou art the origin of the universe, of all creatures. Thy mouth is fire. Thou art that fire which courses through the waters of the ocean, issuing out all the while from an equine head. Thou art the sanctified butter that is poured into the sacrificial fire. Thou art the car driver, fire or heat that impels the body and causes it to live and grow. Thou art Vashat. Thou art the syllable Om, thou art penances. Thou art mind. Thou art Chandramadhavs. Thou sanctifiest the sacrificial butter. Thou art the sun, thou art the dikajas, elephants, that are sanctioned in the 4 cardinal points of the compass. Thou illuminest the cardinal points of the compass. Thou illuminest the subsidiary points also. Thou art the equine head. Thou art the first 3 mantras of the Rig Veda. Thou art the protector of the several orders of men, viz., Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras. Thou art the 5 fires, beginning with Garhapesha. Thou art he who has thrice ignited the sacrificial fire called Nachi. Thou art the refuge of the 6 limbs, viz., the Vedas. Thou art the foremost of those Brahmanas that are employed in singing the samans and sacrifices and other religious rites. Thou art Pragjyotish, and thou art he who sings the first saman. Thou art the observer of those vows that depend upon the Vedas and that are observed by singers of samamas. Thou art the embodiment of the Upanishad, called by the name of Atharvasiras. Thou art he who is the topic of the 5 foremost of scriptures, viz., those that appertain to the worship of Surya, of Sakti, of Ganesha, of Shiva, and of Vishnu. Thou art called the preceptor that subsists only on the froth of water. Thou art a Valakilya. Thou art the embodiment of him who has not fallen away from yoga. Thou art the embodiment of correctness of judgment of reasoning. Thou art the beginning of the yugas, thou art the middle of the yugas, and thou art their end. Thou art Akandala, Indra. Thou art the 2 rishis Prakanagarbha and Kausika. Thou art Purusthata, thou art Puruta, thou art the artificer of the universe. Thou hast the universe for thy form. Thy motions are infinite. Thy bodies are infinite. Thou art without end, and without beginning, and without middle. Thy middle is unmanifest. Thy end is unmanifest. Thou hast vows for thy abode. Thou residest in the ocean. Thou hast thy home in fame, in penances, in self-restraint, in prosperity, in knowledge, in grand achievements, and in everything belonging to the universe. Thou art Vasudeva. Thou art the granter of every wish. Thou art Hanuman that bore Rama on his shoulders. Thou art the great horse sacrifice. Thou takest thy share of offerings made in great sacrifices. Thou art the granter of boons, of happiness, of wealth. Thou art devoted to Hari, thou art restraint of the senses. Thou art vows and observances. Thou art mortifications, thou art severe mortifications, thou art very severe mortifications. Thou art he who observes vows and religious and other pious rites. Thou art freed from all errors. Thou art a Brahmacharin. Thou tookest birth in the womb of Prisni. Thou art he from whom have flowered all Vedic rites and acts. Thou art unborn. Thou pervadest all things. Thy eyes are on all things. Thou must not be apprehended by the senses. Thou art not subject to deterioration. Thou art possessed of great puissance. Thy body is inconceivably vast. Thou art holy, thou art beyond the ken of logic or argument. Thou art unknowable. Thou art the foremost of causes. Thou art the creator of all creatures, and thou art their destroyer. Thou art the possessor of vast powers of illusion. Thou art called Chitrasikandin. Thou art the giver of boons. Thou art the taker of thy share of the sacrificial offerings. Thou hast obtained the merit of all sacrifices. Thou art he who has been freed from all doubts. Thou art omnipresent. Thou art of the form of a Brahmana. Thou art fond of Brahmanas. Thou hast the universe for thy form. Thy form is very vast. Thou art the greatest friend. Thou art kind to all thy worshippers. Thou art the great deity of the Brahmanas. I am thy devoted disciple. I am desirous of beholding thee. Salutations to thee that art of the form of emancipation. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 340. Bhishma said, thus hymned with names that were not known to others, the divine Narayana, having the universe for his form, showed himself to the ascetic Narada. His form was somewhat purer than the moon and differed from the moon in some respects. He somewhat resembled a blazing fire in complexion. The puissant Lord was somewhat of the form of Vishti. He resembled in some respects the feathers of the parrot, and in some a mass of pure crystal. He resembled in some respects a hill of antimony, and in some a mass of pure gold. His complexion somewhat resembled the coral when first formed, and was somewhat white. In some respects that complexion resembled the hue of gold, and in some that of the lapis lazuli. In some respects it resembled the hue of the blue lapis lazuli, and in some that of sapphire. In some respects it resembled the hue of the peacock's neck, and in some that of a string of pearls. Bearing these diverse kinds of hues on his person, the eternal deity appeared before Narada. He had 1,000 eyes and was possessed of great beauty. He had 100 heads and 100 feet. He had 1,000 stomachs and 1,000 arms. He seemed to be still inconceivable to the mind. With one of his mouths he uttered the syllable Om and then the Gayatri following Om. With mind under complete control, the great deity, called by the names of Hari and Narayana, by his other mouths, multitudinous in number, uttered many mantras from the 4 Vedas which are known by the name of Aranyaka. The Lord of all the deities, the great God who is adorned in sacrifices, held in his hands a sacrificial altar, a kamandalu, few white gems, a pair of sandal, a bundle of kusa blades, a deerskin, a toothstick, and a little blazing fire. With cheerful soul, that foremost of regenerate persons, viz. Narada of restraining speech, bowed unto the great God and adored him. Unto him whose head was still bent low in veneration, the first of all the deities, who is free from deterioration, said the following words. The Holy One said, the great rishis, Ektha, Dvita, and Trita, came to this realm from desire of obtaining a sight of me. They, however, were unable to have the fruition of their wishes. Nor can anyone have a sight of me save those persons that are devoted to me with their whole hearts. As regards thee, thou art verily the foremost of all persons devoted to me with all their souls. These are my bodies, the best ones that I assume. These were born, O regenerate one, in the house of Dharma. Do thou worship them always, and do thou perform those rites that are laid down in the ordinances with respect to that worship. O Brahmana, do thou ask of me the boons thou desirest. I am gratified with thee today, and I appear unto thee now in my universal form as freed from decay and deterioration. Narada said, since, O Holy One, I have today succeeded in obtaining a sight of thee. I regard that I have won without any delay the fruits of my penances, O God, of my self-restraint, and of all the vows and observances that I have gone through. This, indeed, is the highest boon thou hast granted me, for thou hast shown thyself to me today. O eternal Lord, thou, O Holy One, hast the universe for thy eye. Thou art the lion. Thy form is identifiable with everything. Possessed of puissance, thou, O Lord, art vast and infinite. Bhishma continued, having thus shown himself unto Narada, the son of Parameshtai, the great god addressed that ascetic and said, Go hence, O Narada, and do not delay. These worshippers of mine, possessed of lunar complexions, are divested of all senses and do not subsist upon any kind of food. They are, again, all emancipate, with minds wholly concentrated upon me. People should think of me. Such worshippers will never meet with any impediments. These men are all crowned with ascetic success and are highly blessed. In ancient times they became entirely devoted to me. They have been freed from the attributes of Rajas and Tamas. Without doubt, they are competent to enter me and become merged into myself, he that cannot be seen with the eye, touched with the sense of touch, smelt with the sense of scent, and that is beyond the ken of the sense of taste. He whom the three attributes of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas do not touch, who pervades all things and is the one witness of the universe, and who is described as the soul of the entire universe, he who is not destroyed upon the destruction of the bodies of all created things, who is unborn and unchangeable and eternal, who is freed from all attributes, who is indivisible and entire. He who transcends the twice 12 topics of inquiry and is regarded the 25th, who is called by the name of Purusha, who is inactive, and who is said to be apprehended by knowledge alone, he into whom the foremost of the regenerate persons enter and become emancipate. He who is the eternal supreme soul and is known by the name of Vasudeva. Behold, O Narada, the greatness and puissance of God. He is never touched by acts good or bad. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas are said to be the three original attributes. These dwell and act in the bodies of all creatures. The Jiva soul, called Kshetrajna, enjoys and endorses the action of these three attributes. He, however, transcends them and they cannot touch him. Freed from these attributes, he is again their enjoyer and endorser. Having created them himself, he is above them all. O celestial Rishi, the earth, which is the refuge of the universe, disappears when the hour for universal dissolution comes, into water, water disappears into light, and light into wind, wind disappears into space, and space into mind. Mind is a great creature, and it disappears into unmanifest prakriti. Unmanifest prakriti, O Brahmana, disappears into inactive Purusha. There is nothing higher than Purusha which is eternal. There is nothing among mobile and immobile things in the universe that is immutable except Vasudeva, the eternal Purusha. Endued with great puissance, Vasudeva is the soul of all creatures. Earth, wind, space, water, and light forming the fifth, the primal elements of great puissance. Mingling together they form what is called the body. Possessed of subtle prowess and invisible to all eyes, O Brahmana, the puissant Vasudeva then enter that combination of the five primal elements, called body. Such entrance is called his birth, and taking birth. He causes the body to move about and act. Without a combination of the five primal elements, no body can ever be formed. Without, again, the entrance of Jiva into the body, the mind dwelling within it cannot cause it to move and act. He that enters the body is possessed of great puissance and is called Jiva. He is known also by other names, viz., Sesha and Sankarshana. He that takes his rise, from that Sankarshana, by his own acts, Sanatkumara, and in whom all creatures merge when the universal dissolution comes, is the mind of all creatures and is called by the name of Pradyumna. From him, i.e., Pradyumna, arises he who is the creator, and who is both cause and effect. From this last, everything, viz. the mobile and immobile universe, takes its rise. This one is called Anirudh. He is otherwise called Isana, and he is manifest in all acts. That illustrious one, viz., Vasudeva, who is called Kshatrajna, and who is freed from attributes, should, O King of Kings, be known as the puissant Sankarshana when he takes birth as Jiva. From Sankarshana arises Pradyumna, who is called he that is born as mind. From Pradyumna is he who is Anirudh. He is consciousness, he is Iswara, Supreme Lord. It is from me that the entire mobile and immobile universe springs. It is from me, O Narada, that the indestructible and destructible, the existent and the non-existent, flow. They that are devoted to me enter into me and become emancipate. I am known as Purusha. Without acts, I am the 25th. Transcending attributes, I am entire and indivisible. I am above all pairs of opposite attributes and freed from all attachments. This, O Narada, thou wilt fail to understand. Thou beholdest me as endued with a form. In a moment, if the wish arises, I can dissolve this form. I am the Supreme Lord and the Preceptor of the universe. That which thou beholdest of me, O Narada, is only an illusion of mine. I now seem to be endued with the attributes of all created things. Thou art not competent to know me. I have disclosed to thee duly my quadruple form. I am, O Narada, the doer, I am cause, and I am effect. I am the sum total of all living creatures. All living creatures have their refuge in me. Let not the thought be thine that thou hast seen the Kshatrajna. I pervade all things. O Brahmana, and am the Jiva soul of all creatures. When the bodies of all creatures, however, are destroyed, I am not destroyed. Those highly blessed men who, having won ascetic success, become wholly devoted to me, become freed from the attributes of both Rajas and Tamas and succeeds, on that account, and entering me, O great ascetic. He who is called Hiranyagarbha, who is the beginning of the world, who has 4 faces, who cannot be understood with the aid of Nirukta, who is otherwise called Brahman, who is an eternal deity, is employed in attending to many of my concerns. The deity Rudra, born of my wrath, is sprung from my forehead. Behold, the 11 Rudras are swelling, with might, on the right side of my body. The 12 Adityas are on the left side of my body. Behold, the 8 Vasus, those foremost of deities, are in my front, and see, Nasatya and Dasara, those 2 celestial physicians, Ashvini Kumars, are in my rear. Behold also in my body all the Prajapatis, and behold the 7 Rishis also. Behold also the Vedas, and all the sacrifices numbering by hundreds, the Amrita, nectar, and all the medicinal herbs and plants, and penances, and vows and observances of diverse kinds. Behold also in me the 8 attributes indicative of puissance, viz., those particularly called the attributes of lordship, all dwelling together in my body in their united and embodied form. Behold also Shri and Lakshmi, and Kirti, and the earth with her hump, as also the goddess, Sarasvati, that mother of the Vedas, dwelling in me. Behold, O Narada, Dhruva, that foremost of luminaries ranging the firmament, as also all the oceans, those receptacles of water, and lakes, and rivers, dwelling in me. Behold also, O best of men, the 4 foremost ones amongst the Pitris in their embodied forms, as also the 3 attributes of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, which are formless, dwelling in me. The acts done in honor of the Pitris are superior, in point of merit, to those done in honor of the deities. I am the Pitri of both the deities and the Pitris, and am existing from the beginning, that is, from a time when they were not. Becoming the equine head, I rove through the western and the northern ocean and drink sacrificial libations duly poured with mantras and solid sacrificial food offered with reverence and devotion. In days of yore I created Brahman who himself adored me in sacrifices. Gratified with him on that account, I granted him many excellent boons. I said unto him that in the beginning of the Kalpa he would be born unto me as my son, and the sovereignty of all the worlds would vest on him, coupled with diverse names being bestowed on diverse objects in consequence of the starting of Ahankara into existence. I also told him that none would ever violate the limits and boundaries he would assign for the observance of creatures, and, further, that he would be the giver of boons unto persons that would, and sacrifices and by proper acts, solicit him for them. I further assured him that he would be an object of adoration with all the deities and asuras, all the rishis and pitris, and the diverse creatures forming the creation. I also gave him to understand that I would always manifest myself for accomplishing the business of the deities, and that for that matter I would suffer myself to be commanded by him even as a son by his sire. Granting these and other highly agreeable boons unto Brahman of immeasurable energy in consequence of my being gratified with him, I, once more, adopted the course dictated by Nvriti. The highest Nvriti is identical with the annihilation of all duties and acts. Hence, by adopting Nvriti one should conduct oneself in complete felicity. Learned preceptors, with settled convictions deducted from the truths of the Sankhya philosophy, have spoken of me as Kapila endued with the puissance of knowledge, dwelling within the effulgence of Surya, and concentrated in yoga. In Skandas, Vedas, I have been repeatedly hymned as the illustrious Hiranyagarbha. In the Yoga scriptures, O Brahmana, I have been spoken of as one who takes a delight in yoga. I am eternal. Assuming a form that is manifest, I dwell, at present, in the heavens. At the end of 1,000 yugas, I shall once more withdraw the universe into myself. Having withdrawn all creatures, mobile and immobile, into myself, I shall exist all alone with knowledge only for my companion. After the lapse of ages, I shall again create the universe with the aid of that knowledge. That which is my fourth form creates the indestructible Sesha. That Sesha is called by the name of Sankarshana. Sankarshana creates Pradyumna. From Pradyumna I take birth myself as Anirudh. I create myself repeatedly. From Anirudh springs Brahman. The latter takes birth from Anirudh's navel. From Brahman spring all creatures mobile and immobile. Know that creation springs in this way repeatedly at the beginning of every kalpa. Creation and destruction succeed each other even as sunrise and sunset in this world. Then, again, as time, endued with immeasurable energy, forcibly brings back the sun after his disappearance, after the same manner I shall, assuming the form of boar and putting forth my strength, bring back the earth with her belt of seas to her own position for the good of all creatures when she becomes submerged in water. I shall then slay the son of Dithi, named Hiranyaksha, filled with pride of strength. Assuming the form then of a man-lion, Narsingha, I shall, for benefiting the deities, slay Hiranyakasipu the son of Dithi, who will be a great destroyer of sacrifices. Unto Vairocana, the son of Prahlada, will be born a mighty son of the name of Vali. That great Asura will be unslayable in the whole universe consisting of deities, Asuras, and Rakshasas. He will hurl Sakra from the sovereignty of the universe. When after routing the Lord of Sachi, that Asura will take unto himself the sovereignty of the three worlds, I shall take birth in Aditi's womb, by Kasyapa, as the 12th Aditya. I shall, taking the sovereignty of the three worlds valley, restore it to Indra of immeasurable splendor, and replace the deities, O Narada, in their respective stations. As regards Valley, that foremost of Danavas, who is to be unslayable by all the deities, I shall cause him to dwell in the nether regions. In the Treta age I shall take birth as Rama in the race of Bhrigu, and exterminate the Kshatriyas who will become proud of their strength and possessions. Towards the close of Treta and the beginning of Dwapara, I shall take birth as Rama, the son of Dasaratha in Ikshaku's royal line. At that time, the two rishis viz., the two sons of Prajapati, called by the names of Ektha and Dwita, will in consequence of the injury done by them unto their brother Trita, have to take birth as apes, losing the beauty of the human form. Those apes that shall take birth in the race of Ektha and Dwita shall become endued with great strength and mighty energy, and will equal Sakra himself in prowess. All those apes, O regenerate one, will become my allies for accomplishing the business of the deities. I shall then slay the terrible lord of the Rakshasas, that wretch of Pulasudya's race, viz., the fierce Ravana, that throne of all the worlds, together with all his children and followers. Towards the close of the Dwapara and beginning of the Kali ages, I shall again appear in the world taking birth in the city of Mathura for the purpose of slaying Kansa. There, after slaying innumerable Danavas that will be thorns in the side of the deities, I shall take up my residence in Kusastali at the city of Dvarka. While residing in that city I shall slay the Asura Naraka, the son of the earth, him, that is, who will do an injury to a deity, as also some other Danavas of the names of Muru and Pitha. Slaying also another foremost of Danavas, viz., the lord of Pragyatisha, I shall transplant his delightful city furnished with diverse kinds of wealth into Dvarka. I shall then subjugate the two gods worshipped of all the deities, viz., Maheshwara and Mahasena, who will become fond of the Danava Vana and do him diverse good offices, and who will exert themselves vigorously for that worshipper of theirs. Vanquishing next the son of the Danava Valley, viz., Vana, who will be endued with 1,000 arms, I shall next destroy all the inhabitants of the Danava city called Sauba. I shall next, O foremost of Brahmanas, compass the death of Kalyavana, a Danava who will be endued with great might in consequence of his being equipped with the energy of Gargya. A proud Asura will appear as a king at Jarivrija, of the name of Jarasandha, who will quarrel with all the other kings of the world. His death will be compassed by me through some one else guided by my intelligence. I shall next slay Sisupala in the sacrifice of King Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, which sacrifice all the kings of the world will bring tribute. In some of these feats, only Arjuna, the son of Vasva, will become my assistant. I shall establish Yudhishthira with all his brothers in his ancestral kingdom. People will call me and Arjuna as Narayana and Nara, when, endued with puissance, we two, exerting our strength, shall consume a large number of Kshatriyas for doing good to the world. Having lightened the burden of the earth according to our pleasure, I shall absorb all the principal Satwatas as also Dvarka, my favorite city, into my own self, recollecting my all-embracing knowledge. Endued with 4 forms, I shall, in this way, achieve many feats of great prowess, and attain at last to those regions of felicity created by me and honored by all the Brahmanas. Appearing in the forms of a swan, a tortoise, a fish, O foremost of regenerate ones, I shall then display myself as a boar, then as a man-lion, Nrsinga, then as a dwarf, then as Rama of Bhrigu's race, then as Rama, the son of Dasaratha, then as Krishna the scion of the Satwata race, and lastly as Kalki. When the additions in the Vedas disappeared from the world, I brought them back. The Vedas with the additions in them were recreated by me in the Krita age. They have once more disappeared or may only be partially heard here and there in the Puranas. Many of my best appearances also in the world have become events of the past. Having achieved the good of the worlds in those forms in which I appeared, they have re-entered into my own property. Brahman, the Creator, himself never obtained a sight of me in this form of mine, which thou, O Narada, hast seen today in consequence of thy entire devotion to me. I have now said everything, O Brahmana, unto thee that art devoted to me wholly. I have disclosed to thee my ancient appearances and future ones also, O best of men, together with all their mysteries. Bhishma continued, the holy and illustrious deity, of universal and immutable form, having said these words unto Narada, disappeared there and then. Narada also, endued with great energy, having obtained the high favor that he had solicited, then proceeded with great speed to the retreat called Vadari, for beholding Nara and Narayana. This great Upanishad perfectly consists with the four Vedas, in harmony with Sankhya Yoga, and called by him by the name of the Pancaratra scriptures, and recited by Narayana himself with his own mouth, was repeated by Narada in the presence of many hearers in the abode of Brahman, his sire, in exactly the same way in which Narayana, while that great God had showed himself unto him, had recited it, and in which he had heard it from his own lips. Yudhishthira said, was not Brahman, the creator of all things, acquainted with this wonderful narrative of the glory of Narayana, endued with intelligence that he heard it from the lips of Narada? Is the illustrious grandsire of all the worlds any way different from or inferior to the great Narayana? How then is it that he was unacquainted with the puissance of Narayana of immeasurable energy? Bhishma continued, hundreds and thousands of great kalpas, hundreds and thousands of creation and dissolutions, O King of Kings, have been over and have become incidents of the past. In the beginning of every cycle of creation, Brahman, endued with great puissance and who creates all things, is remembered by Narayana. Brahman knows well, O King, that Narayana, that foremost of all gods, is very much superior to him. He knows that Narayana is the Supreme Soul, that he is the Supreme Lord, that he is the creator of Brahman himself. It was only unto that conclave of rishis, crowned with ascetic success, that came to the abode of Brahman, that Narada recited his narrative, which is a very ancient one, and which is perfectly consistent with the Vedas. The deity Surya, having heard that narrative from those rishis crowned with ascetic success, repeated it to the 660,000 of rishis, O King, of cleansed souls, that follow in his train. And Surya, the deity that imparts heat unto all worlds, repeated that narrative unto those beings also, of cleansed souls, that have been created, by Brahman, for always journeying in the van of Surya. The high-souled rishis that follow in Surya's train, O Son, repeated that excellent narrative unto the deities assembled on the breast of Meru. That best of ascetics, viz., the regenerated Sita, then having heard the narrative from the deities, repeated it unto the Pitris, O King of Kings. I heard it from my sire Santanu, O Son, who recited it to me formerly. Myself having heard it from my sire, I have repeated it to thee, O Bharata. Deities and Munis, who have heard this excellent old narrative, which is a Purana, all adore the Supreme Soul. This narrative, belonging to the rishis and thus handed down from one to another, should not, O King, be communicated by thee to any one that is not a worshipper of Vasudeva. This narrative, O King, is really the essence of the hundreds of other narratives that thou hast heard from me. In days of yore, O monarch, the deities and the Asuras, uniting together, churned the ocean and tea-wise the Amrita. After the same manner, the Brahmanas, uniting together in days of yore, churned all the scriptures and raised this narrative which resembles nectar. He who frequently reads this narrative, and he who frequently listens to it, with concentrated attention, in a retired spot, and filled with devotion, succeeds in becoming a denizen, possessed of lunar complexion, of the spacious island known by the name of White Island. Without doubt, such a man succeeds in entering into Narayana of 1,000 rays. A sick person, by listening to this narrative from the beginning, becomes freed from his illness. The man that simply desires to read or listen to this narrative obtains the fruition of all his wishes. To devoted worshipper, by reading or listening to it, attains to the high end that is reserved for devoted worshippers. Thou also, O monarch, shouldst always adore and worship that foremost of all beings. He is the father and the mother of all creatures, and he is an object of reverence with the entire universe. Let the illustrious and eternal God of the Brahmins, viz., Janardana of high intelligence, be gratified with thee, O Yudhishthira of mighty arms. Vaisampayana continued, having listened to the best of narratives, O Janamejaya, King Yudhishthira the just and all his brothers became devoted to Narayana. And all of them, O Bharata, betaking themselves to the practice of silently meditating upon Narayana, from that day, uttered these words for his glorification, viz., victory to that holy and illustrious being. He, again, who is our best of preceptors, viz., the island-born Krishna, devoted to penances, sung uttering the word Narayana, that high mantra which is worthy of being recited in silence. Sojourning through the welkin to the ocean of milk which is always the abode of nectar, and worshipping the great God there, he came back to his own hermitage. Bhishma continued, One have now repeated to thee the narrative that was recited by Narada unto the conclave of rishis assembled in the abode of Brahman. That narrative has descended from one person to another from very ancient times. I heard it from my sire who formerly repeated it to me. Sutta continued, I have now told you all that Vaisampayana recited to Janamejaya. Having listened to Vaisampayana's narration, King Janamejaya properly discharged all his duties according to the ordinances laid down in the scriptures. Ye have all undergo very severe penances and observed many high and excellent vows. Residing in this sacred forest that is known by the name of Naimisha, ye are foremost of all persons conversant with the Vedas. Ye foremost of regenerate ones, ye all have come to this great sacrifice of Saumika. Do ye all adore and worship that eternal and supreme Lord of the universe in excellent sacrifices, properly pouring libations of clarified butter into the fire with the aid of mantras and dedicating the same unto Narayana? As regards myself, I heard this excellent narrative that has descended from generation to generation from my sire who recited it to me in former times. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 341. Saumika said, How is that illustrious God, viz., the puissant Narayana, who is fully conversant with the Vedas and their branches, at once the doer and the enjoyer of sacrifices? Endued with forgiveness, he has adopted, again, the religion of nivritti, abstention. Indeed, it is that holy and puissant one who has himself ordained the duties of nivritti. Why then has he made many of the deities the takers of shares and sacrifices which, of course, are all due to the disposition of pravritti? Why has he again created some with a contrary disposition, for they follow the ordinances of the religion of abstention? Do thou, O Sutta, dispel this doubt of ours. This doubt seems to be eternal and is connected with a great mystery. Thou hast heard all discourses on Narayana, discourses that are consistent with the other scriptures. Sati said, O excellent Saumika, I shall recite to thee what Vaisampayana, the disciple of the intelligent Vyasa, said when questioned on these very topics by King Janamejaya. Having heard the discourse on the glory of Narayana, who is the soul of all embodied creatures, Janamejaya, endued with great intelligence and wisdom, questioned Vaisampayana on these very subjects. Janamejaya said, The whole world of beings, with Brahma, the deities, the asuras, and human beings, are seen to be deeply attached to actions which have been said to be productive of prosperity. Emancipation has, O regenerate one, been said by thee to be the highest felicity and to consist of the cessation of existence. They who, being divested of both merit and demerit, become emancipate, succeed, we hear, in entering the great God of 1,000 rays. It seems to be, O Brahmana, that the eternal religion of emancipation is exceedingly difficult of observance. Turning away from it, all the deities have become enjoyers of the libations of clarified butter poured with mantras on sacrificial fires and other offerings presented to them by the same or similar means. Then, again, Brahman and Rudra, the puissant Sakra, the slayer of Vala, Surya, Chandramadhavs, the lord of the stars, the wind god, the deity of fire, the deity of the waters, infinite space, as living being, the universe too, as a conscious agent, and the rest of the denizens of heaven, they, it seems, are ignorant of the way of securing annihilation of conscious existence that is capable of being brought about by self-realization. Hence, perhaps, they have not betaken themselves to the path that is certain, indestructible, and immutable. Hence, perhaps, turning away from that path, they have adopted the religion of pravritti, which leads to conscious existence that is measured by time. This, indeed, is one great fault that attaches to those that are wedded to actions, for all their rewards are terminable. This doubt, O regenerate one, is planted in my heart like a dagger. Remove it out by reciting to me some discourses of old on this topic. Great is my curiosity to listen to thee. For what reason, O regenerate one, have the deities been said to be takers of their respective shares of sacrificial offerings presented to them with the aid of mantras and sacrifices of diverse kinds? Why again are the denizens of heaven adored in sacrifices? And, O best of regenerate persons, to whom do they, that take their shares of offerings and sacrifices performed to their honor, themselves make offerings when they perform great sacrifices? Vaisampayana said, "The question thou hast asked me, O ruler of men, relates to a deep mystery. No man that has not undergone penances, and that is not acquainted with the Puranas, can speedily answer it. I shall, however, answer thee by reciting to thee what my preceptor, the island-born Krishna, otherwise called Vyasa, the great rishi who has classified the Vedas, had said unto us on a former occasion when questioned by us. Sumanta, and Jaimini, and Pila of firm vows, and myself numbering the fourth, and Sukha forming the fifth, were disciples of the illustrious Vyasa. We numbering 5 in all, endued with self-restraint and purity of observances, had completely subjugated wrath and controlled our senses. Our preceptor used to teach us the Vedas, having the Mahabharata for their fifth. Once on a time, while we were engaged in studying the Vedas on the breast of that foremost of mountains, viz., the delightful Meru, inhabited by Siddhas and Charanas, this very doubt arose in our minds that has been expressed by thee today. We, therefore, questioned our preceptor about it. It heard the answer that our preceptor made. I shall now recite that answer to thee, O Bharata. Hearing these words that were addressed to him by his disciples, the dispeller of all kinds of darkness represented by ignorance, viz., the blessed Vyasa, the son of Parashara, said these words, have undergone very severe, in fact, the austerest of penances. Ye best of men, I am fully conversant with the past, the present, and the future. In consequence of those penances of mine and of the restraint under which I kept my senses while I dwelt on the shores of the ocean of milk, Narayana became gratified with me. As the result of the great God's gratification, this omniscience with respect to the past, the present, and the future that was desired by me arose in my mind. Listen now to me as I discourse to you, in due order, on this great doubt that has disturbed your minds. I have, with the eye of knowledge, beheld all that occurred in the beginning of the Kalpa. He whom both the Sankhyas and those conversant with yoga call by the name of Paramatma, the Supreme Soul, comes to be regarded as Mahapurusha, the great Purusha, in consequence of his own acts. From him springs forth Abhyakta, the unmanifest, whom the learned call Pradhana. From the puissant unmanifest sprang, for the creation of all the words, the manifest, by Akta. He is called Anirudh. That Anirudh is known among all creatures by the name of the Mahadatma. It is that Anirudh who, becoming manifest, created the grandsire Brahman. Anirudh is known by another name, viz., Ahankara, consciousness, and is endued with every kind of energy. Earth, wind, space, water, and light numbering the fifth, these are the 5 Mahabhutas, elements, that have sprung from Ahankara. Having created the Mahabhutas, 5 in number, he then created their attributes. Combining the Mahabhutas, he then created diverse embodied being. Listen to me as I recount them to you. Marichi, Angiras, Atri, Pulasatya, Pulaha, Kratu, the high-souled Vasishtha, and the self-born man, these should be known as the 8 Prakritis. Upon these rest all the worlds. Then the grandsire of all the world, viz. Brahman, created, for the fulfillment of all creatures, the Vedas with all their branches, as also the sacrifices with their limbs. From these 8 Prakritis have sprung this vast universe. Then sprang Rudra from the principle of wrath. Starting into life, he created 10 others that were like him. These 11 Rudras are called by name of Vikara Purushas. The Rudras, the 8 Prakritis, and the several celestial rishis, having started into life, approached Brahman with the object of upholding the universe and its operations. Addressing the grandsire, they said, "We have been created, O Holy One, by thee, O thou of great puissance. Tell each of us, O grandsire, the respective jurisdiction we shall be vested with. What particular jurisdictions have been created by thee for supervising the different affairs? We, each, should be endued with what kind of consciousness and shall take charge of which of these? Do thou ordain also unto each of us the measure of strength that we are to have for discharging the duties of our respective jurisdictions." Thus addressed by them, the great God replied unto them in the following way. Brahman said, "You have done well, ye deities, in speaking to me of this matter. Blessed be you all. I was thinking of this very subject that has engaged your attention. How should the 3 worlds be upheld and kept a-going? How should your strength and mind be utilized towards that end? Let all of us, leaving this place, repair to that unmanifest and foremost of beings who is the witness of the world, for seeking his protection. He will tell us what is for our good." After this, those deities and rishis, with Brahman, proceeded to the northern shores of the ocean of milk, desirous of doing good to the 3 worlds. Arrived there, they began to practice those austere penances that are declared by Brahman in the Vedas. Those austerest of penances are known by the name of Mahaniyama, the foremost vows and observances. They stood there with mind fixed, immovable as posts of wood, and with eyes upturned and arms raised upwards. For 1,000 celestial years they were engaged in those severe penances. At the conclusion of that period they heard these sweet words in harmony with the Vedas and their branches. The Blessed and Holy One said, "Ye deities and rishis possessed of wealth of asceticism, with Brahman in your company, after according you all welcome, I say unto you these words. I know that is in your hearts. Verily, the thoughts that engage you are for the good of the 3 worlds. I shall increase your energy and strength, investing the same with pravritti, predilection for acts. Ye gods, well have you undergone these penances from desire of adoring me. Ye foremost of beings, enjoy now the excellent fruits of austerities which ye have gone through. This Brahman is the Lord of all the worlds. Endued with puissance, he is the grandsire of all creatures. Ye also are foremost of deities. Do ye all, with concentrated minds perform sacrifices for my glory. In the sacrifices which you will perform, do ye always give me a portion of the sacrificial offerings? I shall then, ye Lord of creation, assign to each of you your respective jurisdictions and ordain what will be for your good. Vyasa continued, hearing these words of that God of gods, all those deities and great rishis and Brahmin became filled with such delight that the hair on their bodies stood on its end. They forthwith made arrangements for a sacrifice in honor of Vishnu according to the ordinances laid down in the Vedas. In that sacrifice, Brahman himself dedicated a portion of the offerings to Vishnu. The deities and the celestial rishis also, after the manner of Brahman, dedicated similar portions each unto the great god. The portions, thus offered with great reverence unto Vishnu, were, in respect of both the measure and the quality of the articles used, according to the ordinances laid down for the Krita age. The deities and the rishis and Brahman, in that sacrifice, adored the great God as one endued with the complexion of the sun, as the foremost of beings, situate beyond the reach of tamas, vast, pervading all things, the supreme Lord of all, the giver of boons, and possessed of puissance. Thus adored by them, the boon-giving and great God, invisible and bodiless, addressed those assembled celestials from heaven and said unto them, the offerings dedicated by you in this sacrifice have all reached me. I am gratified with all of you. I shall bestow rewards on you that will, however, be fraught with ends whence there will be return. This shall be your distinctive feature, ye gods, from this day, in consequence of my grace and kindness for you. Performing sacrifices in every yuga, with large presents, ye will become enjoyers of fruits born of pravriti. Ye gods, those men also that will perform sacrifices according to the ordinances of the Vedas, will give unto all of you shares of their sacrificial offerings. In the Veda Sutras I make him the receiver, and such sacrifices, of a share similar to that which he has himself offered one in this sacrifice. Created to look after those affairs that appertain to your respective jurisdictions, do ye uphold the worlds according to the measures of your strength as dependent on the shares you receive on those sacrifices. Indeed, drawing strength from those rites and observances that will be current in the several worlds, taking their rise from the fruits of pravriti, do ye continue to uphold the affairs of those worlds. Strengthened by the sacrifices that will be performed by men, ye will strengthen me. These are the thoughts that I entertain for you all. It is for this purpose that I have created the Vedas and sacrifices and plants and herbs. Duly served with these by human beings on earth, the deities will be gratified. Ye foremost of deities, till the end of this kalpa, I have ordained your creation, making your constitution depend upon the consequence of the religion of pravriti. Ye foremost of beings, do ye then, as regards your respective jurisdictions, engage yourselves in seeking the good of the three worlds. Marichi, Angiras, Atri, Pulasatya, Pulaha, Kratu, and Vasishta, these 7 rishis have been created by a fiat of the will. These will become the foremost of persons conversant with the Vedas. In fact, they will become the preceptors of the Vedas. They will be wedded to the religion of pravriti, for they have been intended to devote themselves to the act of procreating offspring. This is the eternal path that I disclose of creatures engaged in acts and observances. The puissant Lord who is charged with the creation of all the worlds is called Anirudh, Sana, Sanatsujata, Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatkumara, Kapila, and Sanatana, numbering the 7th. These 7 rishis are known as the spiritual sons of Brahman. Their knowledge comes to them of itself, without being dependent on study or exertion. These 7 are wedded to the religion of Nvrti. They are the foremost of all persons conversant with yoga. They are possessed also of deep knowledge of the Sankhya philosophy. They are preceptors of the scriptures on duty, and it is they that introduce the duties of the religion of Nvriti and cause them to flow in the worlds. From unmanifest, Prakriti has flowed consciousness and the three great attributes of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Transcending Prakriti is he called Kshatrajna. That Kshatrajna is myself. The path of those that are wedded to karma emerging out of ahankara is fraught with return. One cannot, by that path, reach the spot whence there is no return. Different creatures have been created with different ends. Some are intended for the path of pravritti and some for that of nvriti. According to the path that a creature follows is the reward that he enjoys. This Brahman is the master of all the worlds. Endued with puissance, it is he that creates the universe. He is your mother and father, and he is your grandfather. At my command, he will be the giver of boons unto all creatures. His son Rudra, who has sprung from his brow at his command, will, endued with puissance, uphold all created beings. Go ye to your respective jurisdictions, and seek, according to the ordinances, the good of the worlds. Let all the scriptural acts flow in all the worlds. Let there be no delay in this. Ye foremost of celestials, do ye ordain the acts of all creatures and the ends that they are to attain therefore? Do ye appoint also the limits of the periods for which all creatures are to live? This present epoch that has been set to run is the foremost of all epochs and should be known by the name of Krita. In this yuga living creatures should not be slain in the sacrifices that may be performed. It should be as I ordain, and let it not be otherwise. In this age, ye celestials, righteousness will flourish in its entirety. After this age will come the epoch called Trita. The Vedas, in that yuga, will lose 1/4. Only 3 of them will exist. In the sacrifice that will be performed in that age, animals, after dedication with the aid of sacred mantras, will be slain. As regards righteousness again, it will lose 1/4, only 3/4 thereof will flourish. On the expiration of the Trita will come the mixed yuga known by the name of Dwapara. In that yuga, righteousness will lose 2/4, and only 2/4 thereof will flourish. Upon the expiration of Dwapara, the yuga that will set in will be called Kali Yuga, which will come under the influence of Tizya constellation. Righteousness will lose full 3/4. Only 1/4 thereof will exist in all places. When the great God said these words, the deities and the celestial rishis addressed him and said, "If only 1/4 part of righteousness is to exist in that age in every place, tell us, O Holy One, whither shall we then go, and what shall we do?" The Blessed and Holy One said, "Ye foremost of celestials, ye should, in that age, repair to such places where the Vedas and sacrifices and penances and truth and self-restraint, accompanied by duties fraught with compassion for all creatures, will still continue to flourish. Sin will never be able to touch you at all." Vyasa continued, "Thus commanded by the great God, the deities with all the rishis bowed their heads unto him and then proceeded to the places they desired. After the rishis and denizens of heaven had left that place, Brahman remained there, desirous of beholding the great deity immanent in the form of Anirudh. The foremost of deities then manifested himself to Brahmana, having assumed a form that had a vast equine head. Bearing a bowl, Kamandalu, and the triple stick, he manifested himself before Brahman, reciting the while the Vedas with all their branches. Beholding the great deity of immeasurable energy in that form crowned with an equine head, the puissant Brahman, the creator of all the worlds, moved by the desire of doing good to his creation, worshipped that boon-giving Lord with a bend of his head, and stood before him with hands joined in reverence. The great deity embraced Brahman and then told him these words. The Holy One said, "Do thou, O Brahman, duly think of the courses of acts which creatures are to follow. Thou art the great ordainer of all created beings. Thou art the Master and the Lord of the universe. Placing this burden on thee, I shall soon be free from anxiety. At such times, however, when it will be difficult for thee to accomplish the purposes of the deities, I shall then appear in incarnate forms according to my self-knowledge. Having said these words, that grand form with the equine head disappeared then and there. Having received his command, Brahman too proceeded quickly to his own region. It is for this, O blessed one, that the eternal deity, with the lotus in his navel, became the acceptor of the first share offered in sacrifices, and hence it is that he came to be called as the eternal upholder of all sacrifices. He himself adopted the religion of nirvana, the end after which those creatures strive that are desirous of indestructible fruits. He ordained at the same time the religion of pravritti for others, with a view to giving variety to the universe. He is the beginning, he is the middle, and he is the end of all created beings. He is their creator, and he is their one object of meditation. He is the actor, and he is the act. Having withdrawn the universe into himself at the end of the yuga, he goes to sleep, and awakening at the commencement of another yuga, he once more creates the universe. Do you all bow unto that illustrious one who is possessed of high soul and who transcends the three attributes, who is unborn, whose form is the universe, and who is the abode or refuge of all the denizens of heaven? Do you bow unto him who is the supreme Lord of all creatures, who is the Lord of the Adityas and of the Vasus as well? Do you bow unto him who is the Lord of the Ashwins, and the Lord of the Maruts, who is the Lord of all the sacrifices ordained in the Vedas, and the Lord of the Vedangas? Bow unto him who always resides in the ocean, and who is called Hari, and whose hair is like the blades of the munja grass. Bow unto him who is peace and tranquility, and who imparts the religion of moksha unto all creatures. Bow unto him who is the Lord of penances, of all kinds of energy, and of fame, who is ever the Lord of speech and the Lord of all the rivers also. Bow unto him who is called Kapardhan, Rudra, who is the great boar, who is unicorn, and who is possessed of great intelligence, who is the sun, who assumed the well-known form with the equine head, and who is always displayed in a fourfold form. Bow unto him who is unrevealed, who is capable of being apprehended by knowledge only, who is both indestructible and destructible. The supreme deity, who is immutable, pervadeth all things. He is the supreme Lord who can be known with the aid of the eye of knowledge alone. It was thus that, aided by the eye of knowledge, I beheld in days of yore that foremost of deities. Asked by you, I have told you everything in detail, ye disciples, and do you act according to my words and dutifully serve the Supreme Lord called Hari? Do you hymn his praises in Vedic words and adore and worship him also according to due rites? Vaisampayana continued, it was thus that the arranger of the Vedas, endued with great intelligence, discoursed to us, questioned by us on that occasion. His son, the highly righteous Sukha, and all his disciples, viz., ourselves, listened to him while he delivered that discourse. Our preceptor, with ourselves, O king, then adored the great deity with riches extracted from the four Vedas. I have thus told thee everything about what thou hadst asked me. It was thus, O king, that our island-born preceptor discoursed to us. He who, having uttered the words I bow unto the Holy Lord, frequently listens, with concentrated attention, to this discourse or reads or recites it to others, becomes endued with intelligence and health, and possessed of beauty and strength. If ill, he becomes freed from that illness, bound, freed from his bonds. The man who cherishes desires obtains, be this, the fruition of all his desires, and easily attains to a long life also. A Brahmana, by doing this, becomes conversant with all the Vedas, and a Kshatriya becomes crowned with success. A Vaishya, by doing it, makes considerable profits, and a Sudra attains to great felicity. A sonless man obtains a son. A maiden obtains a desirable husband. A woman that is conceived brings forth a son. A barren woman conceives and attains to wealth of sons and grandsons. He who recites this discourse on the way succeeds in passing happily and without impediments of any kind along his way. In fact, one attains to whatever objects one cherishes if one reads or recites this narrative. Hearing these words of the great Rishi, fraught with certainty of conclusion, and embodying a recital of the attributes of that high-souled one who is the foremost of all beings, hearing this narrative of the great conclave of rishis and other denizens of heaven, men who are devoted to the supreme deity derive great happiness. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 342. Janamejaya said, O Holy One, it behoveth thee to tell me the significance of those diverse names uttering which the great Rishi Vyasa with his disciples hymned the praises of the illustrious slayer of Madhu. I am desirous of hearing those names of Hari, that supreme lord of all creatures. Indeed, by listening to those names, I shall be sanctified and cleansed even like the bright autumnal moon. Vyasa said, Listen, O king, to what the significances are of the diverse names, due to attributes and acts, of Hari as the puissant Hari himself of cheerful soul explained them to Fulguna. That slayer of hostile heroes, viz., Fulguna, had at one time asked Keshva, inquiring after the imports of the sum of the names by which the high-souled Keshva is adored. Arjuna said, O Holy One, O Supreme Ordainer of the past and the future. O Creator of all beings, O Immutable One, O Refuge of all the worlds, O Lord of the universe, O Dispeller of the fears of all persons, I desire to hear from thee in detail, O Keshva, the significance of all those names of thine, O God, which have been mentioned by the great rishis in the Vedas and the Puranas in consequences of diverse acts of thine. None else than thee, O Lord, is competent to explain the significations of those names. The Holy One said, in the Rigveda, in the Yajurveda, in the Atharvans and the Samans, in the Puranas and the Upanishads, as also in the treatises on astrology, O Arjuna, in the Sankhya scriptures, in the Yoga scriptures, and in the treatises also on the science of life, many are the names that have been mentioned by the great rishis. Some of those names are derivable from my attributes, and some of them relate to my acts. Do thou hear, with concentrated attention, O sinless one, what the import is of each of those names, in particular, that have reference to my acts. I shall recite them to you. It is said that in days of yore you were half my body. Salutations unto him of great glory, him, viz., that is the supreme soul of all embodied creatures. Salutations unto Narayana, unto him that is identifiable with the universe, unto him that transcends the three primal attributes of Sattva, Rajas, and Manas, unto him that is, again, the soul of those attributes. From his grace hath arisen Brahman, and from his wrath hath arisen Rudra. He is the source whence have sprung all mobile and immobile creatures. O foremost of all persons endued with Sattva, the attribute of Sattva consists of the 8 and 10 qualities. That attribute is supreme nature, having for her soul the sky and earth, and succeeding by her creative forces in upholding the universe. That nature is identical with the fruit of all acts, and the form of the diverse regions of felicity to which creatures attain through their acts. She is also the pure Chit. She is immortal and invincible, and is called the soul of the universe. From her flows all the modifications of both creation and destruction. She is identical with my Prakriti or nature. Divested of sex, she or he is the penances that people undergo. He is both the sacrifice that is performed and the sacrificer that performs the sacrifice. He is the ancient and the infinite Purusha. He is otherwise called Anirudh and is the source of the creation and the destruction of the universe. When Brahma's night wore off, through the grace of that being of immeasurable energy, a lotus made its appearance first, O thou of eyes like lotus petals. Within that lotus was born Brahma, springing from Anirudh's grace. Towards the evening of Brahma's day, Anirudh became filled with wrath, and as a consequence of this, there sprang from his forehead a son called Rudra, vested with the power of destroying everything when the hour for destruction comes. These two, viz., Brahma and Rudra, are the foremost of all the deities, having sprung respectively from the propitiousness and the wrath of Anirudh. Acting according to Anirudh's direction, these two deities create and destroy. Although capable of granting boons unto all creatures, they are, however, in the matter of the concerns to which they attend, viz., creation and destruction, merely instruments in the hands of Anirudh. It is Anirudh that does everything, making Brahma and Rudra the visible agents in respect of the universe. Rudra is otherwise called Kapardhan. He has matted locks on his head, and sometimes displays a head that is bald. He loves to dwell in the midst of crematoriums which constitute his home. He is an observer of the austerest vows. He is yogin of mighty puissance and energy. He is the destroyer of Diksha's sacrifice and the tearer of Bhaga's eyes. O son of Pandu, Rudra should be known to have always Narayana for his soul. If that deity of deities, viz. Mahesvara, be worshipped, then O Partha, is the puissant Narayana also worshipped. I am the soul, O son of Pandu, of all the worlds, of all the universe. Rudra, again, is my soul. It is for this that I always adore him. If I do not adore the auspicious and boon-giving Isana, nobody would then adore my own self. The ordinances I set are followed by all the worlds. Those ordinances should always be adored, and it is, therefore, that I adore them. He who knows Rudra knows myself, and he who knows myself knows Rudra. He who follows Rudra follows me. Rudra is Narayana. Both are one, and one is displayed in two different forms. Rudra and Narayana, forming one person, pervade all displayed things and cause them to act. No one else than Rudra is competent to grant me a boon. O son of Pandu! Having settled this in my mind, I adored in days of yore the ancient and puissant Rudra for obtaining the boon of a son. In adoring Rudra thus I adored my own self. Vishnu never bows his head unto any deity except his own self. It is for this reason that I adore Rudra, Rudra being, as I have already told thee, my own self. All the deities, including Brahma and Indra and the deities and the great rishis, adore Narayana, that foremost of deities, otherwise called by the name of Hari. Vishnu is the foremost of all beings past, present, or future, and as such should always be adored and worshipped with reverence. Do thou bow thy head unto Vishnu. Do thou bow thy head unto him who gives protection to all. Do thou bow, O son of Kunti, unto that great boon-giving deity, that foremost of deities, who eats the offerings made unto him in sacrifices. I have heard that there are 4 kinds of worshippers, viz., those who are eager for a religious life, those who are inquirers, those who strive to comprehend what they learn, and those who are wise. Among them all, they that are devoted to realizing the self and do not adore any other deity are the foremost. I am the end they seek, and though engaged in acts, they never seek the fruits thereof. The 3 remaining classes of my worshippers are those that are desirous of the fruits of their acts. They attain to regions of great felicity, but then they have to fall down therefrom upon the exhaustion of their merits. Those amongst my worshippers, therefore, that are fully awakened, and, as such, that know that all happiness is terminable except what is attainable by persons that become identified with me, obtain what is foremost and invaluable. Those that are awakened and whose conduct displays such enlightenment may be engaged in adoring Brahman or Mahadeva or the other deities that occur in heaven, but they succeed at least in attaining to myself. I have thus told thee, O Partha, what the distinctions are between my worshippers. Thyself, O son of Kunti, and myself are known as Nara and Narayana. Both of us have assumed human bodies only for the purpose of lightening the burden of the earth. I am fully cognizant of self-knowledge. I know who I am and whence I am, O Bharata. I know the religion of Nvriti, and all that contributes to the prosperity of creatures. Eternal as I am the one sole refuge of all men. The waters have been called by the name of Nara, for they sprang from him called Nara. And since the waters in former times were my refuge, I am, therefore, called by the name of Narayana. Assuming the form of the sun, I cover the universe with my rays. And because I am the home of all creatures, therefore, am I called by the name of Vasudeva. I am the end of all creatures and their sire, O Bharata. I pervade the entire firmament on high and the earth, O Partha, and my splendor transcends every other splendor. I am he, O Bharata, whom all creatures wish to attain to at the time of death. And because I pervade all the universe, I have come to be called by the name of Vishnu. Desirous of attaining to success through restraint of their senses, people seek to attain to me who am heaven and earth and the firmament between the two. For this am I called by the name of Damodara. The word Prisni includes food, the Vedas, water, and nectar. These four are always in my stomach. Hence am I called by the name of Prisnagarbha. The rishis have said that once on a time when the rishi Trita was thrown into a well by Ektha and Dviti, the distressed Trita invoked me, saying, O Prisnagarbha, do thou rescue the fallen Trita. That foremost of rishis, viz., Trita, the spiritual son of Brahma, having called on me thus, was rescued from the pit. The rays that emanate from the sun who gives heat to the world, from the blazing fire, and from the moon, constitute my hair. Hence do foremost of learned Brahmanas call me by the name of Kesva. The high-souled Utathya, having impregnated his wife, disappeared from her side through an illusion of the gods. The younger brother Vrihaspati then appeared before that high-souled one's wife. Unto that foremost of rishis that had repaired thither from desire of congress, the child in the womb of Utathya's wife, O son of Kunti, whose body had already been formed of the 5 primal elements, said, O giver of boons, I have already entered into this womb. It behoveth thee not to assail my mother. Hearing these words of the unborn child, Vrihaspati became filled with wrath and denounced a curse on him, saying, Since thou obstructest me in this way, when I have come hither from desire of the pleasures of congress, therefore shalt thou, by my curse, be visited by blindness, without doubt. Through this curse of that foremost of rishis, the child of Utathya was born blind, and blind he remained for a long time. It was for this reason that the rishi, in days of yore, came to be known by the name of Durgadamas. He, however, acquired the 4 Vedas with their eternal limbs and subsidiary parts. After that he frequently invoked me by this secret name of mine. Indeed, according to the ordinances laid down, he repeatedly called upon me by the name of Kesva. Through the merit he acquired by uttering this name repeatedly, he became cured of his blindness and then came to be called by the name of Gautama. This name of mine, therefore, O Arjuna, is productive of boons unto them that utter it among all the deities and the high-souled rishis. The deity of fire, appetite, and shoma, food, combining together, become transfused into one and the same substance. It is for this reason that the entire universe of mobile and immobile creatures is said to be pervaded by those two deities. In the Puranas, Agni and Soma are spoken of as complementary to one another. The deities also are said to have Agni for their mouth. It is in consequence of these two beings endued with natures leading to the unification that they are said to be deserving of each other and upholders of the universe. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 343. Arjuna said, "How did Agni and Soma, in days of yore, attain to uniformity in respect of their original nature? This doubt has arisen in my mind. Do thou dispel it, O slayer of Madhu." The highly and holy one said, "I shall recite to thee, O son of Pandu, an ancient story of incidents originating from my own energy. Do thou listen to it with rapt attention. When 4,000 yugas according to the measure of the celestials elapse, the dissolution of the universe comes. The manifest disappears into the unmanifest. All creatures, mobile and immobile, meet with destruction. Light, earth, wind, all disappear. Darkness spreads over the universe, which becomes one infinite expanse of water. When that infinite waste of water only exists like Brahma without second, it is neither day nor night. Neither ought nor not exists, neither manifest nor unmanifest. Then only undifferentiated Brahman existed. When such is the condition of the universe, the foremost of beings, viz. springs from Tamas, the eternal and immutable Hari that is the combination of the attributes of omnipotence and the rest, belonging to Narayana, that is indestructible and immortal, that is without senses, that is inconceivable and unborn, that is truth's self-fraught with compassion, that is endued with the form of existence which the rays of the gem called Chintamani have, that causes diverse kinds of inclinations to flow in diverse directions, that is divested of the principles of hostility and deterioration and mortality and decay, that is formless and all-pervading, and that is endued with the principle of universal creation and of eternity without beginning, middle, or end. There is authority for this assertion. The Shruti declares, day was not, night was not, aught was not, naught was not. In the beginning there was only Tamas in the form of the universe, and she is the night of Narayana of universal form. Even this is the meaning of the word Tamas. From that Purusha, called Hari, thus born of Tamas and having Brahman for his parent, started into existence the being called Brahman. Brahman, desiring to create creatures, caused Agni and Soma to spring from his own eyes. Afterwards, when creatures came to be created, the created persons came out in their due order as Brahmanas and Kshatriyas. He who started into life as Soma was none else than Brahma, and they that were born as Brahmanas were all Soma in reality. He who started into being as Kshatriyas were none else than Agni. The Brahmanas became endued with greater energy than the Kshatras. If you ask the reason why, the answer is that this superiority of the Brahmanas to the Kshatriyas is an attribute that is manifest to the whole world. It occurred as follows. The Brahmanas represent the eldest creation as regards men. None were created before that was superior to the Brahmanas. He who offers food into the mouth of a Brahmana is regarded as pouring libations into a blazing fire for gratifying the deities. I say that having ordained things in comprising this way, the creation of creatures was accomplished by Brahma. Having established all created beings in their respective positions, he upholds the three worlds. There occurs a declaration to the same effect in the mantras of the Shrutis. Thou, O Agni, art the Hatri in sacrifices and the benefactor of the universe. Thou art the benefactor of the deities, of men, and of all the worlds. There is other authority also for this. Thou art, O Agni, the Hatri of the universe and of sacrifices. Thou art the source through which the deities and men do good to the universe. Agni is truly the Hatri and the performer of sacrifices. Agni is again the Brahma of the sacrifice. No libations can be poured into sacrificial fire without uttering mantras. There can be no penances without a person to perform them. The worship of the deities and men and the rishis is accomplished by the libations poured with mantras. Hence, O Agni, thou hast been regarded as the Hatri in sacrifices. Thou art, again, all the other mantras that have been declared in respect of the Homa rites of men. For the Brahmanas, the duty is ordained of officiating for others in the sacrifices they perform. The two other orders, viz., Kshatras and Vaishyas, that are included within the regenerate or twice-born class, have not the same duty prescribed for them. Hence, Brahmanas are like Agni, who uphold sacrifices. The sacrifices, which the Brahmanas perform, strengthen the deities. Strengthened in this way, the deities fructify the earth, and thereby support all living creatures. But the result that may be achieved by the foremost of sacrifices may as well be accomplished through the mouth of the Brahmanas. That learned person who offers food into the mouth of a Brahmana is said to pour libations into the sacred fire for gratifying the deities. In this way the Brahmanas have come to be regarded as Agni. They that are possessed of learning adore Agni. Agni is again Vishnu. Entering all creatures, he upholds their life breaths. In this connection there is a verse sung by Sanat Kumara. Brahman, in creating the universe, first created the Brahmanas. The Brahmanas become immortal by studying the Vedas, and repair to heaven through the aid of such study. The intelligence, speech, acts and observances, faith, and the penances of the Brahmanas uphold both the earth and the heaven like slings of strings upholding bovine nectar. There is no duty higher than truth. There is no superior more worthy of reverence than the mother. There is none more efficient than the Brahmana for conferring felicity both here and hereafter. The inhabitants of those realms where Brahmanas have no certain means of support, from lands or other kinds of property assigned to them, become very miserable. There the oxen do not carry the people or draw the plow, nor do vehicles of any kind bear them. Their milk kept in jars is never churned for yielding butter. On the other hand, the residents become divested of prosperity of every kind, and betake themselves to the ways of robbers, instead of being able to enjoy the blessings of peace. In the Vedas, the Puranas, the histories, and other authoritative writings, it is said that Brahmanas, who are the souls of all creatures, who are the creators of all things, and who are identifiable with all existent objects, sprang from the mouth of Narayana. Indeed, it is said that the Brahmins first came at the time when the great boon-giving God had restrained his speech as a penance, and the other orders have originated from the Brahmanas. The Brahmanas are distinguished above the deities and Asuras, since they were created by myself in my indescribable form as Brahma. As I have created the deities and the Asuras and the great rishis, so I have placed the Brahmanas in their respective situations and have to punish them occasionally. In consequence of his licentious assault on Ahulya, Indra was cursed by Gautama, her husband, through which Indra got a green beard on his face. Through that curse of Kausika, Indra lost, also, his own testicles, which loss was afterwards, through the kindness of the other deities, made up by the substitution of the testicles of a ram. When in the sacrifice of King Sarjyati, the great Rishi Chayavana became desirous of making the twin Ashwin sharers of the sacrificial offerings, Indra objected. Upon Chayavana insisting, Indra sought to hurl his thunderbolt at him. The Rishi paralyzed Indra's arms. Incensed at the destruction of his sacrifice by Rudra, Diksha once more set himself to the practice of severe austerities, and attaining to high puissance caused something like a third eye to appear on the forehead of Rudra for the destruction of Tripurasura. When Rudra addressed himself for the destruction of the triple city belonging to the Asuras, the preceptor of the Asuras, viz., Usanas, provoked beyond endurance, tore a matted lock from his own head and hurled it at Rudra. From that matted lock of Usanas sprang many serpents. Those serpents began to bite Rudra, at which his throat became blue. During a bygone period, viz., that connected with the self-born Manu, it is said that Narayana had seized Rudra by the throat, and hence did Rudra's throat become blue. On the occasion of churning the ocean for raising the Amrita, Vrihaspati of Anjira's race sat on the shores of the ocean for performing the rite of Puruskarana. When he took up a little water for the purpose of the initial akamana, the water seemed to him to be very muddy. At this Vrihaspati became angry and cursed the ocean, saying, "Since thou continuest to be so dirty regardless of the fact of my having come to thee for touching thee, since thou hast not become clear and transparent, therefore from this day thou shalt be tainted with fishes and sharks and tortoises and other aquatic animals." From that time, the waters of the ocean have become infested with diverse kinds of sea animals and monsters. Visvarupa, the son of Tastri, formerly became the priest of the deities. He was, on his mother's side, related to the Asuras, for his mother was the daughter of an Asura. While publicly offering unto the deities their shares of sacrificial offerings, he privately offered shares thereof unto the Asuras. The Asuras, with their chief Hiranyakasipu at their head, then repaired to their sister, the mother of Visvarupa, and solicited a boon from her, saying, "The son Visvarupa by Tastri, otherwise called Trisiras, is now the priest of the deities. While he gives unto the deities their shares of sacrificial offerings publicly, he gives us our shares of the same privately. In consequence of this, the deities are being aggrandized, and we are being weakened. It behoveth thee, therefore, to prevail upon him that he may take up our cause." Thus addressed by them, the mother of Visvarupa repaired to her son, who was then staying in the Nandana woods of Indra, and said unto him, "How is it, O son, that thou art engaged in aggrandizing the cause of thy foes and weakening that of thy maternal uncles? It behoveth thee not to act in this way." Visvarupa, thus solicited by his mother, thought that he should not disobey her words, and as the consequence of that reflection he went over to the side of Hiranyakasipu, after having paid proper respects to his mother. King Hiranyakasipu, upon the arrival of Trisiras, dismissed his old Hatri, viz., Vasishtha, the son of Brahma, and appointed Trisiras to that office. Incensed at this, Vasishtha cursed Hiranyakasipu, saying, "Since thou dismissest me and appointest another person as thy Hatri, this sacrifice of thine shall not be completed, and some being the like of whom has not existed before will slay thee." In consequence of this curse, Hiranyakasipu was slain by Vishnu in the form of a man-lion. Visvarupa, having adopted the side of his maternal relations, employed himself in severe austerities for aggrandizing them. Impelled by the desire of causing him to swerve from his vows, Indra dispatched to him many beautiful apsaras. Beholding those celestial nymphs of transcendent beauty, the heart of Visvarupa became agitated. Within a very short time he became exceedingly attached to them. Understanding that he had become attached to them, the celestial nymphs said unto him one day, "We shall not tarry here any longer. In fact, we shall return to that place whence we came." Unto them that said so, the son of Tastri replied, "Where will you go? Stay with me. I shall do you good." Hearing him say so, the Apsaras rejoined, "We are celestial nymphs called Apsaras. We chose in days of old the illustrious and boon-giving Indra of great puissance." Visvarupa then said unto them, "This very day I shall so ordain that all the deities with Indra at their head shall cease to be. Saying this, Trisiris began to recite mentally certain sacred mantras of great efficacy. By virtue of those mantras, he began to increase in energy. With one of his mouths he began to drink all the soma that brahmanas engaged in sacrifices poured on their sacred fires with due rites. With a second mouth he began to eat all food that was offered in sacrifices. With his third mouth he began to drink up the energy of all the deities with Indra at their head. Beholding him swelling with energy in every part of his body that was strengthened by the soma he was drinking, all the deities, then, with Indra in their company, proceeded to the grandsire Brahma. Arrived at his presence, they addressed him and said, "All the soma that is duly offered in the sacrifices performed everywhere is being drunk by Visvarupa. We no longer obtain our shares. The Asuras are being aggrandized, while we are being weakened. It behoveth thee, therefore, to ordain what is for our good." After the deity ceased, the grandsire replied, "The great Rishi Dadichi of Bhriga's race is now engaged in performing severe austerities. Go, ye deities, unto him and solicit a boon from him. Do ye so arrange that he may cast off his body? With his bones let a new weapon be created called the thunderbolt." Thus instructed by the grandsire, the deities proceeded to that place where the holy Rishi Dadichi was engaged in his austerities. The deities with Indra at their head addressed the sage, saying, "O Holy One, your austerities, we hope, are being well performed and uninterrupted." Unto them the sage Dadichi said, "Welcome to all of you. Tell me what I should do for you. I shall certainly do what you will say." They then told him, "It behoveth thee to cast off thy body for benefiting all the worlds." Thus solicited, the sage Dadichi, who was a great yogin and who regarded happiness and misery in the same light, without being at all cheerless, concentrated his soul by his yoga power and cast off his body. When his soul left its temporary tenement of clay, Dhatri, taking his bones, created an irresistible weapon called the thunderbolt. With the thunderbolt thus made with the bones of a Brahmana, which was impenetrable by other weapons and irresistible and pervaded by the energy of Vishnu, Indra struck Visvarupa the son of Tastri. Having slain the son of Tastri thus, Indra severed his head from the body. From the lifeless body, however, of Visvarupa, when it was pressed, the energy that was still residing in it gave birth to a mighty Asura of the name of Vritra. Vritra became the foe of Indra, but Indra slew him also with the thunderbolt. In consequence of the sin of Brahmanicide, being thus doubled, Indra became overcome with a great fear, and as the consequence thereof he had to abandon the sovereignty of heaven. He entered a cool lotus stalk that grew in the Manas lake. In consequence of the yoga attribute of anima, he became very minute and entered the fibers of that lotus stalk. When the Lord of the three worlds, the husband of Sachi, had thus disappeared from sight through fear of the sin of Brahmanicide, the universe became lordless. The attributes of Rajas and Tamas assailed the deities. The mantras uttered by the great rishis lost all efficacy. Rakshasas appeared everywhere the Vedas were about to disappear. The inhabitants of all the worlds, being destitute of a king, lost their strength and began to fall an easy prey to Rakshasas and other evil beings. Then the deities and the rishis, uniting together, made Nahusha, the son of Ayusha, the king of the three worlds and duly crowned him as such. Nahusha had on his forehead full 500 luminaries of blazing effulgence, which had the virtue of despoiling every creature of energy. Thus equipped, Nahusha continued to rule heaven. The three worlds were restored to their normal condition. The inhabitants of the universe once more became happy and cheerful. Nahusha then said, "Everything that Indra used to enjoy is before me. Only, his spouse Sachi is not by." Having said this, Nahusha proceeded to where Sachi was and, addressing her, said, "O blessed lady, I have become the lord of the deities. Do thou accept me? Unto him Sachi replied, saying, Thou art, by nature, wedded to righteousness of behavior. Thou belongest, again, to the race of Shoma. It behoveth thee not to assail another person's wife. Nahusha, thus addressed by her, said, The position of Indra is now being occupied by me. I deserve to enjoy the dominions and all the precious possessions of Indra. In desiring to enjoy thee there can be no sin. Thou wert Indra's and, therefore, should be mine. Sachi then said unto him, I am observing a vow that has not yet been completed. After performing the final ablutions, I shall come to thee within a few days. Extracting this promise from Indra's spouse, Nahusha left her presence. Meanwhile Sachi, afflicted with pain and grief, anxious to find her lord and assailed by her fear of Nahusha, proceeded to Vrihaspati, the chief priest of the celestials. At the first sight Vrihaspati understood her to be struck with anxiety. He immediately had recourse to yoga meditation and learnt that she was intent upon doing what was necessary for restoring her husband to his true position. Vrihaspati then addressed her, saying, Equipped with penances and the merit that will be thine in consequence of this vow that thou art observing, do thou invoke the boon-giving goddess Upashruti. Invoked by thee, she will appear and show thee where thy husband is dwelling, while in the observance of that very austere vow, she invoked with the aid of proper mantras the boon-giving goddess Upashruti. Invoked by Sachi, the goddess presented herself before her and said, I am here at thy bidding. Invoked by thee I have come. What cherished wish of thine shall I accomplish? Bowing unto her with a bend of the head, Sachi said, O blessed lady, it behoveth thee to show me where my husband is. Thou art truth. Thou art Rita. Thus addressed, the goddess Upashruti took her to the lake Manasa. Arrived there, she pointed out to Sachi her lord Indra residing within the fibers of a lotus stalk. Beholding his spouse pale and emaciated, Indra became exceedingly anxious. And the Lord of heaven said unto himself, Alas, great is the sorrow that has overtaken me. I have fallen off from the position that is mine. This my spouse, afflicted with grief on my account, finds out my lost self and comes to me here. Having reflected in this strain, Indra addressed his dear spouse and said, In what condition art thou now? She answered him, Nahusha invites me to make me his wife. I have obtained a respite from him, having fixed the time when I am to go to him. Unto her Indra then said, Go and say unto Nahusha that he should come to thee on a vehicle never used before, viz., one unto which some rishis should be harnessed, and arriving at thine in that state he should wed thee. Indra has many kinds of vehicles that are all beautiful and charming. All these have borne thee. Nahusha, however, should come on such a vehicle that Indra himself had not possessed. Thus counseled by her lord, Sachi left that spot with a joyous heart. Indra also once more entered the fibers of that lotus stalk. Beholding the queen of Indra come back to heaven, Nahusha addressed her, saying, The time thou hadst fixed is over. Unto him Sachi said what Indra had directed her to say. Harnessing a number of great rishis unto the vehicle he rode, Nahusha set out from his place for coming to where Sachi was living. The foremost of rishis, viz. Agastya, born within a jar of the vital seed of Maitrevaruna, beheld those foremost of rishis insulted by Nahusha in that way. Him Nahusha struck with his foot. Unto him, Agastya said, Wretch, as thou hast betaken thyself to a highly improper act, do thou fall down on the earth. Be transformed into a snake, and do thou continue to live in that form as long as the earth and her hills continue. As soon as these words were uttered by the great Rishi, Nahusha fell down from that vehicle. The three worlds once more became masterless. The deities and the rishis then united together and proceeded to where Vishnu was and appealed to him for bringing about the restoration of Indra. Approaching him, they said, "O Holy One, it behoveth thee to rescue Indra, who is overwhelmed by the sin of Brahmanicide." The boon-giving Vishnu replied unto them, saying, "Let Sakra perform a horse sacrifice in honor of Vishnu. He will then be restored to his former position." The deities and the rishis began to search for Indra, but when they could not find him, they went to Sachi and said unto her, "O blessed lady, go unto Indra and bring him here." Requested by them, Sachi once more proceeded to the lake Manasa. Indra, rising from the lake, came to Vrihaspati. The celestial priest Vrihaspati then made arrangements for a great horse sacrifice, substituting a black antelope for a good steed every way fit to be offered up in sacrifice. Causing Indra, the lord of the Maruts, to ride upon that very steed, which was saved from slaughter, Vrihaspati led him to his own place. The Lord of Heaven was then adored with hymns by all the deities and the rishis. He continued to rule in heaven, cleansed of the sin of Brahmanicide, which was divided into 4 portions, and ordained to reside in woman, fire, trees, and kine. It was thus that Indra, strengthened by the energy of a Brahmana, succeeded in slaying his foe, and when, as the result of that act of his, he had been overpowered by sin, it was the energy of another Brahmana that rescued him. It was thus that Indra once more regained his position. In days of yore, while the great Rishi Bharadvaja was saying his prayers by the side of the celestial Ganga, one of the 3 feet of Vishnu, when he assumed his 3-footed form, reached that spot. Beholding that strange sight, Bharadvaja assailed Vishnu with a handful of water, upon which Vishnu's bosom received a mark, called Sriyavatsa. Cursed by that foremost of rishis, viz., Bhrigu, Agni was obliged to become a devourer of all things. Once on a time, Aditi, the mother of the deities, cooked some food for her sons. She thought that, eating that food and strengthened by it, the deities would succeed in slaying the Asuras. After the food had been cooked, Buddha, the presiding deity of the luminary known by that name, having completed the observance of an austere vow, presented himself before Aditi and said unto her, "Give me alms." Aditi, though thus solicited for food, gave him none, thinking that no one should eat of the food she had cooked, before her sons, the deities, had first taken it. Incensed at the conduct of Aditi, who thus refused to give him alms, Buddha, who was Brahma's self through the austere vow he had completed, cursed her, saying that as Aditi had refused him alms, she would have a pain in her womb when Vivasvat, and his second birth in the womb of Aditi, would be born in the form of an egg. Aditi reminded Vivasvat at that time of the curse of Buddha, and it is for that reason that Vivasvat, the deity who is adorned in Shraddhas, coming out of the womb of Aditi, came to be called by the name of Mrthanda. The Prajapati Deksha became the father of 60 daughters. Amongst them, 3 and 10 were bestowed by him upon Kasyapa, 10 upon Dharma, 10 upon Man, and 7 and 20 upon Shoma. Although all the 7 and 20 that were called nakshatras and bestowed upon Shoma were equal in respect of beauty and accomplishments, yet Shoma became more attached to one, viz., Rohini, than the rest. The rest of his spouses, filled with jealousy, leaving him, repaired to their sire and informed him of this conduct of their husband, saying, "O Holy One, although all of us are equal in point of beauty, yet our husband Shoma is exclusively attached to our sister Rohini." And incensed at this representation of his daughters, the celestial Rishi Deksha cursed Shoma, saying that thenceforth the disease Thysis should assail his son-in-law and dwell in him. Through this curse of Deksha, Thysis assailed the puissant Shoma and entered into his body. Assailed by Thysis in this way, Shoma came to Deksha. The latter addressed him, saying, "I have cursed thee because of thy unequal behavior towards thy wives." The Rishi then said unto Shoma, "Thou art being reduced by the disease Thysis that has assailed thee." There is a sacred water called Hiranyasara in the Western Ocean. Repairing to that sacred water, do thou bathe there, counseled by the rishi. Soma proceeded thither. Arrived at Hiranyasara, Soma bathed in that sacred water. Performing his oblations, he cleansed himself from his sin. And because that sacred water was illumined, Apasita, by Soma, therefore was it from that day called by the name of Prabhasa. In consequence, however, of the curse denounced upon him in days of old by Diksha, Soma, to this day, begins to wane from the night of the full moon till his total disappearance on the night of the new moon, whence he once more begins to wax till the night of full moon. The brightness also of the lunar disk from that time received a stain, for the body of Soma, since then, has come to present certain dark spots. In fact, the splendid disk of the moon has, from that day, come to exhibit the mark of a hair. Once on a time, a rishi of the name of Stulasiras was engaged in practicing very severe austerities on the northern breasts of the mountains of Meru. While engaged in those austerities, a pure breeze, charged with all kinds of delicious perfumes, began to blow there and fan his body. Scorched as his body was by the very severe austerities he was undergoing, and living as he did upon air alone to the exclusion of every kind of food, he became highly gratified in consequence of that delicious breeze which blew around him. While he was thus gratified with the delicious breeze that fanned him, the trees around him, moved by jealousy, put forth their flowers for making a display and extorting his praise. Displeased at this conduct of the trees, because it was dictated by jealousy, the rishi cursed them, saying, "Henceforth, ye shall not be able to put forth your flowers at all times." In days of yore, for doing good to the world, Narayana took birth as the great Rishi Vadavamukha. While engaged in practicing severe austerities on the breast of Meru, he summoned the ocean to his presence. The ocean, however, disobeyed his summons. Incensed at this, the rishi, with the heat of his body, caused the waters of the ocean to become as saltish in taste as the human sweat. The rishi further said, "Thy waters shall henceforth cease to be drinkable. Only when the equine head, roving within thee, will drink thy waters, they will be as sweet as honey." It is for this curse that the waters of the ocean to this day are saltish to the taste and are drunk by no one else than the equine head. The daughter, named Uma, of the Himavat mountains, was desired by Rudra in marriage after Himavat had promised the hand of Uma to Mahadeva. The great Rishi Bhrigu, approaching Himavat, addressed him, saying, "Give this daughter of thine unto me in marriage." Himavat replied unto him, saying, "Rudra is the bridegroom already selected by me for my daughter." Angry at this reply, Bhrigu said, "Since thou refusest my suit for the hand of thy daughter and insultest me thus, thou shalt no longer abound with jewels and gems." To this day, in consequence of the Rishi's words, the mountains of Himavat have not any jewels and gems. Even such is the glory of the Brahmanas. It is through the favor of the Brahmanas that the Kshatriyas are able to possess the eternal and undeteriorating earth as their wife and enjoy her. The power of the Brahmanas, again, is made up of Agni and Shoma. The universe is upheld by that power and, therefore, is upheld by Agni and Shoma united together. It is said that Surya and Chandramadhavs are the eyes of Narayana. The rays of Surya constitute my eyes. Each of them, viz., the sun and the moon, invigorate and warm the universe respectively. And because of the sun and the moon thus warming and invigorating the universe, they have come to be regarded as the harsha, joy, of the universe. It is in consequence of these acts of Agni and Shoma that uphold the universe that I have come to be called by the name of Hrishikesa, O son of Pandu. Indeed, I am the boon-giving Isana, the creator of the universe. Through virtue of the mantras with which libations of clarified butter are poured on the sacred fire, I take and appropriate the principal share of the offerings made in sacrifices. My complexion also is of that foremost of gems called Harit. It is for these reasons that I am called by the name of Hari. I am the highest abode of all creatures, and am regarded by persons conversant with the scriptures to be identical with truth or nectar. I am, for this reason, called by learned Brahmanas by the name of Ratadama, abode of truth or nectar. When in days of yore the earth became submerged in the waters and lost to the view, I found her out and raised her from the depths of the ocean. For this reason the deities adore me by the name of Govinda. Sapivishta is another name of mine. The word Sipi indicates a person that has no hair on his body. He who pervades all things in the form of Sipi is known by the name of Sapivishta. The Rishi Yiksha, with tranquil soul, in many a sacrifice invoke me by the name Sapivishta. It is for this reason that I came to bear this secret name. Yiksha of great intelligence, having adored me by the name Sapivishta, succeeded in restoring the Naruktas which had disappeared from the surface of the earth and sunk into nether regions. I was never born. I never take birth. Nor shall I ever be born. I am the Kshatrajna of all creatures. Hence am I called by the name of Aya, unborn. I have never uttered anything base or anything that is obscene. The divine Sarasvati, who is truth's self, who is the daughter of Brahma and is otherwise called by the name of Rita, represents my speech and always dwells in my tongue. The existent and the non-existent have been merged by me in my soul. The rishis dwelling in Pushkara, which is regarded as the abode of Brahman, called me by the name of truth. I have never swerved from the attribute of sattva, and know that the attribute of sattva has flowed from me. In this birth also of mine, O Dhananjaya, my ancient attribute of sattva has not left me, so that in even this life, establishing myself on sattva, I set myself to acts without ever wishing for their fruits. Cleansed of all sins, as I am through the attribute of sattva, which is my nature, I can be beheld by the aid of that knowledge only which arises from adoption of the attribute of sattva. I am reckoned also among those that are wedded to that attribute. For these reasons am I known by the name of Satwata. I till the earth, assuming the form of a large plowshare of black iron. And because my complexion is black, therefore am I called by the name of Krishna. I have united the earth with water, space with mind, and wind with light. Therefore ant I called Vaikuntha. The cessation of separate conscious existence by identification with Supreme Brahman is the highest attribute or condition for a living agent to attain. And since I have never swerved from that attribute or condition, I am, therefore, called by the name of Achyuta. The earth and the firmament are known to extend in all directions. And because I uphold them both, therefore am I called by the name of Adhokshaja. Persons conversant with the Vedas and employed in interpreting the words used in those scriptures adore me in sacrifices by calling upon me by the same name. In days of yore, the great rishis, while engaged in practicing severe austerities, said, "No one else in the universe than the puissant Narayana is capable of being called by the name of Adhokshaja." Clarified butter which sustains the lives of all creatures in the universe constitutes my effulgence. It is for this reason that Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas and possessed of concentrated souls call me by the name of Gritarkis. There are three well-known constituent elements of the body. They have their origin in action, and are called bile, phlegm, and wind. The body is called a union of these three. All living creatures are upheld by these three, and when these three become weakened, living creatures also become weakened. It is for this reason that all persons conversant with the scriptures bearing on the science of life call me by the name of Tridhatu. The holy dharma is known among all creatures by the name of Vrisha, O Bharata. Hence it is that I am called the excellent Vrisha in the Vedic lexicon called Nagantaka. The word kapi signifies the foremost of boars, and dharma is otherwise known by the name of vrisha. It is for this reason that Lord of all creatures, viz., Kasyapa, the common sire of the deities and the Asuras, called me by the name Vrishakapi. The deities and the Asuras have never been able to ascertain my beginning, my middle, or my end. It is for this reason that I am sung as Anadi, Amatya, and Ananta. I am the Supreme Lord endued with puissance, and I am the eternal witness of the universe, beholding as I do its successive creations and destructions. I always hear words that are pure and holy, O Dhananjaya, and never hold anything that is sinful. Hence am I called by the name of Suchasravas. Assuming, in days of old, the form of a boar with a single tusk, O enhancer of the joys of others, I raised the submerged earth from the bottom of the ocean. From this reason am I called by the name of Ekasringa. While I assumed the form of mighty boar for this purpose, I had 3 humps on my back. Indeed, in consequence of this peculiarity of my form at that time, that I have come to be called by the name of Trikakud, 3-humped. Those who are conversant with the science propounded by Kapila call the Supreme Soul by the name of Virincha. That Virincha is otherwise called the Great Prajapati, or Brahman. Verily I am identical with him, called Virincha, in consequence of my imparting animation to all living creatures, for I am the creator of the universe. The preceptors of Sankhya philosophy, possessed of definite conclusions regarding all topics, call me the eternal Kapila staying in the midst of the solar disk with but knowledge for my companion. On earth I am known to be identical with him who has been sung in the Vedic verses as the effulgent Hiranyagarbha and who is always worshipped by yogins. I am regarded as the embodied form of the rich Veda consisting of 1 and 20,000 verses. Persons conversant with the Vedas also call me the embodiment of the Samans of 1,000 branches. Even thus do learned Brahmins that are my devoted worshippers and that are very rare sing me in the Aranyakas. In the Adhyarius I am sung as the Yajurveda of 6 and 50 and 8 and 7 and 30 branches. Learned Brahmins conversant with the Atharvans regard me as identical with the Atharvans consisting of 5 kalpas and all the krityas. All the subdivisions that exist of the different Vedas in respective branches, and all the verses that compose those branches, and all the vowels that occur in those verses, and all the rules in respective pronunciation, know, O Dhananjaya, are my work. O Partha, he that rises, at the beginning of creation from the ocean of milk at the earnest invocation of Brahmana and all the deities, and who gives diverse boons unto the diverse deities, is none else than myself. I am he who is the repository of the science of syllables and pronunciation that is treated of in the supplementary portions of the Vedas. Following the path pointed out by Vamadeva, the high-souled Rishi Panchala, through my grace, obtained from that eternal being the rules in respect of the division of syllables and words for reading the Vedas. Indeed, Galava, born in the Vibravya race, having attained to high ascetic success and obtained a boon from Narayana, compiled the rules in respect of the division of syllables and words for reading the Vedas. Indeed, Galava, born in the Vibravya race, having attained to the high ascetic success and obtained a boon from Narayana, compiled the rules in respect of the division of syllables and words, and those about emphasis and accent in utterance, and shone as the first scholar who became conversant with those 2 subjects. Kundrika and King Brahmadatta of great energy, repeatedly thinking of the sorrow that attends birth and death, attained to that prosperity which is acquired by persons devoted to yoga, in course of 7 births, in consequence of my favor. In days of yore, O Partha, I was, for some reason, born as the son of Dharma, O chief of Kuru's race, and in consequence of such birth of mine I was celebrated under the name of Dharmaja. I took birth in 2 forms, viz., as Nara and Narayana. Riding on the vehicle that helps towards the performance of scriptural and other duties, I practiced, in those two forms, undying austerities on the breast of Gandhamadana. At that time the great sacrifice of Daksha took place. Daksha, however, in that sacrifice of his, refused to give a share unto Rudra, O Bharata, of the sacrificial offerings. Urged by the sage Dadichi, Rudra destroyed that sacrifice. He hurled a dart whose flames blazed up every moment. That dart, having consumed all the preparations of Diksha's sacrifice, came with great force towards us, Nara and Narayana, at the retreat of Vadari. With great violence that dart then fell upon the chest of Narayana. Assailed by the energy of that dart, the hair on the head of Narayana became green. In fact, in consequence of this change in the hue of my hair, I came to be called by the name of Manjakiza. Driven off by an exclamation of Hun which Narayana uttered, the dart, its energy being lost, returned to Sankara's hands. At this, Rudra became highly angry, and as the result thereof he rushed towards the rishis Nara and Narayana, endued with the puissance of severe austerities. Narayana then seized the rushing Rudra with his hand by the throat. Seized by Narayana, the Lord of the universe, Rudra's throat changed color and became dark. From that time Rudra came to be called by the name of Siddhikantha. Meanwhile Nara, for the purpose of destroying Rudra, took up a blade of grass and inspired it with mantras. The blade of grass, thus inspired, was converted into a mighty battle axe. Nara suddenly hurled that battle axe at Rudra, but it broke into pieces. In consequence of that weapon thus breaking into pieces, I came to be called by the name of Kandaparasu. Arjuna said, in that battle capable of bringing about the destruction of the three worlds, who obtained the victory, O Janardana, do thou tell me this. The Blessed and Holy One said, when Rudra and Narayana became thus engaged in battle, all the universe became suddenly filled with anxiety. The deity of fire ceased to accept libations of even the purest clarified butter duly poured in sacrifices with the aid of Vedic mantras. The Vedas no longer shone by inward light in the minds of the rishis of cleansed souls. The attributes of Rajas and Tamas possessed the deities. The earth trembled. The vault of the firmament seemed to divide in twain. All the luminaries became deprived of their splendor. The Creator, Brahman, himself fell from his seat. The ocean itself became dry. The mountains of Himavat became riven. When such dire omens appeared everywhere, O son of Pandu, Brahma, surrounded by all the deities and the high-souled rishis, soon arrived at that spot where the battle was raging. The four-faced Brahma, capable of being understood with the aid of only the Naraktas, joined his hands and addressing Rudra, said, let good happen to the three worlds. Throw down thy weapons, O Lord of the universe, from desire of benefiting the universe. That which is unmanifest, indestructible, immutable, supreme, the origin of the universe, uniform, and the supreme actor, that which transcends all pairs of opposites, and is inactive, has, choosing to be manifested, been pleased to assume this one blessed form, for though double, the two but represent the same form. This Nara and Narayana, the displayed forms of Supreme Brahman, have taken birth in the race of Dharma. The foremost of all deities, these two are observers of the highest vows and endued with the severest penances. Through some reason best known to him, I myself have sprung from the attribute of his grace. Eternal as thou art, for thou hast ever existed since all the past creations, thou too hast sprung from his wrath. With myself then, these deities, and all the great rishis, do thou adore this displayed form of Brahma, and let peace be unto all the worlds without any delay. Thus addressed by Brahma, Rudra forthwith cast off the fire of his wrath, and set himself to gratify the illustrious and puissant god Narayana. Indeed, he soon placed himself at the disposal of the adorable boon-giving and puissant god Narayana. That boon-giving god Narayana, who hath his wrath and the senses under control, soon became gratified and reconciled with Rudra. Well adored by the rishis, by Brahma, and by all the deities, that great god, the Lord of the universe, otherwise called by the name of Hari, then addressed the illustrious Isana and said these words: He that knows thee, knows me. He that follows thee, follows me. There is no difference between thee and me. Do thou never think otherwise? The mark made by thy lance on my chest will from this day assume the form of a beautiful whorl, and the mark of my hand on thy throat will also assume a beautiful shape, in consequence of which thou shalt, from this day, be called by the name of Srikanta. The Blessed and Holy One continued. Having mutually caused such marks on each other's person, the two rishis Nara and Narayana thus made friends with Rudra, and dismissing the deities, once more set themselves to the practice of penances with a tranquil soul. I have thus told thee, O son of Pritha, how in that battle which took place in days of yore between Rudra and Narayana, the latter got the victory. I have also told thee the many secret names by which Narayana is called, and what the significations are, O Bharata, of one of those names, which, as I have told thee, the rishis have bestowed upon the great god. In this way, O son of Kunti, assuming diverse forms do I rove at will through the earth, the region of Brahma himself, and that other high and eternal region of felicity called Goloka. Protected by me in the great battle, thou hast won a great victory. That being whom, at the time of all thy battles, thou beheldest stalking in thy van, know, O son of Kunti, is no other than Rudra, that god of gods, otherwise called by the name of Kapardhan. He is otherwise known by the name of Kala, and should be known as one that has sprung from my wrath. Those foes whom thou hast slain were all, in the first instance, slain by him. Do thou bend thy head unto that god of gods, that Lord of Uma, endued with immeasurable puissance, with concentrated soul, do thou bend thy head unto that illustrious Lord of the universe, that indestructible deity, otherwise called by the name of Hari. He is none else than that deity who, as I have repeatedly told thee, has sprung from my wrath. Thou hast, before this, heard, O Dhananjaya, of the puissance and energy that reside in him. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 344. Sanaka said, O Sati, excellent is this narrative which thou hast recited. Verily, these ascetics, having heard it, have all been filled with wonder. It is said, O Sati, that a discourse that has Narayana for its topic is more fruitful of merit than sojourns unto all the sacred retreats and ablutions performed in all the sacred waters on the earth. Having listened to this discourse of thine that has Narayana for its topic, that is sacred and capable of cleansing one of every sin, all of us have certainly become holy. Adored of all the worlds, that illustrious and foremost of deities is incapable of being beheld by the deities, with Brahma numbering among them and all the rishis. That Narada was able to obtain a sight of the god Narayana, otherwise called Hari, was due, O son of Sudha, to the special grace of that divine and puissant Lord. When, however, the celestial rishi Narada had succeeded in obtaining a sight of the Supreme Lord of the universe, residing in the form of Anirudh, why did he again proceed so quickly to the retreat of Vidari on the breast of Himavat, for beholding those two foremost of godly of rishis, viz., Nara and Narayana? Do you, O Sati, tell us the reason of such conduct on the part of Narada? Sati said, during the continuance of his snake sacrifice, Janamejaya, the royal son of Parikshit, availing himself of an interval in the sacrificial rites, and when all the learned Brahmanas were resting, O Sanaka, that king of kings, addressed the grandfather of his grandfather, viz., the island-born Krishna, otherwise called Vyasa, that ocean of Vedic lore, that foremost of ascetics endued with puissance, and said these words. Janamejaya said, after the celestial rishi Narada had returned from White Island, reflecting, as he came, on the words spoken to him by the holy Narayana, what indeed did the great ascetic next do? Arrived at the retreat known by the name of Vadari on the breast of the Himvat Mountains, and seeing the two rishis Nara and Narayana who were engaged in severe austerities at that spot, how long did Narada dwell there, and what were the topics of conversation between him and the two rishis? This discourse on Narayana, that is really an ocean of knowledge, has been raised by thy intelligent self by churning that vast history called Bharata, which consists of 100,000 verses. As butter is raised from curds, sandalwood from the mountains of Malaya, the Aranyakas from the Vedas, and nectar from all the medicinal herbs, after the same manner, O ocean of austerities, hath this discourse that is like nectar and that has Narayana for its object, been raised by thee, O Brahmana, from diverse histories and Puranas existing in the world. Narayana is the Supreme Lord. Illustrious and endued with great puissance, he is the soul of all creatures. Indeed, O foremost of regenerate ones, the energy of Narayana is irresistible. Into Narayana, at the end of the Kalpa, enter all the deities having Brahman for their foremost, all the rishis with the Gandharvas, and all things mobile and immobile. I think, therefore, that there is nothing holier on earth or in heaven, and nothing higher than Narayana. A sojourn unto all the sacred retreats on earth, and ablutions performed in all the sacred waters, are not productive of as much merit as a discourse that has Narayana for its topic. Having listened from the beginning to this discourse on Hari, the Lord of the universe, that destroys all sins, we feel that we have been cleansed of all our sins and sanctified entirely. Nothing wonderful was accomplished by my ancestor Dhananjaya, who was the victor in the great battle on Kurukshetra, for it should be remembered that he had Vasudeva for his ally. I think that person could have nothing unattainable in the three worlds, who had for his ally Vishnu himself, that great Lord of the universe. Exceedingly fortunate and commendable were those ancestors of mine, since they had Janardana himself for looking after their temporal and spiritual prosperity. Adored of all the worlds, the holy Narayana is capable of being beheld with the aid of austerities alone. They, however, succeeded in beholding Narayana, adorned with the beautiful whorl on his chest. More fortunate than my ancestors was the celestial rishi Narada, the son of Pramesti. Indeed, I think that Narada, who transcends all destruction, was endued with an energy that was not little, for repairing to White Island he had succeeded in beholding the person of Hari. Indeed, it is evident that the sight he had obtained of the Supreme Lord was due to only the grace of that being. Fortunate was Narada inasmuch as he had succeeded in beholding Narayana as existing in the form of Anirudh. Having beheld Narayana in that form, why did Narada hasten once more to the retreat of Vadari for the purpose of beholding Nara and Narayana? What was the reason, O ascetic, of this step taken by Narada? How long also did Narada the son of Pramesti, after his return from White Island and arrival at Vadari and meeting with the two rishis Nara and Narayana, live there, and what conversations had he with them? What did those two high-souled and foremost of rishis say unto him? It behoveth thee to say all this unto me. Vaisampayana said, Salutations unto the holy Vyasa of immeasurable energy. Through his grace I shall recite this narrative having Narayana for its topic. Arrived at White Island, Narada beheld the immutable Hari. Leaving that spot he quickly proceeded, O king, to the mountains of Meru, bearing in his mind those weighty words that Paramatma, the Supreme Lord, had said unto him. Arrived at Meru he became filled with wonder at the thought, O king, of what he had achieved. And he said unto himself, How wonderful is it! The journey I have performed is a long one. Having proceeded to such a distance, I have come back safe and sound. From the mountains of Meru he then proceeded towards Gandhamadana. Traversing through the skies, he quickly alighted upon that extensive retreat known by the name of Vadari. There he beheld those ancient deities, viz., those two foremost of rishis, called Nara and Narayana, engaged in the practice of penances, observing high vows, and devoted to the worship of their own selves. Both of those adorable persons bore on their chests the beautiful whorls called Srivatsa, and both had matted locks on their heads. And in consequence of the effulgence with which they illumined the world, they seemed to transcend the very sun in energy. The palms of each bore the mark called the swan's foot. The soles of their feet bore the mark of the discus. Their chests were very broad, their arms reached down to their knees. Each of them had 4 mushkas. Each of them had 60 teeth and 4 arms. The voice of each was as deep as the roar of the clouds. Their faces were exceedingly handsome, their foreheads broad, their brows fair, their cheeks well formed, and their noses aquiline. The heads of those two deities were large and round, resembling open umbrellas. Possessed of these marks, they were certainly very superior persons in appearance. Beholding them, Narada became filled with joy. He saluted them with reverence and was saluted by them in return. They received the celestial rishi, saying welcome, and made the ordinary inquiries. Beholding those two foremost of beings, Narada began to reflect within himself. These two foremost of rishis seemed to be very like, in appearance, unto those rishis respected by all, whom I have seen in White Island. Thinking in this way, he circumambulated them both and then sat down on the excellent seat made of kusa grass that had been offered unto him. After this, those two rishis that were the abode of penances, of famous achievements, and of energy, and were endued with tranquility of heart and self-restraint, went through their morning rites. They then, with controlled hearts, worshipped Narada with water to wash his feet and the usual ingredients of the aragya. Having finished their morning rites and the observances necessary for receiving their guest, they sat down on 2 seats made of wooden planks. When those two rishis took their seats, that place began to shine with peculiar beauty, even as the sacrificial altar shines with beauty in consequence of the sacred fires when libations of clarified butter are poured upon them. Then Narayana, seeing Narada refreshed from fatigue and seated at his ease and well pleased with the rites of hospitality he had received, addressed him, saying these words. Nara and Narayana said, Hast thou seen in White Island the Paramatma, Supreme Soul, who is eternal and divine, and who is the high source whence we have sprung? Narada said, I have seen that beautiful being who is immutable and who has the universe for his form. In him dwell all the worlds, and all the deities with the rishis. Even now I behold that immutable being, in beholding you too. Those marks and indications that characterize Hari himself of undisplayed form, characterize you too that are endued with forms displayed before the senses. Verily, I behold both of you by the side of that great God. Dismissed by the Supreme Soul, I have today come hither. In energy and fame and beauty, who else in the 3 worlds can equal him than you two that have been born in the race of Dharma? He has told me the entire course of duties having reference to Kshatrajna. He has also told me of all those incarnations which he will, in the future, have in this world. The inhabitants of White Island, whom I have seen, are all divested of the 5 senses that are owned by ordinary persons. All of them are of awakened souls, endued as they are with true knowledge. They are, again, entirely devoted to the foremost of beings, viz., the Supreme Lord of the universe. They are always engaged in worshipping the great deity, and the latter always sports with them. The Holy and Supreme Soul is always fond of those that are devoted to him. He is fond also of the regenerate ones. Always fond of those that are devoted to him, he sports with those worshippers of his. Enjoyer of the universe, pervading everything, the illustrious Madhava is ever affectionate towards his worshippers. He is the actor, he is the cause, and he is the effect. He is endued with omnipotence and immeasurable splendor. He is the cause whence all things spring. He is the embodiment of all the scriptural ordinances. He is the embodiment of all the topics. He is possessed of great fame. Uniting himself with penances, he has illumined himself with a splendor that is said to represent an energy that is higher than what occurs in White Island. Of soul cleansed by penances, he has ordained peace and tranquility in the three worlds. With such an auspicious understanding, he is engaged in the observance of a very superior vow, which is the embodiment of holiness. That realm where he resides, engaged in austerest penances, the sun does not warm and the moon does not shine. There the wind does not blow. Having constructed an altar measuring 8 fingers' breadth, the illustrious creator of the universe is practicing penances there, standing on one foot, with arms upraised, and with face directed towards the east, reciting the Vedas with their branches. He is engaged in practicing the severest austerities. Whatever libations of clarified butter or meat are poured on the sacrificial fire according to the ordinances of Brahma, by the rishis, by Pasupati himself, by the rest of the principal deities, by the Daityas, the Danavas, and the Rakshasas, all reach the feet of that great divinity. Whatever rites and religious acts are performed by persons whose souls are entirely devoted to him are all received by that great deity on his head. No one is dearer to him in the three worlds than those persons that are awakened and possessed of high souls. Dearer even than those persons is one that is entirely devoted to him. Dismissed by him who is the Supreme Soul, I am coming here. This is what the illustrious and holy Hari has himself said unto me. I shall henceforth reside with you too, devoted to Narayana in the form of Anirudh. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 345. Nara and Narayana said, Deserving art thou of the highest praise, and highly favored hast thou been, since thou hast beheld the puissant Narayana himself, in the form of Anirudh. None else, not even Brahma himself, who was sprung from the primal lotus, has been able to behold him. That foremost of Purushas, endued with puissance and holiness, is of unmanifest origin and incapable of being seen. These words that we say unto thee are very true, O Narada. There exists no one in the universe that is dearer to him than one that adores him with devotion. It is for this, O best of regenerate ones, that he showed himself unto thee. No one can repair to that realm where the Supreme Soul is engaged in the observance of penances, except we too, O foremost of regenerate persons. In consequence of that spot being adorned by him, its splendor resembles the effulgence of 1,000 suns collected together. From that illustrious being, O Brahmana, from him who is the origin of the creator of the universe, O foremost of all persons endued with forgiveness, springs the attribute of forgiveness which attaches to the earth. It is from that illustrious being who seek the welfare of all beings, that rasa, taste, hath arisen. The attribute of rasa attaches to the waters which are, again, liquid. It is from him that heat or light having the attribute of form or vision has arisen. It attaches itself to the sun, in consequence of which the sun becomes able to shine and give heat. It is from that illustrious and foremost of beings that touch also has arisen. It is attached to the wind, in consequence of which the wind moves about in the world, producing the sensation of touch. It is from that puissant Lord of the entire universe that sound has arisen. It attaches to space, which, in consequence thereof, exists uncovered and unconfined. It is from that illustrious being that mind, which pervades all beings, has arisen. It attaches to Chandramadhavs, in consequence of which Chandramadhavs comes to be invested with the attribute of displaying all the things. That spot where the divine Narayana, that partaker of the libations and other offerings made in sacrifices, resides with knowledge alone for his companion, has in the Vedas been called by the name of the productive cause of all things, or Saturday. The path that is theirs, O foremost of regenerate persons, that are stainless and that are freed from both virtue and sin, is fraught with auspiciousness and felicity. Aditya, who is the dispeller of the darkness of all the worlds, is said to be the door through which the emancipate must pass. Entering Aditya, the bodies of such persons become consumed by his fire. They then become invisible, for after that they cannot be seen by anybody at any time. Reduced into invisible atoms, they then enter Narayana in manifested form and residing in the middle of the region covered by Aditya, into the form of Anirudh. Losing all physical attributes and being altogether and transformed into mind alone, they then enter into Pradyumna. Passing out of Pradyumna, those foremost of regenerate persons, including both those that are conversant with Sankhya philosophy and those that are devoted to the supreme deity, then enter Sankarsana, who is otherwise called Jiva. After this, divested of the three primal attributes of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, those foremost of regenerate beings quickly enter the Paramatma, Supreme Soul, otherwise called Kshetrajna, and which itself transcends the three primal attributes. Know that Vasudeva is he when called Kshetrajna. Verily shouldst thou know that Vasudeva is the abode or original refuge of all things in the universe. Only they whose minds are concentrated, who are observant of all kinds of restraint, whose senses are controlled, and who are devoted to one, succeed in entering Vasudeva. We too, O foremost of regenerate ones, have taken birth in the house of Dharma. Residing in this delightful and spacious retreat, we are undergoing the austerest penances. We are thus engaged, O regenerate one, being moved by the desire of benefiting those manifestations of the Supreme Deity, dear to all the celestials, that will occur in the three worlds, for achieving diverse feats that are incapable of being achieved by any other being. In accordance with such ordinances as are uncommon and as apply to us two only, O best of regenerate persons, we are duly observing all excellent and high vows fraught with the austerest penances. Thou, O celestial Rishi, endued with wealth of penances, wert beheld by us in White Island when thou wert there. Having met with Narayana, thou hast made a particular resolution, which is known to us. In the three worlds consisting of mobile and immobile beings, there is nothing that is unknown to us. Of good or evil that will occur or has occurred or is occurring, that God of gods, O great ascetic, has informed thee. Vaisampayana continued, having heard these words of Nara and Narayana, both of whom were engaged in the practice of the austerest penances, the celestial Rishi Narada joined his hands in reverence and became entirely devoted to Narayana. He employed his time in mentally reciting, with due observances, innumerable sacred mantras that are approved by Narayana. Worshipping the supreme deity Narayana, and adoring those two ancient rishis also that had taken birth in the house of Dharma, the illustrious Rishi Narada, endued with great energy, continued to reside, thus employed, in that retreat, called Vadari, on the breast of Himavat, belonging to Nara and Narayana, for 1,000 years as measured by the standard of the celestials. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 346. Vaisampayana said, on one occasion, while residing in the retreat of Nara and Narayana, Narada the son of Pramesti, having duly accomplished the rites and observances in honor of the deities, set himself to perform thereafter the rites in honor of the Pitris. Beholding him thus prepared, the eldest son of Dharma, viz., the puissant Nara, addressed him, saying, "Whom art thou worshipping, O foremost of regenerate persons, by these rites and observances in connection with the deities and the Pitris? O foremost of all persons endued with intelligence, tell me this, agreeably to the Scriptures. What is this that thou art doing? What also are the fruits desired by thee of those rites thou hast addressed thyself in performing?" Narada said, "Thou saidst unto me on a former occasion that rites and observances in honor of the deities should be accomplished. Thou saidst that the rites in honor of the deities constitute the highest sacrifice and are equivalent to the worship of the eternal Supreme Soul. Instructed by that teaching, I always sacrifice in honor of the eternal and immutable Vishnu through these rites that I perform in worshiping the deities. It is from that supreme deity that Brahma, the grandsire of all the worlds, took his rise in days of yore. That Brahma, otherwise called Prameshti, filled with cheerfulness, caused my sire, Deksha, to start into being. I was the son of Brahma, created before all others, by a fiat of his will, although I had to take birth afterwards as the son of Deksha through a curse of that rishi. O righteous and illustrious one, I am performing these rites in honor of the Pitris for the sake of Narayana, and agreeable to those ordinances that have been laid down by himself. The illustrious Narayana is the father, mother, and grandfather of all creatures. In all sacrifices performed in honor of the Pitris, it is that Lord of the universe who is adored and worshipped. On one occasion, the deities, who were sires, taught their children the Shrutis. Having lost their knowledge of the Shrutis, the sires had to acquire it again from those sons unto whom they had communicated it. In consequence of this incident, the sons, who had thus to communicate the mantras unto their sires, acquired the status of sires, and the sire, for having obtained the mantras from their sons, acquired the status of sons. Without doubt, what the deities did on that occasion is well known to you too. Sons and sires, on that occasion, had thus to worship each other. Having first spread some blades of kusa grass, the deities and the Pitris, who were their children, placed 3 pindas thereon and in this way worshipped each other. I wish to know, however, the reason why the Pitris in days of yore acquired the name of pindas. Nara and Narayana said, the earth, in days of yore, with her belt of seas, disappeared from the view. Govinda, assuming the form of a gigantic boar, raised her up, with his mighty tusk, having replaced the earth in her former position, that foremost of Purushas, his body smeared with water and mud, set himself to do what was necessary for the world and its denizens. When the sun reached the meridian, and the hour, therefore, came for saying the morning prayers, the puissant Lord, suddenly shaking off 3 balls of mud from his tusk, placed them upon the earth, O Narada, having previously spread thereon certain blades of grass. The puissant Vishnu dedicated those balls of mud unto his own self, according to the rites laid down in the eternal ordinance. Regarding the 3 balls of mud that the puissant Lord had shaken off from his tusks as pindas, he then, with sesame seeds of oily kernel that arose from the heat of his own body, himself performed the rite of dedication, sitting with face turned towards the east. That foremost of deities then, impelled by the desire of establishing rules of conduct for the denizens of the 3 worlds, said these words. Vrishakapi said, I am the creator of the worlds. I am resolved to create those that are to be called Pitris. Saying these words, he began to think of those high ordinances that should regulate the rites to be gone through in honor of the Pitris. While thus engaged, he saw that the 3 balls of mud, shaken off his tusk, had fallen towards the south. He then said unto himself, these balls, shaken off my tusk, have fallen on the earth towards the southern direction of her surface. Led by this, I declare that these should be known henceforth by the name of Pitris. Let these 3 that are of no particular shape, and that are only round, come to be regarded as pitris in the world. Even thus do I create the eternal pitris. I am the father, the grandfather, and the great-grandfather, and I should be regarded as residing in these three pindas. There is no one that is superior to me. Who is there whom I myself may worship or adore with rites? Who, again, is my sire in the universe? I myself am my grandfather. I am, indeed, the grandsire and the sire. I am the one cause of all the universe. Having said these words, that god of gods, Vrishakapi by name, offered those pindas, O learned Brahmana, on the breast of the Varha mountains, with elaborate rites. By those rites he worshipped his own self, and having finished the worship, disappeared there and then. Hence have the pitris come to be called by the name of Pinda. Even this is the foundation of the designation. Agreeably to the words uttered by Vrishakapi on that occasion, the pitris received the worship offered by all. They who perform sacrifices in honor of and adore the pitris, the deities, the preceptor, or other reverend senior guests arrived at the house, kind, superior brahmanas, the goddess earth, and their mothers, in thought, word, and deed, are said to adore and sacrifice unto Vishnu himself. Pervading the bodies of all existent creatures, the illustrious Lord is the soul of all things. Unmoved by happiness or misery, his attitude towards all is equal. Endued with greatness, and of great soul, Narayana has been said to be the soul of all things in the universe. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 347. Vaisampayana said, having heard these words of Nara and Narayana, the Rishi Narada became filled with devotion towards the Supreme Being. Indeed, with his whole soul he devoted himself to Narayana. Having resided for a full 1,000 years in the retreat of Nara and Narayana, having beheld the immutable Hari, and heard the excellent discourse having Narayana for its topic, the celestial Rishi repaired to his own retreat on the breast of Himavat. Those foremost of ascetics, viz., Nara and Narayana, however, continued to reside in the delightful retreat of Vadari, engaged in the practice of the severest austerities. Thou art born in the race of the Pandavas. Thou art of immeasurable energy. O perpetuator of the race of the Pandavas, having listened to this discourse on Narayana from the beginning, thou hast certainly been cleansed of all thy sins, and thy soul has been sanctified. His is neither this world nor the world hereafter, O best of kings, who hates instead of loving and reverencing the immutable Hari. The ancestors of that person who hates Narayana, who is the foremost of deities, and is otherwise called Hari, sink into hell for eternity. O tiger among men, Vishnu is the soul of all beings. How, then, can Vishnu be hated, for in hating him one would hate one's own self? He who is our preceptor, viz., the Rishi Vyasa, the son of Gandhavati, has himself recited this discourse unto us on the glory of Narayana, that glory which is the highest and which is immutable. I heard it from him and have recited it to thee exactly as I heard it, O sinless one. This cult, with its mysteries and its abstractive details, was obtained by Narada, O king, from that Lord of the universe, viz., Narayana himself. Even such are the particulars of this great cult. I have, before this, O foremost of kings, explained it to thee in the Hari Gita, with a brief reference to its ordinances. Know that the island-born Krishna, otherwise called Vyasa, is Narayana on earth. Who else than he, O tiger among kings, could compile such a treatise as the Mahabharata? Who else than that puissant Rishi could discourse upon the diverse kinds of duties and cults for the observance and adoption of men? Thou hast resolved upon performing a great sacrifice. Let that sacrifice of thine proceed as determined by thee. Having listened to the diverse kinds of duties and cults, let thy horse sacrifice go on. Sadi continued, that best of kings, having heard this great discourse, began all those rites that are laid down in the ordinance for the completion of his great sacrifice. Questioned by thee, O Saunaka, I have duly recited to thee and all these rishis that are denizens of the Naimisha forest, that great discourse having Narayana for its topic. Formerly Narada had recited it to my preceptor in the hearing of many rishis and the sons of Pandu, and in the presence of Krishna and Bhishma also. The supreme deity Narayana is the lord of all the foremost of rishis and of the three worlds. He is the upholder of earth herself of vast proportions. He is the receptacle of the Shrutis and of the attribute of humility. He is the great receptacle of all those ordinances that should be practiced for attaining to tranquility of heart, as also of all those that go by the name of Yama. He is always accompanied by the foremost of regenerate persons. Let that great deity be thy refuge. Hari ever does what is agreeable and beneficial to the denizens of heaven. He is always the slayer of such asuras as become troublesome to the three worlds. He is the receptacle of penances. He is possessed of great fame. He is the slayer of the Daityas known by the name of Madhu and Kaitaba. He is the ordainer of the ends that are attained to by persons acquainted with and observant of scriptural and other duties. He dispels the fears of all persons. He takes the foremost of those offerings that are dedicated in sacrifices. He is thy refuge and protection. He is endued with attributes. He is freed from attributes. He is endued with a quadruple form. He shares the merits arising from the dedication of tanks and the observance of similar religious rites. Unvanquished and possessed of great might, it is he that always ordains the end approachable by the soul alone of rishis of righteous deeds. He is the witness of the worlds. He is unborn. He is the one ancient Purusha. Endued with the complexion of the sun, he is the supreme Lord, and he is the refuge of all. Do all of you bow your heads unto him, since he who sprang from the waters, viz. Narayana himself, bends his head unto him. He is the origin of the universe. He is that being who is called Amrita. He is minute. He is the refuge upon whom all things depend. He is the one being to whom the attribute of immutability attaches. The Sankhyas and Yogins, of restrained souls, hold him who is eternal in their understandings. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 348. Janamejaya said, I have heard from thee the glory of the divine and supreme soul. I have heard also of the birth of the supreme deity in the house of Dharma, in the form of Nara and Narayana. I have also heard from thee the origin of the Pinda from the mighty Baraha, boar, which form the supreme deity had assumed for raising by the submerged earth. I have heard from thee about those deities and rishis that were ordained for the religion of Pravritti and of those that were ordained for the religion of Nvritti. Thou hast also, O regenerate one, discoursed to us on other topics. Thou hast said also unto us of that vast form, with the equine head, of Vishnu, that partaker of the libations and other offerings made in sacrifices, the form, viz., that appeared in the great ocean on the northeast. That form was beheld by the illustrious Brahman, otherwise known by the name of Parameshtai. What, however, were the exact features, and what the energy, the like of which among all great objects had never appeared before, of that form which Hari, the upholder of the universe, displayed on that occasion? What did Brahman do, O ascetic, after having seen that foremost of deities, him whose likeness had never been seen before, him who was of immeasurable energy, him who had the equine head, and him who was sacredness itself? O regenerate one, this doubt hath arisen in our mind about this ancient subject of knowledge. O thou of foremost intelligence, for what reason did he supreme deity assume that form and display himself in it unto Brahman? Thou hast certainly sanctified us by discoursing unto us on these diverse sacred subjects. Sati said, I shall recite to thee that ancient history, which is perfectly consistent with the Vedas, and which the illustrious Vyasa recited unto the son of Parikshit on the occasion of the great snake sacrifice. Having heard the account of the mighty form of Vishnu, equipped with the horse head, the royal son of Parikshit too had entertained the same doubt and put the same questions to Vyasa. Janamejaya said, Tell me, O best of men, for what reason did Hari appear in that mighty form equipped with a horse head, and which Brahma, the creator, beheld on the shores of the great northern ocean on the occasion referred to by yourself? Vyasa said, All existent objects, O king, in this world, are the result of a combination of the 5 primal elements, a combination due to the intelligence of the Supreme Lord. The puissant Narayana, endued with infinity, is the Supreme Lord and Creator of the universe. He is the inner soul of all things, and the giver of boons. Divested of attributes, he is again possessed of them. Listen now, O best of kings, to me as I narrate to thee how the destruction is brought about of all things. At first, the element of earth becomes merged in water, and nothing then is seen save one vast expanse of water on all sides. Water then merges into heat, and heat into wind. Wind then merges into space, which in its turn merges into mind. Mind merges into the manifest, otherwise called consciousness or ego. The manifest merges into the unmanifest, or prakriti. The unmanifest, or prakriti, merges into Purusha, Jivatman, and Purusha merges into the Supreme Soul, or Brahman. Then darkness spreads over the face of the universe, and nothing can be perceived. From that primal darkness arises Brahma, endued with the principle of creation. Darkness is primeval and fraught with immortality. Brahma that arises from primeval darkness develops, by its own potency, into the idea of the universe, and assumes the form of Purusha. Such Purusha is called Anirudh. Divested of sex, it is called otherwise by the name of Pradhana, supreme or primary. That is also known by the name of manifest, or the combination of the triple attribute, O best of kings. He exists with knowledge alone for his companion. That illustrious and puissant being is otherwise called by the name of Viswaksena or Hari. Yielding to yoga sleep, he lays himself down on the waters. He then thinks of the creation of the universe of diversified phenomena and fraught with immeasurable attributes. While engaged in thinking of creation, he recollects his own high attributes. From this springs the four-faced Brahma representing the consciousness of Aniruddha. The illustrious Brahma, otherwise called Hiranyagarbha, is the grandsire of all the worlds. Endued with eyes like lotus petals, he takes birth within the lotus that springs from the navel of Aniruddha. Seated on that lotus, the illustrious, puissant, and eternal Brahma of wonderful aspect saw that the waters were on all sides. Adopting the attribute of Sattva Brahma, otherwise called Parameshtai, then commenced to create the universe. In the primeval lotus that was endued with the effulgence of the sun, 2 drops of water had been cast by Narayana that were fraught with great merit. The illustrious Narayana, without beginning and without end, and transcending destruction, cast his eyes on those 2 drops of water. One of those 2 drops of water, of very beautiful and bright form, looked like a drop of honey. From that drop sprang, at the command of Narayana, a daitya of the name of Madhu made up of the attribute of tamas, dullness. The other drop of water within the lotus was very hard. From it sprang the daitya Kaitaba made up of the attribute of rajas. Endued thus with the attributes of tamas and rajas, the two Daityas, possessed of might and armed with maces, immediately after their birth, began to rove within that vast primeval lotus. They beheld within it Brahma of immeasurable effulgence, engaged in creating the four Vedas, each endued with the most delightful form. Those two foremost of Asuras, possessed of bodies, beholding the four Vedas, suddenly seized them in the very sight of their creator. The two mighty Danavas, having seized the eternal Vedas, quickly dived into the ocean of waters which they saw and proceeded to its bottom. Seeing the Vedas forcibly taken away from him, Brahma became filled with grief. Robbed of the Vedas in this way, Brahma then addressed the Supreme Lord in these words. Brahma said, "The Vedas are my great eyes. The Vedas are my great strength. The Vedas are my great refuge. The Vedas are my high Brahman. All the Vedas, however, have been forcibly taken away from me by the two Danavas. Deprived of the Vedas, the worlds I have created have become enveloped in darkness. Without the Vedas, beside me, how shall I succeed in causing my excellent creation to start into existence? Alas, great is the grief I suffer in consequence of the loss of the Vedas through such agency. My heart is very much pained. It has become the abode of a great sorrow. Who is there that will rescue me from this ocean of grief in which I am sunk for the loss I have endured? Who is there that will bring me the Vedas I have lost? Who is there that will take compassion on me?" While Brahma was uttering these words, "O best of kings," the resolution suddenly arose in his mind, "O foremost of intelligent persons," for hymning the praises of Hari in these words. The puissant Brahma then, with hands joined in reverence, and seizing the feet of his progenitor, sang this highest of hymns in honor of Narayana. Brahma said, "I bow to thee, O heart of Brahman. I bow to thee that hast been born before me. Thou art the origin of the universe. Thou art the foremost of all abodes. Thou, O puissant one, art the ocean of yoga with all its branches. Thou art the creator of both what is manifest and what is unmanifest. Thou treadest along the path whose auspiciousness is of inconceivable extent. Thou art the consumer of the universe. Thou art the interlock, inner soul, of all creatures. Thou art without any origin. Thou art the refuge of the universe. Thou art self-born, for origin thou hast none that is not thyself. As regards myself, I have sprung through thy grace. From thee have I derived my birth. My first birth from thee, which is regarded sacred by all regenerate persons, was due to a fiat of thy mind. My second birth in days of yore was from thy eyes. Through thy grace, my third birth was from thy speech. My fourth birth, O puissant Lord, was from thy ears. My fifth birth, excellent in all respects, was from thy nose. O Lord, my sixth birth was, through thee, from an egg. This is my seventh birth. It has occurred, O Lord, within this lotus, and it is meant to stimulate the intellect and desires of all the beings. At each creation I take birth from thee as thy son, O thou that art divested of the three attributes. Indeed, O lotus-eyed one, I take birth as thy eldest son, made up of sattva, the foremost of three attributes. Thou art endued with that nature which is supreme. Thou springest from thyself. I have been created by thee. The Vedas are my eyes. Hence, I transcend time itself. Those Vedas, which constitute my eyes, have been taken away from me. I have, therefore, become blind. Do thou awake from this yoga sleep. Give me back my eyes. I am dear to thee, and thou art dear to me. Thus praised by Brahma, the illustrious Purusha, with face turned towards every side, then shook off his slumber, resolved to recover the Vedas from the Daityas that had forcibly snatched them away. Applying his yoga puissance, he assumed a second form. His body, equipped with an excellent nose, became as bright as the moon. He assumed an equine head of great effulgence, which was the abode of the Vedas. The firmament, with all its luminaries and constellations, became the crown of his head. His locks of hair were long and flowing, and had the splendor of the rays of the sun. The regions above and below became his 2 ears. The earth became his forehead. The 2 rivers Ganga and Sarasvati became his 2 hips. The 2 oceans became his 2 eyebrows. The sun and the moon became his 2 eyes. The twilight became his nose. The syllable OM became his memory and intelligence. The lightning became his tongue. The Soma drinking pitris became, it is said, his teeth. The 2 regions of felicity, viz., Goloka and Brahmaloka, became his upper and lower lips. The terrible night that succeeds universal destruction, and that transcends the 3 attributes, became his neck. Having assumed this form endued with the equine head and having diverse things for its diverse limbs, the Lord of the universe disappeared then and there, and proceeded to the nether regions. Having reached those regions, he set himself to high yoga. Adopting a voice regulated by the rules of the science called Siksha, he began to utter loudly Vedic mantras. His pronunciation was distinct and reverberated through the air, and was sweet in every respect. The sound of his voice filled the nether region from end to end. Endued with the properties of all the elements, it was productive of great benefits. The 2 Asuras, making an appointment with the Vedas in respect of the time when they would come back to take them up again, threw them down in the nether region, and ran towards the spot whence those sounds appeared to come. Meanwhile, O king, the supreme lord with the equine head, otherwise called Hari, who was himself in the nether region, took up all the Vedas. Returning to where Brahma was staying, he gave the Vedas unto him. Having restored the Vedas unto Brahma, the Supreme Lord once more returned to his own nature. The Supreme Lord also established his form with the equine head in the northeastern region of the great ocean. Having, in this way, established him who was the abode of the Vedas, he once more became the equine-headed form that he was. The 2 Danavas Madhu and Kaitaba, not finding the person from whom those sounds proceeded, quickly came back to that spot. They cast their eyes around, but beheld that the spot on which they had thrown the Vedas was empty. Those 2 foremost of mighty beings, adopting great speed of motion, rose from the nether region. Returning to where the primeval lotus was that had given them birth, they saw the puissant being, the original creator, staying in the form of Anirudh of fair complexion and endued with a splendor resembling that of the moon. Of immeasurable prowess, he was under the influence of yoga sleep, his body stretched on the waters and occupying a space as vast as itself. Possessed of great effulgence and endued with the attribute of stainless sattva, the body of the Supreme Lord lay on the excellent hood of a snake that seemed to emit flames of fire for the resplendence attaching to it. Beholding the Lord thus lying, the 2 foremost of Danavas roared out a loud laugh. Endued with the attributes of Rajas and Tamas, they said, "This is that being of white complexion. He is now lying asleep. Without doubt, this one has brought the Vedas away from the nether region. Whose is he? Whose is he? Who is he? Why is he thus asleep on the hood of a snake?" Uttering these words, the 2 Danavas awakened Hari from his yoga slumber. The foremost of beings, viz., Narayana, thus awakened, understood that the 2 Danavas intended to have an encounter with him in battle. Beholding the 2 foremost of Asuras prepared to do battle with him, he also set his mind to gratify that desire of theirs. Thereupon an encounter took place between those 2 on one side and Narayana on the other. The Asuras Madhu and Kaitaba were embodiments of the attributes of Rajas and Tamas. Narayana slew them both for gratifying Brahma. He thence came to be called by the name of Madhusudana, slayer of Madhu. Having compassed the destruction of the two Asuras and restored the Vedas to Brahma, the Supreme Being dispelled the grief of Brahma. Aided then by Hari and assisted by the Vedas, Brahma created all the worlds with their mobile and immobile creatures. After this, Hari, granting unto the grandsire intelligence of the foremost order relating to the creation, disappeared there and then forgoing to the place he had come from. It was thus that Narayana, having assumed the form equipped with the horse head, slew the two Danavas Madhu and Kaitaba, and disappeared from the sight of Brahma. Once more, however, he assumed the same form for the sake of causing the religion of Pravritti to flow in the universe. Thus did the blessed Hari assume in days of old that grand form having the equine head. This, of all his forms, endued with puissance, is celebrated as the most ancient. That person who frequently listens or mentally recites this history of the assumption by Narayana of the form equipped with the equine head will never forget his Vedic or other lore. Having adored with the austerest penances the illustrious deity with the equine head, the Rishi Panchala, otherwise known as Galava, acquired the science of Krama by proceeding along the path pointed out by the deity Rudra. I have thus recited to thee, O king, the old story of Hyasiras, consistent with the Vedas about which thou hadst asked me. Whatever forms the supreme deity desires to assume with a view to ordaining the various affairs of the universe, he assumes those forms immediately within himself by exercise of his own inherent powers. The supreme deity, endued with every prosperity, is the receptacle of the Vedas. He is the receptacle of penances also. The puissant Hari is Yoga. He is the embodiment of the Sankhya philosophy. He is that Par-Brahman of which we hear. Truth has Narayana for its refuge. Rita has Narayana for its soul. The religion of Nvritti, in which there is no return, has Narayana for its high abode. The other religion, which has Pravritti for its basis, has equally Narayana for its soul. The foremost of all the attributes that belong to the element of earth is scent. Scent has Narayana for its soul. The attributes of water, O king, are called the tastes of the various kinds. These tastes have Narayana for their soul. The foremost attribute of light is form. Form also has Narayana for its soul. Touch, which is the attribute of wind, is also said to have Narayana for its soul. Sound, which is an attribute of space, has, like the others, Narayana for its soul. Mind also, which is the attribute of the unmanifest, Prakriti, has Narayana for its soul. Time, which is computed by the motion of the celestial luminaries, has similarly Narayana for its soul. The presiding deities of fame, of beauty, and of prosperity have the same supreme deity for their soul. Both the Sankhya philosophy and yoga have Narayana for their soul. The Supreme Being is the cause of all this, as Purusha. He is, again, the cause of everything, as Pradhana, or Prakriti. He is Swabhava, the basis on which all things rest. He is the doer or agent, and is the cause of that variety that is witnessed in the universe. He is the diverse kinds of energy that act in the universe. In these 5 ways he is that all-controlling invisible influence of which people speak. Those employed in investigating the several topics of inquiry with the aid of such reasons as are of wide application, regard Hari to be identical with the 5 reasons adverted to above and as the final refuge of all things. Indeed, the puissant Narayana, endued with the highest yoga puissance, is the one topic of inquiry. The thoughts of the denizen of all the worlds, including Brahma and the high-souled rishis, of those that are Sankhyas and Yogins, of those that are Yadis, and of those, generally, that are conversant with the soul are fully known to Kesva, but none of these can know what his thoughts are. Whatever acts are performed in honor of the gods or the Pitris, whatever gifts are made, whatever penances are performed, have Vishnu for their refuge, who is established upon his own supreme ordinances. He is named Vasudeva because of his being the abode of all creatures. He is immutable. He is supreme. He is the foremost of rishis. He is endued with the highest puissance. He is said to transcend the three attributes. As time, which runs smoothly without any sign, assumes indications when it manifests itself in the form of successive seasons, even so he, though really divested of attributes, for manifesting himself. Even they that are high-souled do not succeed in understanding his motions. Only those foremost of rishis that have knowledge of their souls succeed in beholding in their hearts that Purusha who transcends all attributes. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 349. Janamejaya said, "The illustrious Hari becomes gracious unto them that are devoted to him with their whole souls. He accepts also all worship that is offered to him agreeably to the ordinance. Of those persons that have burnt off their fuel, and that are divested of both merit and demerit, that have attained the knowledge as handed down from preceptor to preceptor, such persons always attain to that end which is called the fourth, viz., the essence of the Purushottama or Vasudeva, through the three others. Those persons, however, that are devoted to Narayana with their whole souls at once attain to the highest end without doubt. The religion of devotion seems to be superior to that of knowledge and is very dear to Narayana. These, without going through the three successive stages of Anirudh, Pradyumna, and Sankarshana, at once attain to the immutable Hari. The end that is attained by Brahmanas, who, attending to due observances, study the Vedas with the Upanishads according to the rules laid down for regulating such study, and by those that adopt the religion of Yadis, is inferior, I think, to that attained by persons devoted to Hari with their whole souls. Who first promulgated this religion of devotion? Was it some deity or some rishi that declared it? What are the practices of those that are said to be devoted with their whole souls? When did those practices begin? I have doubts on these topics. Do thou remove those doubts. Great is nay curiosity to hear thee explain the several points. Vaisampayana said, when the diverse divisions of the Pandava and the Kuru armies were drawn up in the array for the battle, and when Arjuna became cheerless, the Holy One himself explained the question of what is the end and what is not the end attained by persons of different characters. I have before this recited to thee the words of the Holy One. The religion preached by the Holy One on that occasion is difficult of comprehension. Men of uncleansed souls cannot apprehend it at all. Having created this religion in days of yore, viz., in the Krita age, in perfect consonance with the Samans, it is born, O King, by the Supreme Lord, viz., Narayana, himself. This very topic was raised by the highly blessed Partha to Narada for the latter's discourse, in the midst of the rishis and in the presence of Krishna and Bhishma. My preceptor, viz., the island-born Krishna, heard what Narada said. Receiving it from the celestial rishis, O best of kings, my preceptor imparted it to me in exactly the same way in which he had obtained it from the celestial rishi. I shall now recite it to thee, O monarch, in the same way as it has been received from Narada. Listen, therefore, to me. In that Kalpa, when Brahma the Creator, O King, took his birth in the mind of Narayana and issued from the latter's mouth, Narayana himself performed, O Bharata, his Daiva and Paitra rites in accordance with this religion. Those rishis that subsist upon the froth of water then obtained it from Narayana. From the froth-eating rishis, this religion was obtained by those rishis that go by the name of Vaikanasas. From the Vaikanasas, Shoma got it. Afterwards, it disappeared from the universe. After the second birth of Brahma, viz., when he sprang from the eyes of Narayana, O king, the grandsire, that is. Brahma then received this religion from Shoma. Having received it thus, Brahma imparted this religion, which has Narayana for its soul, unto Rudra. In the Krita age of that ancient Kalpa, Rudra, devoted to yoga, O monarch, communicated it to all those rishis that are known by the name of Valakilyas. Through the illusion of Narayana, it once more disappeared from the universe. In the third birth of Brahma, which was due to the speech of Narayana, this religion once more sprang up, O king, from Narayana himself. Then a rishi of the name of Suparna obtained it from that foremost of beings. The rishi Suparna used to recite this excellent religion, this foremost of cults, 3 times during the day. In consequence of this, it came to be called by the name of Trisaparna in the world. This religion has been referred to in the Rigveda. The duties it inculcates are exceedingly difficult of observance. From the rishi Suparna, this eternal religion was obtained, O foremost of men, by the god of wind, that sustainer of the lives of all creatures in the universe. The god of wind communicated it unto such rishis as subsist upon what remains of sacrificial offerings after feeding guests and others. From those rishis this excellent religion was obtained by the great ocean. It once more disappeared from the universe and became merged into Narayana. In the next birth of the high-souled Brahman, when he sprang from the ear of Narayana, listen, O chief of men, to what happened in that kalpa. The illustrious Narayana, otherwise called Hari, when he resolved upon creation, thought of a being who would be puissant enough to create the universe. While thinking of this, a being sprang from his ears competent to create the universe. The Lord of all called him by the name of Brahma. Addressing Brahma, the supreme Narayana said unto him, Do thou, O son, create all kinds of creatures from thy mouth and feet. O thou of excellent vows, I shall do what will be beneficial for thee, for I shall impart to thee both energy and strength sufficient to render thee competent for this task. Do thou receive also from me this excellent religion known by the name of Satwata. Aided by that religion do thou create the Krita age and ordain it duly. Thus addressed, Brahma bowed his head unto the illustrious Hari, the god of the gods, and received from him that foremost of all cults with all its mysteries and its abstract of details, together with the Aranyakas, viz., that cult which sprang from the mouth of Narayana. Narayana then instructed Brahma of immeasurable energy in that cult, and addressing him, said, Thou art the creator of the duties that are to be observed in the respective yugas. Having said this unto Brahma, Narayana disappeared and proceeded to that spot which is beyond the reach of tamas, where the unmanifest resides, and which is known by the men of acts without desire of fruits. After this, the boon-giving Brahma, the grandsire of the worlds, created the different worlds with their mobile and immobile creatures. The age that first commenced was highly auspicious and came to be called by the name of Krita. In that age, the religion of Sattva existed, pervading the entire universe. With the aid of that primeval religion of righteousness, Brahma, the creator of all the worlds, worshipped the Lord of all the deities, viz., the puissant Narayana, otherwise called Hari. Then, for the spread of that religion and desirous of benefiting the worlds, Brahman instructed that Manu, who is known by the name of Swarakish in that cult. Swarakish Manu, that lord of all the worlds, that foremost of all persons endued with puissance, then cheerfully imparted the knowledge of that cult to his own son, O king, who was known by the name of Sankapada. The son of Manu, viz., Sankapada, communicated the knowledge of that to his own son Suvarnabha, who was the regent of the cardinal and subsidiary points of the compass. When, upon the expiration of the Krita Yuga, the Trita came, that cult once more disappeared from the world. In a subsequent birth of Brahman, O best of kings, viz., that which was derived from the nose of Narayana. O Bharata, the illustrious and puissant Narayana, or Hari with eyes like lotus petals, himself sang this religion in the presence of Brahma. Then the son of Brahma, created by a fiat of his will, viz., Sanat Kumara, studied this cult. From Sanat Kumara, the Prajapati Varana, in the beginning of the Krita age, O tiger among Kurus, obtained this cult. Varana, having studied it in this way, taught it to the ascetic Ravya. Ravya, in his turn, imparted it to his son of pure soul, good vows, and great intelligence, viz., Kukshi, that righteous regent of the cardinal and subsidiary points of the compass. After this, that cult, born of the mouth of Narayana, once more disappeared from the world. In the next birth of Brahma, viz., that which he was derived from an egg which sprang from Hari, this cult once more issued from the mouth of Narayana. It was received by Brahma, O king, and practiced duly in all its details by him. Brahma then communicated it, O monarch, to those rishis that are known by the name of Varhishada. From the Varhishadas it was obtained by a Brahmana well-versed in the Samaveda and known by the name of Jestya. And because he was well-versed with the Samans, therefore was he known also by the name of Jestya Samavrata Hari. From the Brahmana known by the name of Jestya, this cult was obtained by a king of the name of Avakampana. After this, that cult, derived from the puissant Hari, once more disappeared from the world. During the seventh birth of Brahma due to the lotus, O king, that sprang from the navel of Narayana, this cult was once more declared by Narayana himself unto the grandsire of pure soul, the creator of all the worlds, and the beginning of this kalpa. The grandsire gave it in days of years to Deksha, one of his sons created by a fiat of his will. Deksha, in his turn, imparted it to the eldest of all the sons of his daughters, O monarch, viz., Aditya, who is senior in age to Savitri. From Aditya, Vivasvat obtained it. In the beginning of the Treta Yuga, Vivasvat imparted the knowledge of this cult to Manu. Manu, for the protection and support of all the worlds, then gave it to his son Ikshaku. Promulgated by Ikshaku, that cult overspreads the whole world. When the universal destruction comes, it will once more return to Narayana and be merged in him. The religion which is followed and practiced by the Yatis has, O best of kings, been narrated to thee before this in the Hari Gita, with all its ordinances in brief. The celestial Rishi Narada got it from that Lord of Universe, viz., Narayana himself, O king, with all its mysteries and abstractive details. Thus, O monarch, this foremost of cults is primeval and eternal. Incapable of being comprehended with ease and exceedingly difficult of being practiced, it is always upheld by persons wedded to the attribute of sattva. It is by means of acts that are well performed and accomplished with a full knowledge of duties, and in which there is nothing of injury to any creature, that Hari the Supreme Lord becomes gratified. Some persons adore Narayana as possessed of only one form, viz., that of Anirudh. Some adore him as endued with two forms, viz., that of Anirudh and Pradyumna. Some adore him as having three forms, viz., Anirudh, Pradyumna, and Sankarshana. A fourth class adore him as consisting of four forms, viz., Anirudh, Pradyumna, Sankarshana, and Vasudeva. Hari is himself the Kshatrajna, soul. He is without parts, being ever full. He is the Jiva in all creatures, transcending the five primal elements. He is the mind, O monarch, that directs and controls the five senses. Endued with the highest intelligence. He is the ordainer of the universe and the creator thereof. He is both active and inactive. He is both cause and the effect. He is the one immutable Purusha, who sports as he likes, O king. Thus have I recited to thee the religion of desireless devotees, O best of kings, and capable of being comprehended by persons of uncleansed souls, but this I acquired through the grace of my preceptor. Persons are very rare, O king, that are devoted to Narayana with whole souls. If, O son of Kuru's race, the world had been full of such persons, that are full of universal compassion, that are endued with knowledge of the soul, and that are always employed in doing good to others, then the Krita age would have set in. All men would have betaken themselves to the accomplishment of acts without desire of fruit. It was even in this way, O monarch, that foremost of regenerate persons, viz., the illustrious Vyasa, my preceptor, fully conversant with all duties, discoursed unto King Yudhishthira the just on this religion of devotion, in the presence of many rishis and in the hearing of Krishna and Bhishma. He had obtained it from the celestial rishi Narada, endued with wealth of penances. Those persons that are devoted to Narayana with their whole souls and are desireless succeed in attaining to the region of that highest of deities, identical with Brahma, pure in complexion, possessed of the effulgence of the moon, and endued with immutability. Janamejaya said, I see that those regenerate persons whose souls have been awakened practice diverse kinds of duties. Why is it that other brahmanas, instead of practicing those duties, betake themselves to the observance of other kinds of vows and rites? Vaisampayana said, 3 kinds of disposition, O monarch, have been created in respect of all embodied creatures, viz., that which relates to the attribute of sattva, that which relates to the attribute of rajas, and lastly that which relates to the attribute of tamas, O Bharata. As regards embodied creatures, O perpetuator of Kuru's race, that person is the foremost who is wedded to the attribute of sattva, for, O tiger among men, it is certain that he will attain to emancipation. It is with the aid of this very attribute of sattva that one endued therewith succeeds in understanding the person that is conversant with Brahma. As regards emancipation, it is entirely dependent upon Narayana. Hence it is that persons striving after emancipation are regarded as made up of the attribute of sattva. By thinking of Purushottama, the foremost of beings, the man that is devoted with his whole soul to Narayana acquires great wisdom. Those persons that are endued with wisdom, that have betaken themselves to the practices of yadis and the religion of emancipation, those persons of quenched thirst, always find that Hari favors them with the fruition of their desire. That man subject to birth and death, upon whom Hari casts a kind eye, should be known as endued with the attribute of sattva and devoted to the acquisition of emancipation. The religion followed by a person that is devoted with his whole soul to Narayana is regarded as similar or equal in merit to the system of the Sankhyas. By adopting that religion, one attains to the highest end and attains to emancipation, which has Narayana for its soul. That person upon whom Narayana looks with compassion succeeds in becoming awakened. No one, O king, can become awakened through his own wishes. That nature which partakes of both rajas and tamas is said to be mixed. Hari never casts a kind eye upon the person subject to birth and death that is endued with such a mixed nature, and that has, on that account, the principle of pravriti in him. Only Brahma, the grandsire of the worlds, looks upon the person that is subject to birth and death because of his mind being overwhelmed with the 2 inferior attributes of rajas and tamas. Without doubt, the deities and the rishis are wedded to the attributes of sattva, O best of kings. But then they that are divested of that attribute in its subtle form are always regarded to be of mutable nature. Janamejaya said, how can one that is fraught with the principle of change succeed in attaining to that Purushottama, the foremost of Purusha? Do tell me all this, which is, no doubt, known to thee. Do thou discourse to me also of pravriti in due order. Vaisampayana said, that which is the 25th, in the enumeration of topics as made in the Sankhya system, viz. when it becomes able to abstain entirely from acts, succeeds in attaining to the purusharthas, which is exceedingly subtle, which is invested with the attribute of sattva in its subtle form, and which is fraught with the essences symbolized by 3 letters of the alphabet, viz., A, U, and M. The Sankhya system, the Aranyaka-veda, and the Pancaratra scriptures are all one and the same and form parts of one whole. Even this is the religion of those that are devoted with their whole souls to Narayana, the religion that has Narayana for its essence. As waves of the ocean, rising from the ocean, rush away from it only to return to it in the end, even so diverse kinds of knowledge, springing from Narayana, return to Narayana in the end. I have thus explained to thee, O son of Kuru's race, what the religion of Sattva is. If thou beest competent for it, O Bharata, do thou practice that religion duly. Even thus did the highly blessed Narada explain to my preceptor, the island-born Krishna, the eternal and immutable course, called Ekanta, ending in one, followed by the whites as also by the yellow-robed yadis. Vyasa, gratified with Dharma's son Yudhishthira, imparted this religion to King Yudhishthira, the just, who was possessed of great intelligence. Derived from my preceptor, I have also communicated it to thee. O best of kings, this religion is for these reasons exceedingly difficult of practice. Others, hearing it, become as much confounded as thou hast suffered thyself to be. It is Krishna who is the protector of the universe and its beguiler. It is he who is the destroyer and the cause, O monarch. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 350. Janamejaya said, the Sankhya system, the Pancaratra scriptures, and the Aranyaka Vedas, these different systems of knowledge or religion, O regenerate Rishi, are current in the world. Do all these systems preach the same course of duties, or are the courses of duties preached by them, O ascetic, different from one another? Questioned by me, do thou discourse to me on Pravritti in due order. Vyasa said, I bow unto that great Rishi who is the dispeller of darkness, and whom Satyavati bore to Parasvara in the midst of an island, who is possessed of great knowledge and who is endued with great liberality of soul. The learned say that he is the origin of the grandsire Brahma, that he is the 6th form of Narayana, that he is the foremost of rishis, that he is endued with the puissance of yoga, that as the only son of his parents he is an incarnate portion of Narayana, and that, born under extraordinary circumstances on an island, he is the inexhaustible receptacle of the Vedas. In the Krita age, Narayana of great puissance and mighty energy created him as his son. Verily, the high-souled Vyasa is unborn and ancient and is the inexhaustible receptacle of the Vedas. Janamejaya said, O best of regenerate persons, it was thou that saidst before this that the Rishi Vasishtha had a son of the name of Saktri, and that Saktri had a son of the name of Parasvara, and that Parasvara begot a son named the island-born Krishna, endued with great ascetic merit. Thou tellest me again that Vyasa is the son of Narayana. I ask, was it in some former birth that Vyasa of immeasurable energy had sprung from Narayana? O thou of great intelligence, do tell me of that birth of Vyasa which was due to Narayana. Vyasa said, desirous of understanding the meaning of the Shrutis, my preceptor, that ocean of penances, who was exceedingly devoted to the observance of all scriptural duties and the acquisition of knowledge, dwelt for some time in a particular region of the Himavat mountains. Endued with great intelligence, he became fatigued with his penances in consequence of the great strain on his energies occasioned by the composition of the Mahabharata. At that time, Sumanta and Jaimini and Pila of firm vows, and myself, numbering the 4th, and Sukha his own son, attended on him. All of us, O king, in view of the fatigue our preceptor felt, waited dutifully upon him, engaged in doing all that was necessary for dispelling that fatigue of his. Surrounded by these disciples of his, Vyasa shone in beauty on the breast of the Himavad mountains like the lord of all the ghostly beings, viz., Mahadeva, in the midst of those ghostly attendants of his. Having recapitulated the Vedas with all their branches as also the meanings of all the verses in the Mahabharata, one day, with rapt attention, all of us approached our preceptor who, having controlled his senses, was at time wrapped up in thought. Availing ourselves of an interval in the conversation, we asked that foremost of regenerate persons to expound to us the meanings of the Vedas and the verses in the Mahabharata and narrate to us the incidents as well of his own birth from Narayana. Conversant as he was with all topics of inquiry, he at first discoursed to us on the interpretations of the Shrutis and the Mahabharata, and then set himself to narrate to us the following incidents relating to his birth from Narayana. Vyasa said, "Listen, ye disciples, to this foremost of narratives, to this best of histories that relates again to the birth of a rishi. Appertaining to the Krita age, this narrative has become known to me through my penances, ye regenerate ones. On the occasion of the seventh creation, viz., that which was due to the primeval lotus, Narayana, endued with the austerest penances, transcending both good and ill, and possessed of unrivaled splendor, at first created Brahma from his navel. After Brahma had started into birth, Narayana addressed him, saying, 'Thou halt sprung from my navel. Endued with puissance in respect of creation, do thou set thyself to create diverse kinds of creatures, rational and irrational.' Thus addressed by the author of his being, Brahma, with his mind penetrated by anxiety, felt the difficulty of his task and became unwilling to do what he was commenced to do. Bowing his head unto the boon-giving and illustrious Hari, the Lord of the universe, Brahma said these words unto him, 'I bow to thee, O Lord of the deities, but I ask what puissance have I to create diverse creatures? I have no wisdom. Do thou ordain what should be ordained in view of this.' Thus addressed by Brahma, the Lord of the universe, viz., Narayana, disappeared there and then from Brahma's sight. The Supreme Lord, the God of gods, the chief of those endowed with intelligence, then began to think. The goddess of intelligence forthwith made her appearance before the puissant Narayana. Himself transcending all yoga, Narayana then, by dint of yoga, applied the goddess of intelligence properly. The illustrious and puissant and immutable Hari, addressing the goddess of intelligence who was endued with activity and goodness and all the puissance of yoga, said unto her these words, 'For the accomplishment of the task of creating all the worlds do thou enter into Brahma.' Commanded thus by the Supreme Lord, intelligence forthwith entered Brahma. When Hari beheld that Brahma had become united with intelligence, he once more addressed him, saying, 'Do thou now create diverse kinds of creatures,' replying unto Narayana by uttering the word yes. Brahma reverently accepted the command of his progenitor. Narayana then disappeared from Brahma's presence, and in a moment repaired to his own place, known by the name of Deva, light or effulgence. Returning to his own disposition of manifestness, Hari remained in that state of oneness. After the task of creation, however, had been accomplished by Brahma, another thought arose in the mind of Narayana. Indeed, he reflected in this strain: Brahma, otherwise called Parameshtai, has created all these creatures, consisting of Daityas and Danavas and Gandharvas and Rakshasas. The helpless earth has become burthened with the weight of creatures. Many among the Daityas and Danavas and Rakshasas on earth will become endued with great strength. Possessed of penances, they will at diverse times succeed in acquiring many excellent boons. Swelling with pride and might in consequence of those boons that they will succeed in obtaining, they will oppress and afflict the deities and the rishis possessed of ascetic might. It is, therefore, meet that I should now and then lighten the burthen of the earth, by assuming diverse forms one after another as occasion would require. I shall achieve this task by chastising the wicked and upholding the righteous. Thus looked after by me, the earth, which is the embodiment of truth, will succeed in bearing her load of creatures. Assuming the form of a mighty snake, I myself have to uphold the earth in empty space. Upheld by me thus, she will uphold the entire creation, mobile and immobile. Incarnated on the earth, therefore, in different forms, I shall have to rescue her at such times from peril. Having reflected in this way, the illustrious slayer of Madhu created diverse forms in his mind in which to appear from time to time for accomplishing the task in view. Assuming the form of a boar, of man-lion, of a dwarf, and of human beings, I shall quell or slay such enemies of the deities as will become wicked and ungovernable. After this, the original creator of the universe once more uttered the syllable, Bo, causing the atmosphere to resound with it. From this syllable of speech, Sarasvati, arose a rishi of the name Saraswat. The son, thus born of the speech of Narayana, came to be, also called by the name of Apantara. Endued with great puissance, he was fully conversant with the past, the present, and the future. Firm in the observance of vows, he was truthful in speech. Unto that rishi who, after birth, had bowed his head unto Narayana, the latter, who was the original creator of all the deities and possessed of a nature that was immutable, said those words, Thou shouldst devote thy attention to the distribution of the Vedas, O foremost of all persons endued with intelligence. Do thou, therefore, O ascetic, accomplish what I command thee, in obedience to this command of the Supreme Lord, from whose speech the Rishi Apantaramas sprang into existence, the latter, and the Kalpa named after the self-born Manu, distributed and arranged the Vedas. For that act of the Rishi, the illustrious Hari became gratified with him, as also for his well-performed penances, his vow and observances, and his restraint of the senses or passions. Addressing him, Narayana said, At each Manvantara, O son, thou wilt act in this way with respect to the Vedas. Thou shalt, in consequence of this act of thine, be immutable, O regenerate one, and incapable of being transcended by any one. When the Kali age will set in, certain princes of Bharata's line, to be called by the name of Kauravas, will take their birth from thee. They will be celebrated over the earth as high-souled princes ruling over powerful kingdoms. Born of thee, dissensions will break out among them, ending in their destruction at one another's hands, excepting yourself. O foremost of regenerate persons, in that age also, endued with austere penances, thou wilt distribute the Vedas into diverse classes. Indeed, in that dark age, thy complexion will become dark. Thou shalt cause diverse kinds of duties to flow and diverse kinds of knowledge also. Although endued with austere penances, yet thou shalt never be able to free thyself from desire and attachment to the world. Thy son, however, will be freed from every attachment like unto the Supreme Soul, through the grace of Madhava. It will not be otherwise. He whom learned Brahmanas call the mind-born son of the grandsire, viz., Vasishtha, endued with great intelligence and like unto an ocean of penances, and whose splendor transcends that of the sun himself, will be the progenitor of a race in which a great rishi of the name of Parasara, possessed of mighty energy and prowess, will take his birth. That foremost of persons, that ocean of Vedas, that abode of penances, will become thy sire, when thou wilt take birth in the Kali age. Thou shalt take thy birth as the son of a maiden residing in the house of her sire, through an act of congress with the great Rishi Parasara. Doubts thou wilt have none with respect to the imports of things past, present, and future. Endued with penances and instructed by me, thou wilt behold the incidents of thousands and thousands of ages long passed away. Thou wilt see through thousands and thousands of ages also in the future. Thou shalt, in that birth, behold me, O ascetic, me that am without birth and death, incarnated on earth, as Krishna of Yadu's race, armed with the discus. All this will happen to thee, O ascetic, through the merit that will be thine in consequence of thy ceaseless devotion to me. These words of mine will never be otherwise. Thou shalt be one of the foremost of creatures. Great shall be thy fame. Surya's son Sani, Saturn, will, in a future Kalpa, take birth as the great Manu of that period. During that Manvantara, O son, thou shalt, in respect of merits, be superior to even the Manus of the several periods. Without doubt, thou shalt be so through my grace. Whatever exists in the world represents the result of my exertion. The thoughts of others may not correspond with their acts. As regards myself, however, I always ordain what I think, without the least impediment. Having said these words unto the Rishi Apantaradamas, otherwise called by the name of Saraswat, the Supreme Lord dismissed him, saying unto him, Go. I am he that was born as Apantaradamas through the command of Hari. Once more have I taken birth as the celebrated Krishnadvipayana, a delighter of the race of Vasishtha. I have thus told you, my dear disciples, the circumstances of my own former birth, which was due to the grace of Narayana, in so much that I was a very portion of Narayana himself. Ye foremost of intelligent persons, I underwent, in days of yore, the austerest penances, with the aid of the highest abstraction of the mind. Ye sons, moved by my great affection for yourselves that are devoted to me with reverence, I have told you everything relating to what you wish to know from me, viz., my first birth in days of remote antiquity, and that other birth subsequent to it, viz., the present one. Vaisampayana continued, I have thus narrated to thee, O monarch, the circumstances connected with the former birth of our revered preceptor, viz., Vyasa of unstained mind, as asked by thee. Listen to me once again. There are diverse kinds of cults, O royal sage, that go by diverse names such as Sankhya, Yoga, the Pancharatra, Vedas, and Pasupati. The promulgator of Sankhya cult is said to be the great Rishi Kapila. The primeval Hiranyagarbha, and none else, is the promulgator of the Yoga system. The Rishi Apantaradamas is said to be the preceptor of the Vedas. Some call that Rishi by the name of Prakanagarbha. The cult known by the name of Pasupata was promulgated by the Lord of Uma, that master of all creatures, viz., the cheerful Shiva, otherwise known by the name of Srikanta, the son of Brahma. The illustrious Narayana is himself the promulgator of the cult, in its entirety, contained in the Pancaratra scriptures. In all these cults, O foremost of kings, it is seen that the puissant Narayana is the one sole object of exposition. According to the scriptures of these cults and the measure of knowledge they contain, Narayana is the one sole object of worship they inculcate. Those persons whose visions, O king, are blinded by darkness, fail to understand that Narayana is the supreme soul pervading the entire universe. Those persons of wisdom who are the authors of the scriptures say that Narayana, who is a rishi, is the one object of reverent worship in the universe. I say that there is no other being like him. The supreme deity, called by the name of Hari, resides in the hearts of those that have succeeded, with the aid of the scriptures and of inference, in dispelling all doubts. Madhava never resides in the hearts of those that are under the sway of doubts and that would dispute away everything with the aid of false dialectics. They that are conversant with the Pancaratra scriptures, that are duly observant of the duties laid down therein, and that are devoted to Narayana with their whole souls, succeed in entering into Narayana. The Sankhya and the Yoga systems are eternal. All the Vedas, again, O monarch, are eternal. The rishis, and all these systems of cult, have declared that this universe existing from ancient times is Narayana's self. Thou shouldst know that whether acts, good or bad, are laid down in the Vedas and occurrence in heaven and earth, between the sky and the waters, are all caused by and flow from that ancient Rishi Narayana. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 351. Janamajaya said, O regenerate one, are there many Purushas, or is there only one? Who, in the universe, is the foremost of Purushas? What, again, is said to be the source of all things? Vaisampayana said, in the speculations of the Sankhya and the Yoga systems, many Purushas have been spoken of, O jewel of Kuru's race. Those that follow these systems do not accept that there is but one Purusha in the universe. In the same manner in which the many Purushas are said to have one origin in the Supreme Purusha, it may be said that this entire universe is identical with that one Purusha of superior attributes. I shall explain this now, after bowing to my preceptor Vyasa, that foremost of rishis, who is conversant with the soul, endued with penances, self-restrained, and worthy of reverent worship. This speculation on Purusha, O king, occurs in all the Vedas. It is well known to be identical with Rita and truth. The foremost of rishis, viz. Vyasa, has thought upon it. Having occupied themselves with reflection on what is called Adhyatma, diverse rishis, O king, having Kapila for their first, have declared their opinions on the topic both generally and particularly. Through the grace of Vyasa of immeasurable energy, I shall expound to thee what Vyasa has said in brief on this question of the oneness of Purusha. In this connection is cited the old narrative of the discourse between Brahma, O king, and the three-eyed Mahadeva. In the midst of the ocean of milk, there is a very high mountain of great effulgence like that of gold, known, O monarch, by the name of Vajayanta. Repairing thither all alone, from his own abode of great splendor and felicity, the illustrious deity Brahma used very often to pass his time, engaged in thinking on the course of Adhyatma. While the four-faced Brahma of great intelligence was seated there, his son Mahadeva, who had sprung from his forehead, encountered him one day in course of his wanderings through the universe. In days of yore, the three-eyed Shiva, endued with puissance and high yoga, while proceeding along the sky, beheld Brahma seated on that mountain and, therefore, dropped down quickly on its top. With a cheerful heart he presented him before his progenitor and worshipped his feet. Beholding Mahadeva prostrated at his feet, Brahma took him up with his left hand. Having thus raised Mahadeva up, Brahma, that puissant and one lord of all creatures, then addressed his son, whom he met after a long time, in these words. The grandsire said, Welcome art thou, O thou of mighty arms. By good luck I see thee after such a long time come to my presence. I hope, O son, that everything is right with thy penances and thy Vedic studies and recitations. Thou art always observant of the austerest penances. Hence I ask thee about the progress and well-being of those penances of thine. Rudra said, O illustrious one, through thy grace, all is well with my penances and Vedic studies. It is all right, again, with the universe. I saw thy illustrious self a long while ago in thy own home of felicity and effulgence. I am coming thence to this mountain that is now the abode of thy feet. Great is the curiosity excited in my mind by this withdrawal of thyself into such a lone spot from thy usual region of felicity and splendor. Great must the reason be, O grandsire, for such an act on thy part. Thy own foremost abode is free from the pains of hunger and thirst, and inhabited by both deities and asuras, by rishis of immeasurable splendor, as also by Gandharvas and Apsaras. Abandoning such a spot of felicity, thou residest alone in this foremost of mountains. The cause of this cannot but be grave. Brahma said, This foremost of mountains, called Vajayanta, is always my residence. Here, with concentrated mind, I meditate on the one universal Purusha of infinite proportions. Rudra said, Self-born thou art. Many are the Purushas that have been created by thee. Others again, O Brahma, are being created by thee. The infinite Purusha, however, of whom thou speakest, is one and single. Who is that foremost of Purushas, O Brahma, that is being meditated by thee? Great is the curiosity I feel on this point. Do thou kindly dispel the doubt that has taken possession of my mind. Brahma said, O son, many are those Purushas of whom thou speakest. The one Purusha, however, of whom I am thinking, transcends all Purushas and is invisible. The many Purushas that exist in the universe have that one Purusha as their basis, and since that one Purushas is said to be the source whence all the innumerable Purushas have sprung, hence all the latter, if they succeed in divesting themselves of attributes, become competent to enter into that one Purusha who is identified with the universe, who is supreme, who is the foremost of the foremost, who is eternal, and who is himself divested of and is above all attributes. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 352. Brahma said, Listen, O son, as to how that Purusha is indicated. He is eternal and immutable. He is undeteriorating and immeasurable. He pervades all things. O best of all creatures, that Purusha cannot be seen by thee, or me, or others. Those that are endued with the understanding and the senses, but destitute of self-restraint and tranquility of soul, cannot obtain a sight of him. The Supreme Purusha is said to be one that can be seen with the aid of knowledge alone. Though divested of body, he dwells in every body. Though dwelling, again, in bodies, he is never touched by the acts accomplished by those bodies. He is my antaratma, inner soul. He is thy inner soul. He is the all-seeing witness dwelling within all embodied creatures and engaged in marking their acts. No one can grasp or comprehend him at any time. The universe is the crown of his head. The universe is his arms. The universe is his feet. The universe is his eyes. The universe is his nose. Alone and single, he roves through all kshetras, bodies, unrestrained by any limitations on his will and as he likes. Kshetra is another name for body. And because he knows all kshetras as also all good and bad deeds, therefore he, who is the soul of yoga, is called by the name of kshetrajna. No one succeeds in perceiving how he enters into embodied creatures and how he goes out of them. Agreeably to the Sankhya mode, as also with the aid of yoga and the due observance of the ordinances prescribed by it, I am engaged in thinking of the cause of that Purusha, but alas, I am unable to comprehend that cause, excellent as it is. I shall, however, according to the measure of my knowledge, discourse to thee upon that eternal Purusha and his oneness and supreme greatness. The learned speak of him as the one Purusha. That one eternal being deserves the appellation of Mahapurusha, the great supreme Purusha. Fire is an element, but it may be seen to blaze up in 1,000 places under 1,000 different circumstances. The sun is one and single, but his rays extend over the wide universe. Penances are of diverse kinds, but they have one common origin whence they have flowed. The wind is one, but it blows in diverse forms in the world. The great ocean is the one parent of all the waters in the world seen under diverse circumstances. Divested of attributes, that one Purusha is the universe displayed in infinitude. Flowing from him, the infinite universe enters into that one Purusha again who transcends all attributes when the time of its destruction comes. By casting off the consciousness of body and the senses, by casting off all acts good and bad, by casting off both truth and falsehood, one succeeds in divesting oneself of attributes. The person who realizes that inconceivable Purusha and comprehends his subtle existence in the quadruple form of Anirudh, Pradyumna, Sankarshana, and Vasudeva, and who, in consequence of such comprehension, attains to perfect tranquility of heart, succeeds in entering into and identifying himself with that one auspicious Purusha. Some persons possessed of learning speak of him as the Supreme Soul. Others regarded him as the One Soul. A third class of learned men describe him as the Soul. The truth is that he who is the Supreme Soul is always divested of attributes. He is Narayana. He is the universal soul, and he is the one Purusha. He is never affected by the fruits of acts, even as the leaf of the lotus is never drenched by the water one may throw upon it. The Karamta, acting soul, is different. That soul is sometimes engaged in acts, and when it succeeds in casting off acts, attains to emancipation or identity with the Supreme Soul. The acting soul is endued with the 7 and 10 possessions. Thus it is said that there are innumerable kinds of Purushas in due order. In reality, however, there is but one Purusha. He is the abode of all the ordinances in respect of the universe. He is the highest object of knowledge. He is at once the knower and the object to be known. He is at once the thinker and the object of thought. He is the eater and the food that is eaten. He is the smeller and the scent that is smelled. He is at once he that touches and the object that is touched. He is the agent that sees and the object that is seen. He is the hearer and the object that is heard. He is the conceiver and the object that is conceived. He is possessed of attributes and is free from them. What has previously, O son, been named Pradhana, and is the mother of the Mahat Tattva, is no other than the effulgence of the Supreme Soul, because he it is who is eternal, without destruction and any end, and ever immutable. He it is who creates the prime ordinance in respect of Dhatri himself. Learned Brahmanas call him by the name of Anirudh. Whatever acts, possessed of excellent merits and fraught with blessings, flow in the world from the Vedas, have been caused by him. All the deities and all the rishis, possessed of tranquil souls, occupying their places on the altar, dedicate to him the first share of their sacrificial offerings. I, that am Brahma, the primeval master of all creatures, have started into birth from him, and thou hast taken thy birth from me. From me have flowed the universe with all its mobile and immobile creatures, and all the Vedas, O son, with their mysteries. Divided into 4 portions, viz., Anirudh, Pradyumna, Sankarshana, and Vasudeva, he sports as he pleases. That illustrious and divine Lord is even such, awakened by his own knowledge. I have thus answered thee, O son, according to thy questions, and according to the way in which the matter is expounded in the Sankhya system and the Yoga philosophy. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 353. Saudi said, after Vaisampayana had explained to King Janamejaya in this way the glory of Narayana, he began to discourse on another topic by reciting the question of Yudhishthira and the answer that Bhishma gave in the presence of all the Pandavas and the rishis, as also of Krishna himself. Indeed, Vaisampayana began by saying what follows. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast, O grandsire, discoursed to us on the duties appertaining to the religion of emancipation. It behoveth thee now to tell us what the foremost duties are of persons belonging to the several modes of life. Bhishma said, The duties ordained in respect of every mode of life are capable, if well performed, of leading to heaven and the high fruit of truth. Duties which are as so many doors, to great sacrifices and gifts, and none of the practices inculcated by them are futile in respect of consequence. One who adopts particular duties with steady and firm faith, praises these duties adopted by him to the exclusion of the rest, O chief of Bharata's race. This particular topic, however, on which thou wishest me to discourse was in days of yore the subject of conversation between the celestial rishi Narada and the chief of the deities, viz., Indra. The great rishi Narada, O king, revered by all the world, is a siddha, i.e., his sadhana has met fulfillment. He wanders through all the worlds unobstructed by anything, like the all-pervading wind itself. Once upon a time he repaired to the abode of Indra. Duly honored by the chief of the deities, he sat close to his host. Beholding him seated at his ease and free from fatigue, the Lord of Sachi addressed him, saying, "O great Rishi, is there anything wonderful that has been beheld by thee, O sinless one? O regenerate Rishi, crowned with ascetic success, thou rovest, moved by curiosity, through the universe of mobile and immobile objects, witnessing all things. O celestial Rishi, there is nothing in the universe that is unknown to thee. Do thou tell me, therefore, of any wonderful incident which thou mayst have seen or heard of or felt." Thus questioned, Narada, that foremost of speakers, O king, then commented to recite unto the chief of the celestials the extensive history that follows. Listen now to me as I recite that story which Narada told before Indra. I shall narrate it in the same manner in which the celestial Rishi had narrated it, and for the same purpose that he had in view. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 354. Bhishma said, "In an excellent town called by the name of Mahapadma, which was situate on the southern side of the river Ganga, there lived, O best of men, a Brahmana of concentrated soul. Born in the race of Atri, he was endued with amiability. All his doubts had been dispelled by faith and contemplation, and he was well conversant with the path he was to follow. Ever observant of the religious duties, he had his anger under perfect control. Always contented, he was the complete master of his senses. Devoted to penances and study of the Vedas, he was honored by all good men. He earned wealth by righteous means, and his conduct in all things corresponded with the mode of life he led and the order to which he belonged. The family to which he belonged was large and celebrated. He had many kinsmen and relatives, and many children and spouses. His behavior was always respectable and faultless. Observing that he had many children, the Brahmana betook himself to the accomplishment of religious acts on a large scale. His religious observances, O king, had reference to the customs of his own family. The Brahmana reflected that 3 kinds of duties have been laid down for observances. There were first, the duties ordained in the Vedas in respect of the order in which he was born and the mode of life he was leading, viz., a Brahmana in the observance of domesticity. There were secondly, the duties prescribed in the scriptures, viz., those especially called the Dharmasastras. And, thirdly, there were those duties that eminent and revered men of former times have followed, though not occurring either in the Vedas or the scriptures. Which of these duties should I follow? Which of them, again, followed by me, are likely to lead to my benefit? Which, indeed, should be my refuge? Thoughts like these always troubled him. He could not solve his doubts. While troubled with such reflections, a Brahmana of concentrated soul and observant of a very superior religion came to his house as a guest. The householder duly honored his guest according to those ordinances of worship that are laid down in the scriptures. Beholding his guest refreshed and seated at ease, the host addressed him in the following words. The Brahmana said, "O sinless one, I have become exceedingly attached to thee in consequence of the sweetness of thy conversation. Thou hast become my friend. Listen to me, for I wish to say something unto thee. O foremost of Brahmanas, after making over the duties of a householder to my son, I wish to discharge the highest duties of man. What, O regenerate one, should be my path? Relying upon the Jiva soul, I wish to achieve existence in the one, supreme, soul. Alas, bound up in the ties of attachment, I have not the heart to actually set myself to the accomplishment of that task. And since the best portion of my life has passed away in the observance of domesticity, I desire to devote the remnant of my life in earning the means of defraying the expenses of my journey in respect of the time to come. The desire has arisen in my mind of crossing the ocean of the world. Alas, whence shall I get the raft of religion with which to accomplish my purposes? Hearing that even the very deities are persecuted and made to endure the fruits of their acts, and beholding the rows of Yama standards and flags floating over the heads of all creatures, my heart fails to derive pleasure from the diverse objects of pleasure with which it comes into contact. Beholding also that the yatis depend for their sustenance upon alms obtained in course of their rounds of mendicancy, I have no respect for the religion of the yatis as well. O my reverend guest, do thou, aided by that religion which is founded upon the basis of intelligence and reason, set me to the observance of a particular course of duties and observance. Bhishma continued, endued with great wisdom. The guest, hearing this speech of his host, which was consistent with righteousness, said these sweet words in a melodious voice. The guest said, I myself also am confounded with respect to this topic. The same thought occupies my mind. I am unable to arrive at definite conclusions. Heaven has many doors. There are some that applaud emancipation. Some regenerate persons praise the fruits attainable by the performance of sacrifices. Some there are that take refuge in the forest mode of life. Some, again, betake themselves to the domestic mode of life. Some rely upon the merits attainable by an observance of the duties of kings. Some rely upon the fruits of that culture which consists in restraining the soul. Some think that the merits resulting from a dutiful obedience to preceptors and seniors are efficacious. Some betake themselves to restraints imposed on speech. Some, by waiting dutifully upon their mothers and fathers, have gone to heaven. Some have ascended to heaven by practicing the duty of compassion, and some by practicing truth. Some rush to battle, and after laying down their lives, have attained to heaven. Some, again, attaining to success by practicing the vow called unsha, have betaken themselves to the path of heaven. Some have devoted themselves to the study of the Vedas. Endued with auspiciousness and wedded to such study, these men, possessed of intelligence, with tranquil souls, and having their senses under complete control, attain to heaven. Others, characterized by simplicity and truth, have been slain by men of wickedness. Endued with pure souls, such men of truth and simplicity have become honored denizens of heaven. In this world, it is seen that men betake themselves to heaven through 1,000 doors of duty, all standing wide open. My understanding has been troubled by that question, like a fleecy cloud before the wind. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 355. The guest continued, For all that, O Brahmana, I shall endeavor to instruct thee duly. Listen to me as I recite to thee that which I have heard from my preceptor. In that place whence, in course of a former creation, the wheel of righteousness was set in motion, in that forest which is known by the name of Nimisha, and which is situate on the banks of the Gomathi, there is a city called after the Nagas. There, in that region, all the deities, being assembled together, had in days of old performed a grand sacrifice. There the foremost of earthly kings, Mandathari, vanquished Indra, the chief of the celestials. A mighty Naga, of righteous soul, dwells in the city that stands in that region. That great Naga is known by the name of Padmanabha or Padma. Walking in the triple path of acts, knowledge, and adoration, he gratifies all creatures in thought, word, and deed. Reflecting upon all things with great care, he protects the righteous and chastises the wicked by adopting the quadruple policy of conciliation, provoking dissensions, making gifts or bribes, and using force. Repairing thither, thou shouldst put to him the questions thou wishest. He will show thee truly what the highest religion is. That Naga is always fond of guests. Endued with great intelligence, he is well conversant with the scriptures. He is possessed of all desirable virtues, the like of which are not to be noticed in any other person. By disposition he is always observant of those duties which are performed with or in water. He is devoted to the study of the Vedas. He is endued with penances and self-restraint. He has great wealth. He performs sacrifice, makes gifts, abstains from inflicting injury, and practices forgiveness. His conduct in all respects is excellent. Truthful in speech and freed from malice, his behavior is good and his senses are under proper control. He eats after feeding all his guests and attendants. He is kind of speech. He has knowledge of what is beneficial and what is simple and right and what is censurable. He takes stock of what he does and what he leaves undone. He never acts with hostility towards anyone. He is always engaged in doing what is beneficial to all creatures. He belongs to a family that is as pure and stainless as the water of a lake in the midst of the Ganges. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 356. The host replied, I have heard these words of thine, that are so consoling, with as much gratification as is felt by a person heavily loaded when that load is taken off his head or shoulders. The gratification that a traveler who has made a long journey on foot feels when he lies down on a bed, that which a person feels when he finds a seat after having stood for a long while for want of room, or that which is felt by a thirsty person when he finds a glass of cool water, or that which is felt by a hungry man when he finds savory food set before him, or that which a guest feels when a dish of desirable food is placed before him at the proper time, or that which is felt by an old man when after long coveting he gets a son, or that which is experienced by one when meeting with a dear friend or relative about whom one had become exceedingly anxious, resembles that with which I have been filled in consequence of these words uttered by thee. Like a person with upturned gaze, I have heard what has fallen from thy lips, and am reflecting upon their import. With these wise words of thine thou hast truly instructed me. Yes, I shall do what thou hast commanded me to do. Thou mayst go tomorrow at dawn, passing the night happily with me and dispelling thy fatigue by such rest. Behold, the rays of the divine Surya have been partially dimmed and the god of day is proceeding in his downward course. Bhishma continued, hospitably waited upon by that Brahmana, the learned guest, O slayer of foes, passed that night in the company of his host. Indeed, both of them passed the night happily, conversing cheerfully with each other on the subject of the duties of the fourth mode of life, viz., sannyasa, renunciation. So engrossing was the nature of their conversation that the night passed away as if it were day. When morning came, the guest was worshipped with due rites by the Brahmana, whose heart had been eagerly set upon the accomplishment of what, according to the discourse of the guest, was regarded by him to be beneficial for himself. Having dismissed his guest, the righteous Brahmana, resolved to achieve his purpose, took leave of his kinsmen and relatives, and set out in due time for the abode of that foremost of Nagas, with heart steadily directed towards it. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 357. Bhishma said, proceeding by many delightful forests and lakes and sacred waters, the Brahmana at last arrived at the retreat of a certain ascetic. Arrived there, he inquired of him, in proper words, about the Naga of whom he had heard from his guest, and instructed by him, he pursued his journey. With a clear idea of the purpose of his journey, the Brahmana then reached the house of the Naga. Entering it duly, he proclaimed himself in proper words, saying, Ho! Who is there? I am a Brahmana, come hither as a guest. Hearing these words, the chaste wife of the Naga, possessed of great beauty and devoted to the observance of all duties, showed herself. Always attentive to the duties of hospitality, she worshipped the guest with due rites, and welcoming him, said, "What can I do for you?" The Brahmana said, "O lady, I am sufficiently honored by thee with the sweet words thou hast said unto me. The fatigue of my journey has also been dispelled. I desire, O blessed lady, to see thy excellent Lord. This is my high object. This is the one object of my desire. It is for this reason that I have come today to the residence of the Naga, thy husband." The wife of the Naga said, "Reverend sir, my husband is gone to drag the car of Surya for a month. O learned Brahmana, he will be back in 15 days, and will, without doubt, show himself unto thee. I have thus told thee the reason of my husband's absence from home. Be that as it may, what else is there that I can do for thee? Tell me this." The Brahmana said, "O chaste lady, I have come hither with the object of seeing thy husband. O reverend dame, I shall dwell in the adjacent forest, waiting for his return. When thy husband comes back, do kindly tell him that I have arrived at this place impelled by the desire of seeing him. Thou shouldst also inform me of his return when that event occurs. O blessed lady, I shall, till then, reside on the banks of the Gomathi, waiting for his return and living all the while upon frugal fare." Having said this repeatedly unto the wife of the Naga, that foremost of Brahmanas proceeded to the banks of the Gomathi for residing there till the time of the Naga's return. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 358. Bhishma continued, "The Nagas of that city became exceedingly distressed when they saw that Brahmana, devoted to the practice of penances, continued to reside in the forest, entirely abstaining all the while from food, in expectation of the arrival of the Naga chief. All the kinsmen and relatives of the great Naga, including his brother and children and wife, assembling together, repaired to the spot where the Brahmana was staying. Arrived on the banks of the Gomathi, they beheld that regenerate person seated in a secluded spot, abstaining from food of every kind, observant the while of excellent vows, and engaged in silently reciting certain mantras. Approaching the presence of the Brahmana and offering him due worship, the kinsmen and relatives of the great Naga said unto him these words fraught with candor, O Brahmana, endued with wealth of asceticism, this is the 6th day of thy arrival here, but thou sayest no word about thy food, O regenerate one, thou art devoted to righteousness. Thou hast come to us. We too are here in attendance upon thee. It is absolutely necessary that we should do the duties of hospitality to thee. We are all relations of the Naga chief with whom thou hast business. Roots or fruits, leaves, or water, or rice or meat, O best of Brahmanas, it behoveth thee to take for thy food. In consequence of thy dwelling in this forest under such circumstances of total abstention from food, the whole community of Nagas, young and old, is being afflicted, since this thy fast implies negligence on our part to discharge the duties of hospitality. We have none amongst us that has been guilty of Brahmanicide. None of us has ever lost a son immediately after birth. No one has been born in our race that has eaten before serving the deities or guests or relatives arrived at his residence." The Brahmana said, "In consequence of these solicitations of you all, I may be regarded to have broken my fast. 8 days are wanting for the day to come when the chief of the Nagas will return. If, on the expiry of the 8th night hence, the chief of the Nagas does not come back, I shall then break this fast by eating. Indeed, this vow of abstaining from all food that I am observing is in consequence of my regard for the Naga chief. You should not grieve for what I am doing. Do you all return to whence you came? This my vow is on his account. You should not do anything in consequence of which this my vow may be broken." The assembled Nagas, thus addressed by the Brahmana, were dismissed by him, whereupon, O foremost of men, they returned to their respective residences. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 359. Bhishma said, upon the expiry of the period of full 15 days, the Naga chief, Padmanabha, having finished his task of dragging the car of Surya and obtained the latter's permission, came back to his own house. Beholding him come back, his spouse approached him quickly for washing his feet and dutifully discharging other tasks of a similar nature. Having gone through these tasks, she took her seat by his side. The Naga then, refreshed from fatigue, addressed his dutiful and chaste wife, saying, I hope, my dear wife, that during my absence thou hast not been unmindful of worshipping the deities and guests agreeably to the instructions I gave thee, and according to the ordinances laid down in the Scriptures. I hope, without yielding to that uncleansed understanding which is natural to persons of thy sex, thou hast, during my absence from home, been firm in the observance of the duties of hospitality. I trust that thou hast not transcended the barriers of duty and righteousness. The wife of the Naga said, the duty of disciples is to wait with reverence upon their preceptor accomplishing his bidding. That of Brahmanas is to study the Vedas and bear them in memory. That of servants is to obey the commands of their masters. That of the king is to protect his people by cherishing the good and chastising the wicked. It is said that the duties of a kshatriya embrace the protection of all creatures from wrong and oppression. The duty of the Sudra is to serve with humility persons of the three regenerate orders, viz., Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas. The religion of the householder, O chief of the Nagas, consists in doing good to all creatures. Frugality of fare and observance of vow in due order constitute merit for persons of all classes, in consequence of the connection that exists between the senses and the duties of religion. Who am I? Whence have I come? What are others to me, and what am I to others? These are the thoughts to which the mind should ever be directed by him who leads that course of life which leads to emancipation. Chastity and obedience to the husband constitute the highest duty of the wife. Through thy instruction, O chief of the Nagas, I have learnt this well. I, therefore, that am well conversant with my duty, and that have thee for my husband, thee that art devoted to righteousness, oh, why shall I, swerving from the path of duty, tread along the path of disobedience and sin? During thy absence from home, the adorations to the deities have not fallen off in any respect. I have also, without the slightest negligence, attended to the duties of hospitality towards persons arrived as guests in thy abode. 15 days ago a Brahmana has come here. He has not disclosed his object to me. He desires to have an interview with thee. Dwelling the while on the banks of the Gomathi, he is anxiously expecting thy return. Of rigid vows, that Brahmana is sitting there, engaged in the recitation of the Vedas. O chief of the Nagas, I have made a promise to him to the effect that I would dispatch thee to him as soon as thou wouldst come back to thy abode. Hearing these words of mine, O best of Nagas, it behoveth thee to repair thither. O thou that hearest with thy eyes, it behoveth thee to grant unto that regenerate person the object that has brought him hither. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 360. The Naga said, O thou of sweet smiles, for whom hast thou taken that Brahmana? Is he really a human being, or is he some deity that has come hither in the disguise of a Brahmana? O thou of great fame, who is there among human beings that would be desirous of seeing me, or that would be competent for the purpose? Can a human being, desiring to see me, leave such a command with thee about dispatching me to him for paying him a visit at the place where he is dwelling? Amongst the deities and asuras and celestial rishis, O amiable lady, the Nagas are endued with great energy. Possessed of great speed, they are endued again with excellent fragrance. They deserve to be worshipped. They are capable of granting boons. Indeed, we too deserve to be followed by others in our train. I tell thee, O lady, that we are incapable of being seen by human beings. The spouse of the Naga chief said, "Judging by his simplicity and candor, I know that Brahmana is not any deity who subsists on air. O thou of great wrath, I also know this, viz., that he reveres thee with all his heart. His heart is set upon the accomplishment of some object that depends upon thy aid. As the bird called Chataka, which is fond of rain, waits in earnest expectation of a shower for slaking its thirst, even so is that Brahmana waiting in expectation of a meeting with thee. Let no calamity betake him in consequence of his inability to obtain a sight of thee. No person born like thee in a respectable family can be regarded to remain respectable by neglecting a guest arrived at his house. Casting off that wrath which is natural to thee, it behoveth thee to go and see that Brahmana. It behoveth thee not to suffer thyself to be consumed by disappointing that Brahmana. The king or the prince, by refusing to wipe the tears of persons that come to him from hopes of relief, incurs the sin of foeticide. By abstaining from speech one attains to wisdom. By practicing gifts one acquires great fame. By adhering to truthfulness of speech, one acquires the gift of eloquence and comes to be honored in heaven. By giving away land one attains to that high end which is ordained for rishis leading the sacred mode of life. By earning wealth through righteous means, one succeeds in attaining to many desirable fruits. By doing in its entirety what is beneficial for oneself, one can avoid going to hell. That is what the righteous say. The Naga said, I had no arrogance due to pride. In consequence, however, of my birth, the measure of my arrogance was considerable. Of wrath, which is born of desire, O blessed lady, I have none. It has all been consumed by the fire of thy excellent instructions. I do not behold, O blessed dame, any darkness that is thicker than wrath. In consequence, however, of the Naga having excess of wrath, they have become object of reproach with all persons. By succumbing to the influence of wrath, the 10-headed Ravana of great prowess became the rival of Sakra and was for that reason slain by Rama in battle. Hearing that the Rishi Rama of Bhrigu's race had entered the inner apartments of their palace for bringing away the calf of the Homa cow of their sire, the sons of Kartavirya, yielding to wrath, took such entry as an insult to their royal house, and as the consequence thereof, they met with destruction at the hands of Rama. Indeed, Kartavirya of great strength, resembling the thousand-eyed Indra himself, in consequence of his having yielded to wrath, was slain in battle by Rama of Jamadagni's race. Verily, O amiable lady, at thy words I have restrained my wrath, that foe of penances, that destroyer of all that is beneficial for myself. I praise my own self greatly since, O large-eyed one, I am fortunate enough to own thee for my wife, thee that are possessed of every virtue and that hast inexhaustible merits. I shall now proceed to that spot where the Brahmana is staying. I shall certainly address that Brahmana in proper words, and he shall certainly go hence, his wishes being accomplished. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 361. Bhishma said, having said these words unto his dear spouse, the chief of the Nagas proceeded to that place where the Brahmana was sitting in expectation of an interview with him. As he proceeded, he thought of the Brahmin and wondered as to what the business could be that had brought him to the Naga city. Arrived at his presence, O chief of men, that foremost of Nagas, devoted by his nature to righteousness, addressed his guest in sweet words, saying, O Brahmana, do not yield to wrath. I address thee in peace. Do not be angry. After whom hast thou come hither? What is thy object? Coming to thee, I ask thee in affection, O regenerate one, whom dost thou adore in this retired spot on the banks of the Gomathi? The Brahmana said, Know that my name is Dharmaranya, and that I have come hither for obtaining a sight of the Naga Padmanabha, O foremost of all regenerate persons. With him I have some business. I have heard that he is not at home, and that, therefore, I am not now near his present quarters. Like a Chataka waiting in expectation of the clouds, I am waiting for him whom I regard as dear to me. For dispelling all evil from him and bringing about what is beneficial to him, I am engaged in reciting the Vedas till he comes, and am in yoga and passing my time happily. The Naga said, Verily, thy conduct is exceedingly good. Pious thou art and devoted to the good of all righteous persons. O highly blessed Brahmana, every praise is due to thee. Thou beholdest the Naga with eyes of affection. I am that Naga, O learned Rishi, whom thou seekest. Do thou command me, as thou wishest, in respect of what is agreeable to thee, and what I should do for thee. Having heard from my spouse that thou art here, I have approached this spot, O regenerate one, for beholding thee. When thou hast come hither, thou art certain to return hence with thy object fulfilled. It behoveth thee, O foremost of regenerate persons, to employ me to any task with all confidence. All of us have certainly been purchased by thee with thy merits, since thou, disregarding what is for thy own good, hast employed thy time in seeking the good of ourselves. The Brahmana said, O highly blessed Naga, I have come hither, moved by the desire of obtaining a sight of thee. I have come here, ignorant as I am with all things, for asking thee about something, O Naga, relying on the Jiva soul. I desire to attain to the Supreme Soul, which is the end of the Jiva soul. I am neither attached to, nor dissociated from, the world. Thou shinest with the effulgence of thy own merits, covered by pure fame, with an effulgence that is as agreeable as that of the moon. O thou that livest on air alone, do thou first answer a question that I wish to put to thee. Afterwards I shall inform thee of the object that has brought me hither. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 362. The Brahmana said, Thou goest away for dragging the one-wheeled car of Vivasvat according to thy turn. It behoveth thee to describe to me anything wonderful that thou mayst have noticed in those regions through which thou sojournest. The Naga said, The divine Surya is the refuge or home of innumerable wonders. All the creatures that inhabit the three worlds have flowed from Surya. Innumerable munis, crowned with ascetic success, together with all the deities, reside in the rays of Surya like birds perching on the branches of trees. What, again, can be more wonderful than this, that the mighty wind, emanating from Surya, takes refuge in his ray and thence yawns over the universe? What can be more wonderful than this, O regenerate Rishi, that Surya, dividing the wind into many portions from desire of doing good to all creatures, creates rain that falls in the rainy season? What can be more wonderful than this, that the Supreme Soul, from within the solar disk, himself bathed in blazing effulgence, looketh upon the universe? What can be more wonderful than this, that Surya has a dark ray which transforms itself into clouds charged with rain and pours showers of rain when the season comes? What can be more wonderful than this, that drinking up for 8 months the rain he pours it down once again in the rainy season? In certain rays of Surya, the soul of the universe is said to reside. From him is the seed of all things, and it is he that upholds the earth with all her mobile and immobile creatures. What can be more wonderful, O Brahmana, than this, that the foremost of Purushas, eternal and mighty armed, endued with exceeding effulgence, eternal, and without beginning and without end, resides in Surya? Listen, however, to one thing I shall tell you now. It is the wonder of wonders. I have seen it in the clear sky, in consequence of my adjacence to Surya. In former times, one day at the hour of noon, while Surya was shining in all his glory and giving heat to everything, we beheld a being coming towards Surya, who seemed to shine with effulgence that was equal to that of Surya himself. Causing all the worlds to blaze up with his glory and filling them with his energy, he came, as I have already told thee, towards Surya, rending the firmament, as it were, for making his path through it. The rays that emanated from his body seemed to resemble the blazing effulgence of libations of clarified butter poured into the sacrificial fire. In consequence of his energy and splendor, he could not be looked at. His form seemed to be indescribable. Indeed, he appeared to us to be like a second Surya. As soon as he came near, Surya extended his two hands, for giving him a respectful reception. For honoring Surya in return, he also extended his right hand. The latter then, piercing through the firmament, entered into Surya's disk. Mingling then with Surya's energy, he seemed to be transformed into Surya's self. When the two energies thus met together, we were so confounded that we could not any longer distinguish which was which. Indeed, we could not make out who was Surya whom we bore on his car, and who was the being that we had seen coming through the sky. Filled with confusion, we then addressed Surya, saying, "O illustrious one, who is this being that has mixed himself with thee, and has been transformed into thy second self?" Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 363. Surya said, "This being is not the god of fire, he is not an Asura. Nor is he a Naga. He is a Brahmana who has attained to heaven in consequence of his having been crowned with success in the observance of the vow called Ancha. This person had subsisted upon fruits and roots and upon the fallen leaves of trees. He had sometimes subsisted upon water, and sometimes upon air alone, passing his days with concentrated soul. The deity Mahadeva had been gratified by him with constant recitation of the Samhitas. He had endeavored to accomplish those acts that lead to heaven. Through the merits of those acts he hath now attained to heaven. Without wealth and without desire of any kind, he had observed the vow called Ancha in the matter of his sustenance. This learned Brahmana, ye Nagas, had been devoted to the good of all creatures. Neither deities, nor Gandharvas, nor Asuras, nor Nagas can be regarded as superior to those creatures that attain to this excellent end of coming into the solar disk. Even such, O regenerate one, was the wonderful incident that I beheld on that occasion. That Brahmana, who was crowned with success by the observance of the Ancha vow, and who thus obtained an end that persons crowned with ascetic success acquire, to this day, O regenerate one, goes round the earth, staying in the disk of Surya. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 365. The Brahmana said, "Without doubt, this is very wonderful, O Naga. I have been highly gratified by listening to thee. By these words of thine that are fraught with subtle meaning, thou hast shown me the way I am to follow. Blessed be thou. I desire to depart hence, O best of Nagas. Thou shouldst recollect me now and then, and inquire after me by sending thy servant." The Naga said, "The object that brought thee higher is still in thy breast, for thou hast not as yet disclosed it to me. Where then wilt thou go? Tell me, O regenerate one, what should be done by me, and what that object is which brought thee hither. After the accomplishment of thy business, whatever it is, expressed or unexpressed in speech, thou mayst depart, O foremost of regenerate persons, saluting me and dismissed by me cheerfully, O thou of excellent vows. Thou hast conceived a friendship for me. O regenerate Rishi, it behoveth thee not to depart from this place after having only seen me, thyself sitting under the shade of this tree. Thou hast become dear to me, and I have become dear to thee, without doubt. All the persons in this city are thine. What objection then is there, O sinless one, to pass some time in my house?" The Brahmana said, "It is even so, O thou of great wisdom, O Naga, that hast acquired a knowledge of the soul. It is very true that the deities are not superior to thee in any respect. He that is thyself is verily myself, as he that is myself is truly thyself. Myself, thyself, and all other creatures shall all have to enter into the Supreme Soul. Doubt penetrated my mind, O chief of Nagas, in the matter of the best means for winning righteousness or merit. That doubt has been dispelled by thy discourse, for I have learnt the value of the Ancha vow. I shall hence follow that which is so very efficacious in the matter of beneficial consequences. That, O blessed one, has become my certain conclusion now, based on excellent reasons. I take thy leave. Blessings to thee. My object has been accomplished, O Naga. Bhishma said, having saluted that foremost of Nagas in this way, the Brahmana, named Dharmaranya, firmly resolved to follow the Ancha mode of life, proceeded to the presence, O king, of Chayavana of Bhrigu's race, from desire of being formally instructed and initiated in that vow. Chayavana performed the samskara rites of the Brahmana and formally initiated him into the Ancha mode of life. The son of Bhrigu, O monarch, recited this history to King Janaka in his place. King Janaka, in his turn, narrated it to the celestial Rishi Narada of high soul. The celestial Rishi Narada too, of stainless axe, repairing on one occasion to the abode of Indra, the chief of the deities, gave to Indra this history upon being asked by him. The chief of the celestials, having obtained it thus from Narada, recited this blessed history to a conclave consisting of all the foremost Brahmanas, O monarch. On the occasion, again, of my dreadful encounter with Rama of Bhrigu's race, on the field of Kurukshetra, the celestial Vasus, O king, recited this history to me. Asked by thee, O foremost of righteous men, I have recited this history that is excellent and sacred and fraught with great merit. Thou hadst asked me about that constitutes the highest duty, O king. This history is my answer to thy query. A brave man he was, O monarch, that betook himself to the practice of the Ancha vow in this way, without expectation of any fruit. Firmly resolved, that Brahmana, instructed by the chief of Nagas in this way about his duty, betook himself to the practice of Yama and Niyama, and subsisting the while upon such food as was allowed by the Ancha vow, proceeded to another forest. Present you by HinduMonastery.com.